Letco for Tuesday night's Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. And it is the day after Cyber Monday, but Cyber Monday is pretty much going to be continued tonight. I'm going to hold this record up usually till the first commenter comes up, or at least for about the first 5 seconds. We actually started on time tonight, and it's Craig. That's what I like to see. So just like last night, we're probably going to go right into it pretty fast. So in just a minute, we're going to get started, but go ahead and share. That would be very, very important to me, you, and everybody else that's watching tonight. Also, liking the post. We had over 100 likes last night, and like I said, that really helps us out. Some people don't like to share, but you could at least hit the thumbs up button. I will ask that again later tonight. But right now, I'm going to start sharing this. I'm going to label this one Discounts Continued. Autographs continued, if I can spell continued. There we go. Autographs. And what else are we doing tonight? I'm going to put Rolling Stones, because that is part of what we're doing tonight. So, discounts continued, autographs, Rolling Stones. I'm going to share it there. I'm also going to share it here. And let's go to copy link. And go ahead and hit the thumbs up button. I've already said it once. I'm probably going to say it about 5 more times. Let me get this link shared on everywhere that I've shared it and posted it. There's the first one. And I made another post as well earlier, so there's that post. Now let me go over to the main Coletco page and get it shared in that link. There's that. Let me hit here, there, and Coletco. Let's see here. There's the post I made for tonight with all the discounts being continued. And now let's get it shared over on Instagram. Let me pull up. We're also streaming this on YouTube. So those that's watching on YouTube, thank you as well. Also hit the thumbs up button right as well on that. Hit the like button anywhere you see. If you see anything that looks like a thumbs up, I would appreciate it if you would select that and give us a thumbs up. Subscribe, like, follow, all that important stuff too. You hear everybody who sells online or has any kind of social media channels, just subscribe, share, comment, like. It's all very important. That means you like us, and hopefully that you support our page by doing all that. So, let me get the camera good and set. Let me go ahead and grab the first thing. So last night we had 2 crates of like new vinyl. We had only 3 titles come in today. I'm going to show those. Well, I don't know if I'm actually going to show them or not. I don't know if I am going to show them because I was just going to wait till tomorrow's new vinyl comes in and do it all at once. So if you're here for like brand new stuff, there's only 3 titles that came in, which is 3 new releases for this week. But I'm going to go ahead and just start showing new vinyl that's on sale. I'm going to start showing new vinyl that's on sale. And when I get done with that, this first crate, I may go ahead and show some stuff that came in yesterday. But of course, we've got plenty of auctions to run through as well. So I'll go ahead and get that going in just a second. I'm going to go over here and grab my drink. I don't think I brought it over here. I didn't. The three new ones that came in were Van Morrison, Duran Duran Pop Trash, and the Collective Soul 7-Year Itch. So for those, thank you, Ed. For those that are curious about pre-orders, so you know your budget and what to spend, it was everybody who pre-ordered the Van Morrison Moondance Deluxe, Duran Duran Pop Trash, and the Collective Soul 7-Year Itch. So all those are in. Actually, I have one more thing to grab over here. Let me shut this. I'm going to grab my other phone so I can do some other sharing. Don't let me forget these CD box sets. And I think that's it, everything that I had. There's autographs. Let me go ahead and grab at least 1 crate of these autographs. We'll be working out of those. I got a bunch of new CD box sets marked from that collection from South Carolina from a while back. We're still selling out of that. And yeah, let's go ahead and get started. So I've got on sale new vinyl. I've got on sale new vinyl for tonight. So, and you'll be hearing me say the word Ed a lot. We have Ed here tonight. Ed, it's been a while since you've been here. I'd say several months, right, since you've done a tagging. Ed's here. So Tanner's still in Jamaica. Seth's at a basketball game. Jake's not here until Wednesday. He's in college, and so we got to revolve around his college schedule. And let's see. Who else usually tags? I guess that's it. So we're down to fourth in the batting lineup, which is Ed. He's the designated hitter. Ed is fourth in the lineup. He's the designated hitter tonight. So usually Ed is packing up your orders very carefully and getting your orders out to you. So now he's tagging records for us. I can see YouTube comments. Yes. I have not. So everything we sold last Sunday, the coin and knife sale, it's on a table in the back, and I'm going to get with Jake or Ed, and I've got to hand that stuff to them and tell them what it is so they can key it in and we can invoice all that. But we basically have a whole coin and knife sale in the back that hadn't been billed yet. So that's what we're doing. Ed, they're lobbying for you a raise. Wow, he gave me a thumbs up. All right, first crate of the night, discount new vinyl. Everything is $19.99. If you haven't already, please go ahead and like the feed. I'm going to get started in this crate, then we're going to start auctions. $19.99, that we're finally finishing up, but there'll be more. I don't think we'll get through it all tonight either. All of our new vinyl on sale. Carole King, Home Again, $19.99. So this is the first record. Carole King, this is actually Carole King live in 1973 before 100,000 people. I've only got one copy. Carole King is $19.99. The Dictators, this is music on vinyl, limited and numbered on white vinyl, $19.99. A lot of these are, the first two records are pretty much half off new vinyl. Carole King and The Dictators, both are $19.99. Testament, live at Dynamo, $19.97. This is a fairly new release. We've just got a couple left, and that is Testament, live, $19.97. That is $19.99. And STP, if this isn't an instant seller, I'll be surprised. Stone Temple Pilots Core, I've only got one copy. I found one stray copy from back in July, $19.99. And I've got only one stray copy of Megadeth, Dystopia. Megadeth is $19.99. First sale of the night goes to Fred Carnell for The Dictators. That is Fred Carnell, The Dictators, and that was called Blood Brothers. That's the first sale of the night. That is sold to Fred Carnell for $19.99. Brent Robley was second. Brian Arrigo first on STP. Brian Arrigo first on STP. That is Stone Temple Pilots. Michelle Miller was second, and Brandon Jackson first on Megadeth. Kevin Jordan second on Megadeth. Brent Robley third on Megadeth. Fred Carnell fourth on Megadeth. Ron Duffield fifth on Megadeth. Let's go ahead and get a Rolling Stones bootleg started. This one is called, well, this has kind of a dirty word in it, so I'm just going to show it to you. I don't want to have to say this 10 times over and over. It's the Rolling Stones, and there's the name of it. Not really a dirty word, but I don't want to have to say that over and over live here on Facebook, so that's the name of it, Ed. The Rolling Stones have got to get dirty. All right, so this is EX condition. This is a $55 start. This is the Rolling Stones, and that's the name of it. It's a $55 start, and this is studio sessions from 1970. There's also some tracks of Eric Clapton from 1970. Welcome to New York Bootleg, a.k.a. Con La Me La Crime and Medley. Wow, there's a lot of different stuff on here. So this is a $55 start. Bill Samus is already in. That is our first auction of the night. That is the Rolling Stones $55 start. Jackson Browne, this is a fairly new release too. It's a remaster of his debut first album, 1999 on Jackson Browne. And we have Bob Dylan, almost half off, the soundtrack to the concert film. This is called Bob Dylan Shadow Kingdom. That's 1999. And the Dixie Chicks, Wide Open Spaces. The Dixie Chicks is now just 1999. All right, let's get our first autographs going of the night. As well, I have an autographed David Lindley album. This is called David Lindley El Rayo X. It's autographed by David Lindley. Thank you. We do have some Chris Stapleton. I'll show the Chris Stapleton we have in 1 second. David Lindley is not, I repeat, not JSA authenticated, but as y'all know, we had the Jackson Browne, David Lindley signed albums, and those were JSA authenticated. And those came from the same place, Dale's Pittsburgh Collection. Without a doubt, this is an authentic signature. It's also a very nice LP, El Rayo X, near mint minus, original inner sleeve, autographed on the front very nicely by David Lindley. That is a $35 start. $35 start for that. I think the only Chris Stapleton album we have in stock is his album Starting Over, and it's $42.99. That's the only Chris Stapleton we have in stock. Back up to the top, we had a $55 bid on the Rolling Stones, then another $55 bid. Matt Shirley bid $60. Michael Potts put J-A-N, and I think that was for Jackson Brown. Is that right, Michael Potts? If so, Jackson Brown is sold to Michael Potts, J-A-N. And that's probably what that was for. And then Craig gets the Bob Dylan, BD for Bob Dylan. That's sold to Craig. And then Michelle Miller on the Dixie Chicks, DC. So Michael Potts, Craig, and Michelle Miller on those. Looks like Brent was second on the Bob Dylan. Michael Potts did want the Jackson Brown. Alex next on Dixie Chicks. Also Calvin Ward and Johnny Williams. And then Preston Denny says he'll take the Chris Stapleton at $42.99. So, Ed, that was $42.99. Those are all $19.99. Yes, everything in this bin, including this one, well over half off. The Muppet Movie. This is on Scooter Yellow Vinyl, the Muppet Movie original soundtrack recording. That was originally $43.99. Now that's $19.99. And the Polar Express, first time on vinyl, it says, but they've been pressing it for a few years, but it was the first time on vinyl. Polar Express soundtrack, $19.99. I really shouldn't have put that on sale, but I'm about to reorder a bunch of new Christmas vinyl. I hadn't really even shown or promoted hardly anything new Christmas vinyl. It's definitely that time of year, so I'm going to go ahead and sell that one, and then we'll have some more very soon. Also, Ice Age. We have Polar Express and the Ice Age soundtrack. That's a picture disc, $19.99. So the Dixie Chicks, Ed, the Dixie Chicks went to Michelle Miller. That is sold for $19.99 to Michelle Miller. And then Preston on the Chris Stapleton. Ken Crooker got the Muppets. That's sold to Ken Crooker, the Muppets. And Chris B. Jack was second. Michelle Miller third. Jack Hewitt fourth. Alex Rifle fifth. Kristen Seam on the Polar Express. That's sold to Kristen Seam. And Michelle Miller also got the Ice Age. Michelle Miller also got the Ice Age. Okay, so update on the Rolling Stones. Final call, $60 to Matt Shirley. That is the Rolling Stones. Vintage bootleg, $60 on that. Going twice, going three times. I'm about to sell it. That's at $60. That's at $60. It's with Matt Shirley. And final call to get a bid in on the David Lindley signature. David Lindley, no bid yet. We're looking for a $35 start. Final call to get a bid in on that. Final call to get a bid on that. Bill Samus is back in on the Stones. Continuing with $19.99. The Dr. No soundtrack from the Capitol Vaults, the first James Bond movie. This is the soundtrack. Very cool Sean Connery cover. That's new and sealed. Everything in here is new and sealed. If you're just hopping on, $19.99. Even U2, No Line on the Horizon, the 10th anniversary remaster. That's 2 LPs, U2 for just $19.99. U2's $19.99. And so is Bleach, the original soundtrack, volumes 1 and 2, the TV animation Bleach original soundtrack on blue vinyl, just $19.99 on that. Bill Samus is at $65 on the Stones. So Matt Shirley, you've been outbid. We have Wolves Council on No, and that's Dr. No. That's sold to Wolves Council, $19.99. Brent Ribley has bid on the David Lindley signature. David Lindley's now at $35, going twice, going three times to Brent Ribley, and this is autographed by David Lindley. Final call on that. JK, Jadranko Karvuka. That is the first, and maybe, I may say that name again, but right now we'll know him as JK. JK, $99. Chris B. Jack was second. So that's sold to JK. Chris was second. Eddie Lau, you were second on Dr. No. Greg Tape is going to get the Bleach soundtrack. Bleach is sold to Greg Tape, so those are sold and sold. There's no Anthrax, but there's a Testament record. We still got both Testament. These are on colored vinyl, by the way. This is Testament Live, 1997. Single LP, gatefold, $19.99 on that. Greg Tape got the Bleach soundtrack. That's sold to Greg Tape. David Lindley, 37, 40, 39, 43. And I'm going to do another final call now. The new high bidder on the Rolling Stones, Bill Samus, has that for $65. And Matt Shirley, you're out. And if I don't think Brent was bidding, but if you are, it's a final call. We have both Testaments sold. We have Testament sold to Debbie Perdidez, and we got one sold to Kelly Cook. So those are both sold. And we have one more, Carole King. That's that was the first record I showed, and right now it's the only record that's left, Carole King, Home Again. If you're just hopping on, if you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button on Facebook. That really helps us out. We had a lot of viewers last night because I think the post had over 100 likes. That's really good. If we can get over 100 likes on the post, that really bumps it up, and especially the more you comment, that helps. So, and also if you're on YouTube, same thing. Make sure you hit the like button on YouTube. That really helps us out. This is our first 2 auctions of the night, so you hadn't missed anything there. And kind of Cyber Monday, Black Wednesday, Black Friday sales are continuing. We've almost went through all of our new vinyl inventory, but we're not done. We've got another full night of it tonight and probably tomorrow, and we still got all these new vintage arrivals that we hadn't been through yet. So lots of stuff to go through. So Ed's already tagged them, but the 2 Testament records went to Debbie and Kelly. We have a new bid on David Lindley for $50. And Webster Vance needs to put back Ministry, Psalm 69 from last night. Ed, if you want to make a note of that. Matt's out on the Rolling Stones. Christopher Morris is going to get the Carole King. That is sold to Christopher Morris. The David Lindley is now at 55 with Brent Robley. And William Lee Murray, you were third on Testament, only had 1. Paul, you were second on Carole King, only had 1. So we have, this is sold then. The Rolling Stones, this is sold to Bill Sammis for $65. That's sold to Bill Sammis for $65. Before I can continue with the 1999, let me put up another Rolling Stones. We're going to try to finish these off tonight. This is a Rolling Stones Live Unofficial. It's a compilation of their TV broadcast. It's got from 1964 to 1966. So this is a live unofficial compilation, $35 start. The Rolling Stones, it's a TV compilation, 20 tracks, bootleg, $35 start. It's a compilation of some of their live TV performances, and it's near mint minus. That's the Rolling Stones, $35. David Lindley is at 55 with Brent Robley. He's the high bidder on the autographed David Lindley. El Rayo X, that is at $55. That's going once, going twice. Continuing with the 1999, we have Hercules. Disney Picture Disc Hercules, $19.99 for Hercules. I've got some Disney soundtracks in here marked down. Also, Boogie Down Productions, By All Means Necessary, $19.99. That's half off. Music on vinyl, Boogie Down Productions, $19.99. And I have the Pocahontas soundtrack. These are all Disney Picture Disc. There's Pocahontas. We had Hercules, Boogie Down Productions. And we had this last night, the Picard soundtrack. Not, like I said, it took us forever to finally get this, and then I had a few extras, and I have not been able to sell them, so we're going to make them more than half off. Picard, colored vinyl, and actually we had one last night, and there were 2 other people who wanted it. So if those people are watching now, hopefully they are. I found 2 more. I'm telling you, the more I go through this new vinyl, the more and more stuff, I find more duplicates. But I'd say by the end of the week, we're probably going to go through every new LP we have, and it's probably going to be on sale, except for our newest new stuff. You know, stuff from November, especially mid-November. All that new, brand new stuff is going to be sticker price. But we're going to go through everything from this past year that's still in stock, and it's going to be all marked down. New bid on David Lindley for $60. We have a bid on the Rolling Stones for $35. Joe Barrios is first on the Boogie Down Productions. That's sold to Joe Barrios. Edwin bid $40 on the Rolling Stones. Josie, you were second on Boogie. Rich Shockley on the Picard soundtrack, and David Howard on the Picard soundtrack. So Rich and David on the Picard soundtracks. Sorry, Ed. I'll start throwing these at you. Rich Shockley on the Picard, David Howard on Picard. Debbie wants the P picture disc. That's the Pocahontas. That is sold to Debbie Winstead. It looks like Paul Brothers. You was a close second. So there's Pocahontas to Debbie. David Lindley's at 65. There's Hercules. It's still available. The name of the Rolling Stones, I don't know if it has a name. It actually says Olympia, Paris, April 17th, 1965, but it's actually a compilation from all kinds of different stuff. I don't know if it actually has a name. Let's see what the label says. Olympia, Paris, but not, that's just the title, I guess, but it's not actually that concert. There is some stuff from that concert. Actually, the first 12 tracks are from Olympia, Paris, 1965, and then there's other various stuff. And I think what's on the jacket, it looks like it's pretty accurate. Okay, continuing with 1999. By the way, the high bid on that is with Edwin Blom at $60. So if you want to outbid him, you've $40. Josie was at $35. Edwin's at $40. Let's see. What's next? The Psycho. This is the Bernard Herrmann soundtrack. Psycho. It's on colored vinyl, $19.99. Paul Brothers gets the Hercules. That's sold to Paul Brothers. And I've got 3 copies of U2, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb. How to Dismantle Atomic Bomb. I've got 3 copies of it, new and sealed. These are originally $33.99. Now they're $19.99. I've also got 3 copies of In the Fade soundtrack. The music by this is done by Josh Homme. It's a limited edition, music on vinyl, numbered and colored. Numbered and colored, In the Fade, Josh Homme. That is limited numbered colored vinyl from Music on Vinyl. Okay, back up to the top. We pulled Hercules. Let me see the Lindley again. This is an autographed copy of David Lindley. It's a very nice signature, not personalized. The jacket's also very nice. Just a light little stress crease right here. But as you can tell, it is very nice. David Lindley, El Rayo X. Also, the vinyls, near bit minus, original inner sleeve. And the last bid I had on that was 65 with Brent Robley. Carol Puckett bid 42 on the Rolling Stones. Joe Barrios gets a U2. So does J.K. and Kara Bauer. So Joe Barrios, J.K. and Kara Bauer on U2. Joe Barrios, J.K. and Kara Bauer. That was the first 3 people. Chris Gardner, you were 4th. Edwin was 5th. Jeff Topping was 6th. This is the first crate. Yes, this is the first crate. Henry Pardides put audio. Now, what was audio? Was that something I missed maybe? And Boontar, you were 7th on U2. So there's In the Fade soundtrack. Weird, the Al Yankovic story. More than half off. Pink vinyl, 46 tracks, just $19.99. Also, Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow, fairly new release, produced by George Martin, $19.99. And Boingo, we had a copy of this last night. Here's another one. Boingo, Oingo Boingo, Boingo. Limited edition, $19.99. $19.99. Okay, so final call on David Lindley. Final call. Brent Robley has that for $65. And Edwin's out on the Rolling Stones. That means Carol Puckett has this for $42. Carol Puckett, that's a final call to Carol Puckett, $42. If anybody wants to bid, now's the time. First to Weird Al was Michelle Miller. Al. That's sold to Michelle Miller. Ed? Almost called you Jeff. $19.99. Michelle Miller. Brandon Jackson was 2nd. James Cohorn 3rd. Rob Scheffler 4th. Anthony Gray 5th. Jerry Stone first to the Jeff Beck. Bill Samus 2nd. And Bootar gets Oingo Boingo. All right. So, Fred, I think you got one last night, and Richard Bedford, it's already sold. Next record, very quickly, more Halloween nuggets, Hunted Underground Classics. But you can listen to this any time of the year, because what it is, it's rare, like 60s, spooky garage rock tracks. So that is on purple vinyl, by the way, $19.99. More Halloween nuggets. I've got 2 copies of it. All right, Rolling Stones, we got to move on. This is sold to Carol Puckett for $42. That's sold to Carol Puckett for $42. And I'm grabbing the David Lindley. I'm making sure everybody was done bidding. I think they were. No one else has been. David Lindley. It is being sold right now. Done. Brent Robley, $65. Colin Butler gets a Halloween, and so does Michelle Miller. So while Ed's tagging, I'm going to grab our next auction. So I've got autographs. I've got more stuff from Dale's collection, authenticated and not authenticated. So the David Lindley, like I said, we had the ones with the Jackson Browne authenticated, and that would kind of go ahead and let us know that those were real too. Of course, we knew they were real, but I've got another David Lindley to run. So I've got another David Lindley to run. I'm going to try to get back into some more of the Eric Burdens, the Steve Millers, the Joe Cockers, the John Mayalls tonight. Try to finish out showing those, because I've got a lot that you haven't seen. Some like really good titles signed by those people, some of their more popular albums. And then I've got some of that stuff that I showed a moment ago. All this new sale vinyl. Once again, another great sale. So here's the Rolling Stones. This is rare alternative mixes and unofficial and colored vinyl. So this is rare alternative mixes of the Rolling Stones. And I think it is songs from the Let It Bleed era. That's why it has a Let It Bleed looking maybe like Spanish jacket. So it's on colored vinyl. It's a $45 start. It's also got some blue and black swirl kind of going on in there. So that's colored vinyl, and that's rare and alternate tracks. There's a track listing. Gimme Shelter's on here. Alternate mix with Keith Richards on vocals. Wow. I've never heard that one before. Honky Tonk Women, early rough mix, etc. So There's the Stones, $45 start. $45 start. Let me see what I've got over here in this new autograph bin. Let's go ahead and get started with this one. 100, and this one's been difficult for me to price lately. I'm going to go ahead and say 145 on it. One, it's a really cool box set. It's Bo Diddley, and it's signed. Thanks, Bo Diddley, 1990, JSA authenticated. It's a very nice signature on a very cool box set. $145 start. That's signed by Bo Diddley. And that's the Chess box set, 3 LP, 24-page booklet, 45 songs, and it's all mint. It's all very nice. The box is very nice too. Bo Diddley's $145 start. Now up for bid. The Rolling Stones is at 45, 45, 55, 58. So that's where we're at on the Stones. Continuing with 1999. Halloween Nuggets Volume 1. 21 tracks, orange vinyl. That's Volume 1. We just sold Volume 2. There's Volume 1, 1999. Also Prince. This one's called Come. 1958, 1993 is what it says on the spine. Come Get Wild, Peace, Prince, features Let It Go and Dark. I've only got one copy, 1999. I've got 2 copies of Loretta Lynn Icon. That's a Loretta Lynn greatest hits. Blue Kentucky Girl, You Ain't Woman Enough to Take My Man, etc., etc. It's Loretta Lynn's greatest hits, 1999. And I've also got 2 copies of Turnpike Troubadours, A Cat in the Rain, fairly new release on indie exclusive tan vinyl, 1999. All right, so the Rolling Stones, we was at 58. Then we were at 65 with Brent Robley. Colin Butler first to the Halloween Nuggets to Colin Butler. Michelle Miller was second. Chris Bijak got the Prince. That's sold to Chris Bijak. Fred Cardinale, you were third on Halloween. Debbie Winstead, you were second on Prince. Chris Gardner, third on Prince. The Rolling Stone 60. The Rolling Stone 66. Brent Robley on Turnpike Troubadours. Scott Smith on Turnpike Troubadours. And in between that, Paul Brothers wanted a Loretta Lynn. So Brent got a Turnpike. So did Scott Smith. And Paul Brothers got a Loretta Lynn. One Loretta Lynn left. Randy Davis, you were third on the Turnpike Troubadours. And the last album in here is U2, Songs of Experience on blue vinyl, 1999. 1999. Yes, this is the only 1999 bin tonight. We've still got 2 $29.99 bins that we never have been through, and I've added to them. I've restocked the $24.99 bin, and I still got the $34.99 records. And I know that may sound $34.99, that's not really a blowout, but it is when they were $50 and $60 records, or it's some really good titles like Extreme that we always sell for $39.99, and I've got some marked $34, some stuff like that marked $29, just to go ahead and get them sold. So those are coming up very soon. Bo Diddley, final call to get a bid in for $145. Bo Diddley, final call, $145. Next is Brent, bid $67 on the Stones. Christopher Morris is going to take that last Loretta Lynn, and JK got the U2. Michael Potts, you were second. Edwin bid $70 on the Rolling Stones. We have Outback, Burger King. Did I say something about restaurants? Brent Robley bid $73 on the Rolling Stones. And we have, okay. So here's the only thing that's left. The Psycho soundtrack on red vinyl and In the Fade. Now, the reason we have these is because Doug ordered this. And we have 3 because he ordered 2, one for him and one to sell, and I didn't know he was ordering it, and I thought he told me to, and I ordered 2, one for him and one to sell. So this was an order for Doug, and we essentially have all 3 of them still left, the extra order, the accidental order, and then the one extra. So I can go ahead and call this a Doug recommendation. So if anybody would like to buy the In the Fade music by Josh Homme, I've got 3 left below our cost for $19.99. I've got 3 left. Edwin bid $75 on the Stones, and we have Thomas Hujar is going to take an In the Fade. So there's In the Fade. I've got 1 Psycho soundtrack left. Let's go ahead and go through another bin of new vinyl discounts. So late last night, see, it got later and later because we did this almost to midnight last night. We were live for just a little under 5 hours last night. And one of the best bins we went through was the $34.99 crate. And I think I'm going to go ahead and go through that now. I'm going to go to the top crate. I was doing it in increments, 19, 24. Then we got to the 29. By the time I got to some of the 34 stuff, it was late and y'all missed out on some deals because I've already shown a couple things in here, but there was some stuff in here we had multiple copies of. So, all right. I'm going to go ahead and make Bo Diddley a buy it now, 145. 145 on Bo Diddley. If anybody wants that, it's now a buy it now. Update on the Rolling Stones. Edwin Blom has it for $75. Bootleg, clear vinyl, alternate takes and songs from around the Let It Bleed era. The high bid is $75. Let me grab a new autograph. Bo Diddley's 145 if anybody wants that. Fred Carnell's going to get it. Let me grab Paul Brothers, a In the Fade. One left, In the Fade soundtrack. There is Paul Brothers. Fred Carnell is going to get the Bo Diddley. Nice pickup there, 145. I think the cheapest active autograph of his on eBay with authentication was around $300. So, but that's about what they bring, is around what that one just sold for. So nice pickup there. Next autograph is going to be, let's see what we got here. Actually, let me go ahead and do this. So this is not JSA authenticated, but we've had several of his signatures. This is autographed by Ronnie Lane. This is a very unique compilation. It's called Gems from NIMS. It has music by Small Faces. That's why Ronnie Lane autographed it. It also has music from The Nice, Amen Corner, Black Sabbath, Paranoid, more stuff by Small Faces, and Humble Pie. The vinyl's near mint minus. It's very scarce because look at this. Only 13 have it in their Discogs. Only 13 people. Unfortunately, 0 people have it in their want list. But probably a lot of people don't know it exists. And there's none for sale in the United States. It's a promotional record, Gems from NIMS, and it has tracks by Small Faces, Black Sabbath, Humble Pie. It's autographed by the bass player of Small Faces, Ronnie Lane. This one's not authenticated. Of course, I'll guarantee it to be. We've had several by Ronnie Lane. $35 start. $35 start on that. This bin is $34.99. This bin is $34.99. By the way, Fred, I just saw your question about Bo Diddley. Bo Diddley was near mint. Bo Diddley's near mint, and Brent is the new high bidder on the Rolling Stones at $77. New bid on the Rolling Stones for $77. $34.99. First is Stevie Ray Vaughan, $10 off. This is Stevie Ray Vaughan Soul to Soul, limited edition 1500 on blue marbled vinyl. This was that new reissue. Low number here, 67. Blue vinyl, Stevie Ray Vaughan, $34.99. Also, here's the Extreme album I was talking about. Porno Graffiti, $34.99. They're usually $39.99, so $5 off, but I have never, ever marked one of those down. $34.99 for Extreme. I've got 2 copies. This is $15 off, U2. Now $34.99. This is U2, the best of U2 1990 to 2000. It's a 2 LP. Originally $49.99, now it's $34.99. Fred Carnell wants an SRV. Mark Querum wants an SRV. I've got 1 SRV left. JK wants a U2. Michelle Miller wants an Extreme. So there's Stevie Ray Vaughan for Fred. Mark Querum got a Stevie Ray Vaughan. JK gets a U2. Let's go ahead and pull an Extreme for Michelle Miller. And Paul Brothers gets a U2. 1 U2 left, 1 Extreme left, and 1 Stevie Ray Vaughan left. Singles of all those. Now, I sold several of these, but I think I have a few extras because they either didn't get paid for or they were put back. Elton John, the Lion King soundtrack, also score music by Hans Zimmer, $34.99, and these are Disney UK imports. They're very well made. If you saw earlier, we had picture disc, and pretty much the only Disney music being pressed in the United States is on picture disc. In the UK, they've been pressing these very high quality colored vinyl Lion King soundtracks. Also, we have a couple more in here that I'm about to show next. High quality Disney soundtracks, and of course this is the Lion King, and this is $34.99. They were $49.99, and those are UK imports. So that's why they're a little bit more pricey, but they are very well made. It's not being pressed in the United States, and of course that's an Elton John soundtrack. He did some of the music for the Lion King. SRV, U2, U2, U2. The Rolling Stones is at 80. We still got 3 bidders on this Rolling Stones bootleg. 3 bidders. Now, a final call to get a bid in on the Ronnie Lane. I'm about to make that a buy it now. No bid. We're looking for a $35 start. Greg Preston is going to get the last SRV. Ed, that is sold to Greg Preston. Everything in this bin is $34.99. Michelle Miller is going to get a Lion King. That's sold to Michelle Miller. Lion King sold to Michelle Miller. James Ludwig is going to get that last U2. That is sold to James Ludwig. That's the YouTube best of 1990 to 2000. Preston Denny on a Lion King. How much is Extreme? Extreme is $34.99. It's my last copy, $34.99. The Rolling Stones is now at 83. Scott Drum is going to get a copy of the Lion King. There's one left. One copy of the Lion King left. No longer. Holly Safe gets the last one. Lion King sold out. Only one copy of Extreme left. This is the other Disney. Cars. I've only got one of these. $20 off the Cars soundtrack on red vinyl, $34.99. $34.99 on the Cars. And we have Toy Story. Only one copy of Toy Story. This is $20 off red vinyl, Toy Story soundtrack. And that, like I said, that's the only way you can get those, are in those very nice UK imports. Okay, so the last two Lion Kings went to Scott Drum and Holly Safe. Holly's also going to get that last copy of Extreme. The Rolling Stones is now at 85, now 90. And Michelle Miller is going to get the last two Disney soundtracks, Cars and Toy Story. Those are both sold to Michelle Miller. Let's go ahead and make the Ronnie Lane a buy it now, $35 buy it now on the Ronnie Lane. Gems from NIMS, autographed by Ronnie Lane. Tracks from Black Sabbath, Nice, Small Faces, and Humble Pie. That's a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants that. If anybody wants that. So we had the Rolling Stones, 85-90. The last two Disney soundtracks went to Michelle and Michelle. And then Preston was next on Toy Story. So was Travis Wade. $91 on the Rolling Stones. Preston, you were next on the Rolling Stones. Mark Shelton next on Lion King. The Stones is now at 100. And Stacy Metternich is going to get the NIMS for $35. Michelle, and Ed. Extreme went to Holly Safe, and the last two, the Lion Kings, those went to Holly Safe as well, and Scott Drum. So Holly Safe, and Scott Drum, and I'm going to grab our next autograph. Actually, it's not an autograph. It's a sealed MoFi pressing of the band. This is the band, MoFi, self-titled, $85 start. The cheapest sealed MoFi on Discogs, I think, was around $145. I'm starting this one at $85. It is sealed, perfectly sealed, numbered 4548, MoFi. This is sealed, perfect. The band, self-titled, $85 start on that. $85 start on that. The newest highest bid on the Rolling Stones was $91 with Edwin. Then Bill Samus bid $100. Then Brent Robley bid $105. The band's at $85, and now the band's at $85. So the Stones is at $105, and the band just got a bid for $85. And then Ed, the NIMS soundtrack, that sold to Stacy for $35. And the last two Lion Kings were Holly Safe and Scott Drum, if you needed that. Holly Safe and Scott Drum. And Stacy Metternich got the NIMS. Okay, so there's our two newest auctions. I guess I'm going to continue with $34.99 stuff. $35 on that. Yeah, $35 on that. Pete's out on the band. Brent has it for $85, and Bill Samus has the Stones for $110. We showed this last record late last night. That's the only reason it didn't sell out. So here it is, Kiss Alive. We have 4 copies left, $10 off, $34.99. There is no reason for this to be on sale. That's always a really good title for us to have in stock. 4 copies, $34.99 for Kiss Alive. Also, a Perfect Circle, $12 off. Mer de Noms, Perfect Circle, $34.99 on the Perfect Circle. And we have 2 copies of the new release from Tom Petty. First time it had been reissued in a long time. That is Mojo. Mojo's on red vinyl. 2 LPs pressed on ruby red colored vinyl. That is $5 off, $34.99. That came out just about a month ago. Last 2 copies I have left for Mojo, $34.99. All right, so the Rolling Stones, $110. The Rolling Stones, $116. Mark Shelton bid $90 on the band. Mark Shelton bid $90 on the band. And we have Edwin out. So that's between Bill and Brent now. And now here are the Kiss Alive claims. The Life of Ross 92. You must be a first-time buyer. If you are, I need to get your information. Let me find that link to our website. Usually Tanner has that saved somewhere, Ed. Let me try to pull that up. If you're a first-time buyer, do you have Facebook? That would save me a lot of time right now. We just need to get your contact information. So we have a link on our website, but also if you have a Facebook, please send us a message, and that's The Life of Ross 92. I think he was waiting on that. That's $34.99. Paul Brothers also gets one. So does Clay Moore and Mark Quarum. So that was the first 4, and that was the only 4 I had. So Life of Ross, 92. Paul Brothers, Clay Moore, and Mark Quarum. Those are all gone for $34.99. Holly Safe was next. Jerry Stone was 5th. Brent Robley bid 95 on the band. New bid on the band for 95. New bid on the Stones for 125. And now Bob Riger was first to APC, A Perfect Circle. A Perfect Circle. That is sold to Bob Riger. APC, A Perfect Circle. The Kiss albums. Paul Brothers, Clay Moore, and Mark Quarum. Paul Brothers, Clay Moore, Mark Quarum. And The Life of Ross, 92, if you got that one. So, yes, The Life of Ross, 92. Yeah, new buyer. Paul Brothers, Clay Moore, and Mark Quarum. And then Perfect Circle sold to Bob Riger. Fred Cardinal was second. And then the 2 Mojos are sold to Patrick Carter and also Paul Brothers. So I can send you a message on Facebook. That would be great. Let me update everybody on the Rolling Stones. New high bidder, Brent Robley at $135. And then the band, Sealed MoFi, just so we know where we're at, Brent Robley has that for $95. The band, Sealed MoFi, $95. Brent also has the Stones for $135. So, Ed, the Perfect Circle was sold to Bob Riger. That's sold to Bob Riger. And then Fred Cardinal and Patrick Carter on Mojo. So, Paul Brothers, next. Paul Brothers, you were 3rd on Mojo. Michelle 4th. Richard Baker 5th. And I think we're called up. Testament, 1 copy left. $10 off. $34.99. Testament, Souls of Black, music on vinyl, $34.99. I've only got 1 copy. We showed that last night. I think there were 2 or 3. That's the last copy. And the new Extreme album. And I was like, wow, we've got to show this again last night. Extreme 6, red vinyl, 2 LP, $10 off, $34.99. $34.99. Testament, that is sold to John Martinez. John Martinez was first on that. John Martinez on Testament. Also Sean Mankell and J.K. So that's Testament. Mark Shelton just bid 100 on the band. Do we have an out on the Rolling Stones from Bill Sammis? Bill Sammis is out. So the Rolling Stones is a final call to Brent Robley at $135. The Let It Bleed outtakes alternative versions. Brent Robley, $135. Also, Mark Shelton has the band for $100. John Martinez got the Testament. Sean Mankell 2nd. J.K. 3rd. Nirvana Unplugged, the 2 LP edition. $5 off. Nirvana Unplugged, $34.99. This is the 2 LP version. 2 LP version. Sounds very, very nice. Quiet Riot, Metal Health, originally $44.99. Music on vinyl pressing, $10 off. $34.99 for Quiet Riot, Metal Health. Nirvana sold to Holly Safe. I've got 2 left. We also got one going to Michelle Miller. This is also going to Michelle Miller. And Brent Robley's the new high bidder on the band at $105. And I'm going to pause there and go ahead and sell the Rolling Stones so we can put up a new auction. The Rolling Stones is sold to Brent Robley for $135, Ed. $135. And we've already tagged the Nirvanas. The band is at $105. Mark Shelton, you're out. Let me see what I've got over here in my autograph department. Let's do a John Mayall that I don't know if let me find one maybe we hadn't put up before. One that I think is more of his like well-known albums, like this one right here, USA Union. Had this come through quite often. It's always was a big seller when it originally came out. This is John Mayall. USA Union, $55 start. This is JSA authenticated, nice gatefold. It is signed, autographed, whichever word you prefer. I think actually the proper word is signed when you're looking up stuff like online. If you type in autograph, it really narrows it down. You may limit yourself if you're ever looking up autographs. So this is John Mayall, USA Union. This is the red Polydor label, very clean copy, very nice jacket. $55 start. $55 start. It has one punch hole right here. Pretty much, I wouldn't say unnoticeable, but it doesn't really affect it too much. Signed by John Mayall. $55 start. That's up for bid. All right, so the band was at $105. Darren Wortman got a Quiet Riot, and Fred Cardinal got an Unplugged. That is sold. Those are both sold. There's only one Quiet Riot left for $34.99, and we still got Extreme. Next is The Cure. The Show, the 30th anniversary edition. And when this came out back in September, it was a big release because the originals were hundreds of dollars. $34.99, 2 LP, 30th anniversary edition. remastered by Robert Smith. We have 2 of those for $34.99. And if you missed this when it came out on Record Store Day, they did repress it. I've got a few extras because I had some canceled orders. But this is Macho Man Randy Savage, Be a Man, orange vinyl, $34.99, which is $10 off. $34.99 on Macho Man Randy Savage. Okay, we have an out on the band. Final call. Brent Ribley has that for $105. Sealed MoFi copy, $105. New bid on John Mayall for $55. So Tony Murphy's in at $55. Mark Shelton on The Cure and Zachary P. on The Cure. So Mark Shelton and Zachary P. on The Cure. Those are both sold. $34.99, $34.99. Fred Carnell, you were 4th. And Holly Safe, you were 5th. 3 copies. I think I sold 3 last night. I've got 5 copies left. Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier. Maybe I didn't sell any. I can't really remember now. Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier, $34.99. $34.99. That's $10 off. That's a 2 LP gatefold of Iron Maiden, The Final Frontier. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, I have 5 of those. $34.99. Only 1 copy of Rush, $12 off. A show of hands. 2 LP live Rush. I like this recording. Of course, I'm a Rush fan. Ed would probably agree with you. I've been forcing everybody to listen to Rush. So when I come to the store, I walk over to the iPad and I usually put on a Rush album. I crank up the volume and everybody that's working in here for the next 5 hours is forced to listen to Rush at high volume. So Ed says he likes it. I think everybody likes it. I think John's never said he likes it, but I think everybody enjoys it. But if you work here and it's a day that we're closed, you're going to be forced to listen to Rush at high volumes. And Yes, and Led Zeppelin, and what else was yesterday? Alice in Chains. I think we listened to 3 Alice in Chains albums at full volume here. So if you work at Coletco, your working environment is going to be loud music. So that is that's a perk of working here. Okay, John Mayall, that's a final call to Tony Murphy for $55. We pulled the Cures and now the Iron Maidens. We have 1 to James Ludwig, 1 to Greg Neal, 1 to Holly Safe, 1 to Greg Preston, 1 to Sean Drew. And I think that was the first 5. I have James Ludwig, Greg Neal, Holly Safe, Greg Preston, and Sean Drew. And Ed, those are all $34.99. They're sold out. Next was JK and then Josie Sinkbell. Wow, train. We hadn't had a train come through in a while. Train's coming through. So JK, Joseph Singbell, Edwin Blom on the Rush. Edwin got the Rush. Christopher Morris second. Christopher Morris, you were second on Rush. Paul Brothers on a Macho Man Randy Savage. Macho Man Randy Savage. And we have, I think we're caught up. The names of the Iron Maiden. Greg Neal, Holly Safe, Greg Preston. Greg Preston was 3rd. Sean Druin was 4th. And JK was 5th. And sorry that I don't say their full name, but you know I'm not going to try to say JK's too many times. Tony Murphy, I'm going to go ahead and sell this to you for $55. Very nice. That is sold to you for $55. And just, Ed, let me know when you need those other names. I will let you know because I'm going to go ahead and start introducing the next auctions. The John Mayall's, Tony Murphy's at $55. So next is going to be a pretty rare record, in my opinion. We just sold 1 band record. The last one of these sold on Discogs was in 2018. None active. And the last sold was 2018. I had never seen it before. This is an original pressing of the band Jubilation. It's actually on purple marbled vinyl from 1998. It is sealed. This is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. $175 start. It's a sealed copy of the band Jubilation. It's actually on purple marbled vinyl. It's the only pressing from 1998. USOG sealed, $175. And the last time one sold on Discogs was 2018. Next Rolling Stones record is a 1983 German compilation. A 1983 German compilation, near mint minus, $25 start. $25 start. $25 start. And we have the Rolling Stones. Wow, that's very nice German vinyl. That's a German compilation. Let's see, track 1, naming off a few tracks. Honky Tonk Women, Gimme Shelter, Street Fighting Man, Carol, Sympathy for the Devil. That looks like a very nice German compilation. So 175 on the band, 25 on the Stones, not the Scones. Last two records in here is Boingo. Boingo, music on vinyl, $34.99 for Boingo, $34.99. Okay, so that was our crate of $34.99 stuff. It just got wiped out. Here's what's left. Everything in here is on sale for $34.99. First, Extreme 6, 2LP red vinyl, $34.99. That's Extreme 6. One copy of Quiet Right left, Metal Health, $34.99. Two copies of Macho Man left, and two copies of Boingo left. Those are all $34.99. $34.99. You have not missed Stevie Nicks. Scott Vanek, I will add that to your invoice tonight. So I was going to make a post. I'm going to say it live now here, and then I did last night, and it really helped me this morning when I was working on messages. I'll say it again. If you have an invoice correction, Tanner's on his honeymoon in Jamaica, so he was actually working this morning. We FaceTimed, and he helped me. He actually was showing me how to change sales tax for people, because I don't even know half of the stuff he does when he comes to fixing all these invoices. So that's why I've got him on staff, though, because he takes care of all of it. So when he's out of town, I've got to take care of it, and Ed and Doug. If you have an invoice correction you need, make sure you send us a message. If we haven't replied to you in a while, this really helped me out yesterday. This really helped me out yesterday. If you could just hit the period button and hit send, or hit bump, if you could hit bump or something like that, that really helps me out, because that will bump up your message, and that tells me that we haven't replied to you. But also give us a day or two. I'm not talking about if you sent something last night. But this morning, I worked on messages for about 3 hours. So some of y'all I was talking to this morning, we had a lot of stuff I took care of this morning, and I'll do that again after the sale tonight, and probably again early in the morning. So if you have anything you need corrected on, let me know. But I think we're pretty good. I haven't seen a lot of new messages. So just hit bump, send a period, question mark, something like that, and that's what we'll do. We'll fix it for you. Okay. The Stones 25, the Stones 26, the Stones 30, Stones 31. So that was what was left with the $34.99 stuff. I'm going to put it over here with the $19.99 stuff. We're emptying out some crates already. This next stuff, we're going to go down $10. We're going to go down $10 to $24.99. Let's go ahead and make the band a $175 buy it now. The band Jubilation, buy it now for $175, sealed, 1998 OG, first and only pressing on purple vinyl. Buy it now for $175. $175. The band Jubilation, $175 on that. All right, Eddie Manning has the Stones for $31. Let me see what I've got over here in our autographs. Let's do a Steve Miller band. Let's do a Steve Miller band. Not that one. I think this one is really cool. I think this may be one of the more iconic albums we have left from Steve Miller, and it's signed Fly Like an Eagle. $155 start, JSA authenticated, Steve Miller, Fly Like an Eagle. I think this is one of the more iconic albums we have left in his discography. Fly Like an Eagle. Autographed by Steve Miller and silver paint pen, $155 start. The actual LP itself, not bad. First time looking at it. It looks like a foreign pressing. It is a, where is this from? No, maybe it's just a, I don't know what that is. Very interesting looking label though. Autographed by Steve Miller, Fly. What a very cool album to have signed. His classic album, Fly Like an Eagle. JSA authenticated, $155. Didn't even tell y'all I had that coming tonight, but there it is. Okay, Rolling Stones is at $35, and we have a bid on Steve Miller for $155. So the Rolling Stones is at $35, and Steve Miller is at $155. This bin is $24.99, Ed. I'm changing it up on you. $24.99. Everything in here is $24.99. First is Ministry, Twitch. There's some stuff, once again, that has no sense to be marked down, but we're doing it just because I want to. Ministry, $24.99. Also, Dave Matthews Band, Crash. Everything in here is new and sealed. Major markdowns on great titles. $24.99 on Dave Matthews Band, Crash. That's a 2LP. And XTC, Drums and Wires, a 200-gram pressing. $15 off XTC, $24.99. Somebody asked earlier about George Strait, $24.99. Pure Country soundtrack, 25th anniversary, George Strait, Pure Country, $24.99. $20 off on this. The Titanic soundtrack, $20 off. 25th anniversary edition of 10,000 on silver and black marbled vinyl. The Titanic soundtrack. That also has bonus items. It has a booklet, it has a movie poster, and it has a New York Times replica cover of the headline, When the Titanic Sank. The last bids I caught on these was Alex Rifle was at $155 on Steve Miller Band. If there's not a new bid when I get to the bottom, I'm going to go ahead and start wrapping it up. Steve Miller Band, autographed by Steve Miller, Fly Like an Eagle. And then this was a final call. This was the Rolling Stones with Matt Shirley. He was at 35. Matt Shirley was at 35. So first to Ministry was Sean Fairweather. Sean Fairweather got Ministry. That was $24.99, Ed. And Thomas Hujar got DMB. DMB is an abbreviation for Dave Matthews Band. That's so to Thomas Hujar. Fred Carnell, you were second on Ministry. Kara Bauer, you were second on Dave Matthews Band. New bid on Steve Miller Band. Calvin Ward's at $160 on the Steve Miller Band. Michael Potts was first to the XTC album. Michael Potts. Jeff Malwitz was second. Thomas Hujar third. Fred Carnell fourth. And Brent said he'd give $149 for the band LP. Brent, I'll think about that. I'm sure we'll work a deal before the end of the night. JK wants the Titanic soundtrack. TIT. That's so to JK, the Titanic soundtrack. We have Preston Denny on Pure Country. That's George Strait. That's so to Preston Denny. New bid on Steve Miller Band for $165. Stephen A. Young, you were third on the Dave Matthews Band, and Paul Brothers also gets the Titanic soundtrack. That's so to Paul Brothers. David Polkey, you were third on Ministry. Michelle Miller, third on Titanic. Steve Miller Band, $170. A new bidder on Fly Like an Eagle for $175. Debbie, you were fourth on Titanic, it looks like. Steve Miller Band, $160. Steve Miller Band, $180. Okay, everything in here is $24.99. If you're a first-time buyer on Facebook, or how about this, for anybody watching for the first time, Facebook or YouTube, please make sure you contact our page. Please make sure you contact our page. We need to have your information. So we do this every night. We're going to be doing this 6 nights. We're going to be doing this 6 nights. I'll be here hosting every night. It's going to be a great week. It's this time of the year. We're bringing out some of our best stuff, and we're doing some of our best deals. It's November and December. So, and Paul, by the way, Paul and Tyler are on their way back from Ohio. Paul went up there today and bought right at 2,000 really good records. A lot of hard rock and metal mixed in there too. So, but he also said just a lot of really good titles like Rush and Van Halen and Kiss, and just a lot of standard, really good titles in great condition. So they're on their way back from Ohio. They'll be back here in early in the morning. Alex Rifle says he'll buy the band. Now, here's how this works. Brent made an offer, so he has dibs. Brent, it looks like Matt says he wants it for $175. If you don't want it for $175, I'm going to sell it to Matt, so that's up to you. That is, or excuse me, Alex Rifle, that is. I think I was saying Matt. Alex Rifle. So that's pending. And before I update, actually, we can go ahead and sell the Rolling Stones. This has been up for a while. The Rolling Stones, that's way up here. That is sold to Matt Shirley. Matt Shirley got that for $35, Ed. That's sold to Matt Shirley. Debbie, you did not get a Titanic. No, you did not. The Titanics were sold to JK and Paul Brothers. Michelle was second and you were third, so you did not get a Titanic. Brent says give it to Alex. Alex Rifle says he'll take the band for $175. Okay, but what I was saying is if you're a first-time buyer, we got to get your contact information. Please make sure you do that. We invoice every Monday. Sometimes it's like at the end of the night on Monday, like late Monday. And sometimes during the sale, Monday night, Tanner's still sending out invoices from the previous week. We have hundreds of them. He manually creates and sends out. A lot of it's automated, but if you're a new customer, we have to key in all of your information. And just make sure you do all that. That was Matt's first-time purchase, the Rolling Stones record. Thank you and welcome. Our next auction is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This is a sealed bootleg, Stevie Nicks House of Blues. Stevie Nicks, this is the classic, 1994. This is a 2 LP, Stevie Nicks House of Blues, and that is a $35 start. Will the Screaming Trees hit this week? I'm not for sure which one you are referring to, but we had a restock come in. Stevie Nicks, $35 start. That's now up for bid. Update on the Steve Miller Band. The high bid on Steve Miller Band is $182 with Calvin Ward. $182 with Calvin Ward. So there's Stevie Nicks, there's Steve Miller. That's up for bid. That's going to get a lot of activity. Back to the $24.99 stuff, if I can take some oxygen in. $24.99. Van Halen, self-titled. The Burning Grundman, Chris Bellman. $24.99 for Van Halen. Also, Shania Twain, The Woman in Me, Shania Twain 25th Anniversary Edition, $24.99 for Shania Twain, and the Breakfast Club soundtrack. This is a no-nonsense, or however you want to word it, that this is on sale. There's the Breakfast Club soundtrack. I'm going to show two more. Train Spotting, $12 off, $24.99. Train Spotting, 2 LP on orange vinyl, $24.99, and Tears for Fears. This was $39.99 back in February. October, I marked it down $10. I'm marking it down another $5. Songs from the Big Chair, Tears for Fears, $24.99. So those are all $24.99. Final call on Steve Miller Band. I don't know who was bidding. I haven't seen a lot of outs, but I'm going to go ahead and call it. Final call. Calvin Ward, autograph Steve Miller, Fly Like an Eagle, $182, final call. Stevie Nicks, $35, $35, $35, $40, $48. And we have Tears for Fears, Train Spotting, Breakfast Club, Shania Twain, and Van Halen, all still available. But Ed, I think we have lost Facebook comments for a second. That's why I'm not seeing everything. Do you happen to have the Facebook feed pulled up as well? Let me borrow your phone for a second. Yep, I've got disconnected off Facebook for a second. I hope that comes back. I was like, what in the world's happened? No, none of these are being claimed. That's because I lost connection for a while. Luckily, no one's commented on YouTube. So let me go over here, and we have, I need to scroll way up because Steve Miller Band, I may have to reconnect the feed if this doesn't come back in a second. Steve Miller Band's at $195 with Brent Robley. Brent is at $195, and next, Steve Botsford got Shania Twain. So Steve Botsford got Shania Twain. Josie Sinkbell was second. Fred Carnell's out on Stevie Nicks. Jeffrey DeLong got Tears for Fears. Brent's at $195 on Steve Miller Band. Test, test, test. And let me see what I can do here. Let me hit this. I don't know what that does. And let me reset this over here. Restream chat.
Steve Botsford.
The Shania went to Steve Botsford. Jeffrey DeLong got Tears for Fears. Yeah. Man, I'm going to have to reset the feed. It kicks me off sometimes on Facebook. Nope, wait a minute. We're back. Okay. Now, Fred Carnell got Train Spotting. And so right now, I don't have a claim for Van Halen or Breakfast Club. Pete Weisgarber said he got Breakfast Club. Okay. So that's so to Pete Weisgarber. Now, who wanted Van Halen? Who wanted Van Halen? So I must have missed something. Ed, there's your phone back. That happens sometimes. And Jason Short got Van Halen. Okay, now I don't know who was in the right order, but I can't. There's no way for me to go back on that. That's over. So Jason Short got Van Halen. Pete got Breakfast Club. Steve Miller Band. So if you can bid again, Brent Robley's at $195. Brent Robley's at $195. $195. Now, who was the high bidder on Stevie Nicks? I've lost all that too, so if you can bid again, that would be great. But I've got Brent at $195 on Steve Miller and Mark's at $50 on Stevie Nicks. And I'm sorry if you may... There's no way to tell who was first because we got kicked off of our restream. So there's no way to tell who was first. So whoever got those, got those. Now we're back to normal. Everything in here is $24.99. Stranger Things, that's music from the first season, I believe. Yes, I've been rewatching Stranger Things. I'm in the middle of... Actually, I'm almost at the end of season 2. $24.99. And I've got 2 copies of Bob Marley, Burning. Bob Marley and the Wailers, Burning. $24.99. $24.99 on Bob Marley. And I've got 1 copy of the Dixie Chicks, Fly. Dixie Chicks, $24.99 for Fly. And I'll show one more. The Rolling Stones, Some Girls, Half-Speed Master, just $24.99 for the Rolling Stones Half-Speed Master. Okay, update on our auctions. We have Alex Rifle at $200 on Steve Miller Band. So Calvin Ward, you're out. Brent Robley, you're out. Alex is the new high bidder on the autographed Steve Miller, Fly Like an Eagle. Beautiful signature. That's at $200. Stevie Nicks was at 50, and then we was at 55, and then 57, and then 60, and then 62, and then 65, and then 75, and Toby Graham is first on Rolling Stones. Toby Graham's first on the Rolling Stones, Some Girls. Darren Davis second. Grant Peltzer third. Stevie Nicks 75. Steve Miller Band 205. And unless my feed has glitched again, I have no claims on Bob Marley, Stranger Things, or Dixie Chicks. I've got 3 copies of U2 Boy. 3 copies of U2 Boy, their debut album, $24.99. It was $33.99. 3 copies, $24.99. I have made a decision that I'm going to go see U2 probably next week at the Sphere. That's going to be kind of my birthday present to myself, Ed. So I'll be gone for a few days in Vegas around the 9th. So I'm going to go see U2 out in Vegas. When I heard they were doing that, I knew I wanted to go, but it was looking like I wasn't going to be able to, but I'm going to have to go see this. So U2, that is $24.99. Stevie Nicks is at 76. Steve Miller Band's at 210. And now the U2s, we have Christopher Morris, we have Chris B. Jack, Christopher Morris and Chris B. Jack, and in between those two, Josie Sinkbell got BM, which is Bob Marley. Everything in this bin's $24.99. So there's U2 to Christopher Morris. There's Chris B. Jack with a U2. Josie Sinkbell's going to get a Bob Marley. Paul Brothers on the Stranger Things. Paul Brothers on Stranger Things. Stevie Nicks 81. Stevie Nicks 90. Stevie Nicks 82. But we had a high bid of 100. This is Stevie Nicks, House of Blues. The last one sold on PopSock was $122 or $132. One got slipped through on eBay. It sold for over $100. That was the last one sold that showed up on PopSock. Of course, this is an unofficial. You can't sell it on Discogs. And I've noticed lately the price of bootlegs, because they've been banned from eBay and Discogs, when one does get slipped through and sell on there, it's usually not cheap because it's very, very limited of where you can sell these bootlegs now. Davey Blair's at 105. Darren Davis gets the U2. He gets the last copy of U2. And the newest high bid on Steve Miller Band is 210 with Alex. Calvin Ward, you're out. Brent Robley, you're out. Steve Miller Band, 210. Brent's back in at 215. Continuing with $24.99, we have Mary Wells, the two sides of Mary Wells. Mary Wells, limited edition 750 on yellow colored vinyl. Mary Wells is $24.99. And we have 2 copies of Golden Earring. Grab it for a second. This was a 45th anniversary edition. It was a limited numbered yellow vinyl, $24.99. $24.99. Carol Puckett says, oh, will you be in Vegas that same weekend? I think that's the weekend we're going to try to go, but I've got to sit down tonight and start planning it. So I have not decided, but that's looking. My birthday's on the 12th of December, so that would be really nice if I could go out there around then. Stevie Nicks is at 106. Steve Miller Band 225. Ed Nelson on MW. That's the Mary Wells. That's sold to Ed Nelson. 2 golden earrings, and we have 1 Van Halen. This is Diver Down. Remastered. That's another one, the Chris Bellman, Bernie Grundman cuts. $24.99 for Van Halen. And one of my favorite albums of all time, Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This is the 75th anniversary Atlantic celebration. This is $24.99. Atlantic 75th anniversary celebration clear vinyl of CSN. CSN. Take my wife to the Sphere next week for anniversary trip. Michael, would that be around? That's pretty close to, what is 1 week from today? That's actually pretty close. So we'll be out there about the same time as well. Everybody's going to Vegas. I got to stay away from the blackjack table, though. I'm going to have to stay away from the blackjack table. That can get dangerous, right, Ed? Oh, man. Hit me. Oh, my gosh. Splitting those 8s. Oh, my gosh. My blood pressure just went up. I'm going to grab some of these CD box sets over here. All right. I'm going to start showing some of these CD box sets we got. Some really cool stuff. Steve Miller Band 225, we pulled Mary Wells. Stevie Nicks 108. Steve Botsford is going to get the Van Halen. That is sold to Steve Botsford. Brent is out on Steve Miller Band. Steve Miller Band is $225 with Alex Rifle. $225. I'll show that again in just a second. Josie, you were second on Van Halen. Kevin Jordan third. Jeffrey DeLong fourth. And we have Josie on Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And we have Two left of those. Okay, Rolling Stones, Through the Past Darkly, Big Hits, Volume 2, orange vinyl, $24.99. Through the Past Darkly, orange vinyl, that's $24.99. Also, Ministry, the 12-inch singles, 81 to 84, red vinyl, $24.99. $24.99. Ministry, 12-inch singles, red vinyl, 2LP, $24.99. Let's do some final calls on these two great auctions. We do have, yes, I've got 20. Let's see, last night we had 21. We've done 2 or 3. I've got right at 20 Rolling Stones records left for tonight. So we got lots more of Rolling Stones. First, Steve Miller Band. This is a final call. It's autographed by Steve Miller, JSA authenticated, great signature. Alex Rifle has that for $225. Final call. It looks like our last bidder on Stevie Nicks was Debbie Blair at $108. House of Blues, 1994 live concert unofficial, $108 to Debbie Blair. Final call on that. And now back to where I was. Toby Graham on RS, that was the Rolling Stones. Brent Robley second. Debbie Winstead just bid against Debbie Blair. Debbie versus Debbie. Debbie Winstead's at 110. Chris Bijak got Ministry. We have Travis Wade second on Ministry. Next record for $24.99 is Pantera, History of Hostility. Pantera, that's like a greatest hits, $24.99. Let me also go ahead and show Merciful Fate. Merciful Fate's on black with white edge marbled vinyl. Merciful Fate is $24.99. And Anthrax, Fistful of Metal, that's on red and white and black splatter vinyl. Anthrax is $24.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Steve Miller Band. Steve Miller Band is sold to Alex Rifle for $200. Whoop, I just had it. And $225, Ed. And some of these that don't have sleeves, we'll need to, there's sleeves there on the counter. Okay, here's one of our next great Greg Allman autographs. We just did one. We just did one amazing autograph. Let's do another. This is a signed copy of Eat a Peach, signed by Greg Allman. It says, "Thanks, Greg Allman, 1986." This is a 2LP, red polydor label, Allman Brothers, Eat a Peach, autographed by Greg Allman. It says, "Thanks, Greg Allman." Now, the last Greg Allman solo autograph I had up for sale, I sold it in the group on Thanksgiving Day when I made that post of about 50 autographs. Here is one of the next great Greg Allman autographs we have. It's signed, "Thanks, Greg Allman." I'm going to put this up for a $355 start. JSA authenticated. He signed, it looks like in ballpoint pen, "Thanks, Greg Allman." He had a very cool signature of his G's, how he did those like that. 1986, $355. Okay, now the last thing I did was Stevie Nicks. We had a new bid of 110 with Debbie Winstead. Debbie Blair, you were out. Todd Tipton got the Pantera. $24.99. JK was second on Pantera. Greg Rogers was third on Pantera. Todd Tipton first on Merciful Fate. Debbie Blair is out on Stevie Nicks, so Debbie Winstead has it for 110. Stevie Nicks is a final call. Merciful Fate to Todd Tipton. We have Kristen Seam, you were 5 on Pantera. We have Scott Drum on Anthrax, $24.99. And Are You Getting Hitched in Vegas? No Marriage for Me. Hopefully a long ways away from that. Also, Stevie Nicks is sold to Debbie Winstead for $110. That is sold. Stevie Nicks, $110. Greg Allman, we're looking for a $355 start. Brandon, while I have you on, so I was texting you about it, we have a fully signed Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers LP. It's actually a promotional record. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, it is signed by the full band, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. We're waiting for our letter of authenticity to come back from that. It's already been pre-checked. It's authentic. That is going to be a gem. That may be one of the most, next to Paul McCartney and possibly, let's see what else we have back there. Probably next to the Neil Young Harvest and Paul McCartney, that may be the most incredible autograph we have. A fully signed Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. It is amazing. So here's our next David Lindley autograph. This is David Lindley. Win this record. John was telling me a story. He knew a guy who owned a record store back when this album came out in the early 80s, 1982, and people would bring it up to the counter and say, "How do you win this record?" And of course, there was There was no way to win it. That's the name of the album. Signed by David Lindley, $45 start. We sold one earlier. The vinyl's near mint minus. It has the original company sleeve with it. David Lindley, autographed, win this record, $45 start. Mark Shelton just bid $115 on Stevie Nicks. Mark, that was a little late. Sorry, that's already gone. Okay, the other Merciful Fate's called Time. Everything in here is on sale for $24.99. Merciful Fate Time is $24.99. We still got Pearl Jam Backspacer. $24.99 for Pearl Jam Backspacer. $10 off. We have 2 copies. Slayer, Divine Intervention. We actually went through some of these late last night. That's why I'm going through them kind of fast. Hope you're paying attention. But I'm going to get to some new stuff we hadn't shown before very quickly. Slayer, Divine Intervention, $24.99. But this was stuff shown late. So if you missed out, here they are again for the final time. Defiance, limited and numbered red vinyl, red and black vinyl, 1,000, $24.99 on Defiance. And Boz Scaggs, self-titled, limited edition, 750 on blue vinyl. That is $24.99. That is $24.99. Final call to get a bid in on Greg Allman for $355 before I make that a buy it now. Ed Nelson bid $45 on David Lindley, going once, going twice. Todd Tipton wants Merciful Fate, and I'm assuming that was for Time. That's $24.99 Ed. Ron Duffield gets a Pearl Jam. So Merciful Fate, Pearl Jam. JK gets a Slayer. Todd Tipton also gets a Slayer. Randall Garwal also gets a Slayer. And Sean Druin wants the first Merciful Fate that we showed, which was this self-titled. So Slayer, 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 and a Merciful Fate. So that's JK, Todd Tipton, Randall, Sean. Paul Beal gets a Defiance. That is sold to Paul Beal, Defiance. Kevin Crowd wants both Merciful Fates. I think you are out of luck on the first one. Sean just got the last one, but Kevin, I can give you that one. And we're caught up for a second. Calvin is at $355 on the Greg Allman. Thank you. That is an amazing signature. Let's make it a final call now. Thanks, Greg Allman, 1986 autographed copy of Eat a Peach, $355 of Calvin Ward, going twice, going 3 times. David Lindley, going twice, going 3 times. Ed Nilsson has that for opening bid of $45. And Ed, I've stacked quite a bit on there for you. Yeah, the Slayers. And Debbie Winstead wanted Bob. I think you meant Boz, right? I think you meant Boz Scaggs, Debbie. And just, Ed, let me know which of those other names you need. Okay, we have a Celtic Frost, only 1 copy left. Emperor's Return, green and black swirl vinyl, 24. Kevin Crowd, no. Sean got that one, and Kevin Crowd got the other. Okay. So, because he wanted both, but there was only 1 left. There was only 1 left. Next is, now that's what I call Halloween. $5 off, that's $24.99, and we have 2 copies of that. That's the Halloween, the fantastic Halloween compilation. And the other Merciful Fate we have, only 1 copy, In the Shadows, Blue Smoke Vinyl, $24.99. Let me go ahead and put up some new auctions. I'm selling this one to Ed Nelson for $45. That's sold to Paul Beal and Debbie Winstead. Paul Beal and Debbie Winstead. David Lindley is sold for $55 to Ed Nelson, and another fantastic Greg Allman signature, Calvin Ward, sold $355. $355. Todd Tipton gets Merciful Fate. No, the Tom Petty is not made out to anybody. It's actually a signed copy. It's signed on the back. It's a promo record, an early promo record sampler of his. It's actually a record I had never seen before, an early promo sampler. And it's, let me grab another Rolling Stones record. Let me try to find a Stones bootleg here. This one looks cool. And I got another autograph here. But yeah, it's a very cool record. Brandon, I'll need to post pictures of it, but I'll send you some pictures as well. So our next 2 auctions. Todd Tipton got that, Ed, $24.99. David Lindley is sold for $55 and $355. And I can tell you those again if you need to. Ed Nelson. Ed Nelson. Ed Nelson, yes. Oh, this is Calvin Ward for $355. The Rolling Stones, On the Rocks, sides A through C from an unreleased canceled live Decca album. Wow. So sides A, B, and C of the 2 LPs are from a live, unreleased, canceled Decca album, and it has all sides live from various locations during 72 U.S. tour. It's a soundboard recording. EX Plus, near mint minus, $55 start. Wow. So this is pretty much an unreleased live album that was canceled by Decca. $55 start on the Rolling Stones On the Rocks, 2 LP. $55 start on that. Here is a Tony Rice autographed album. These have been doing very well. This is the Seldom Seen, the 15th anniversary celebration. It is signed by Tony Rice and Mike Aldridge. The Tony Rice signature, not personalized, very nice. $95 start. It's a 2 LP, the Seldom Seen, autograph by bluegrass guitarist Tony Rice. $95 start on that. $95 start. There's the Seldom Seen. So, Kevin, you were second on that Merciful Fate. Sean Druin's going to get the Celtic Frost for $24.99. We've already got bids on the Stones, 55, 55, 55, 65, and now 65 again. 2 copies of Slipknot, $24.99. Slipknot, the Subliminal Verses, and Lifehouse. Lifehouse self-titled, $24.99. Lifehouse self-titled, $24.99. All right. There's still some great stuff left in here for $24.99. Let me go through them one more time. One more time. Everything in this bin is on sale for $24.99. First is Bob Marley, Burnin', $24.99 for Bob Marley. These are all new and sealed and discounted to $24.99. The Dixie Chicks, Fly, 2 LP, $24.99. Golden Earring, grab it for a second. Limited, numbered, colored vinyl, $24.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. It's worth it alone for Sweet Judy Blue Eyes. Right, Ed? Absolutely. $24.99. Those were originally $31. Fairly new release. That was a Rocktober limited indie exclusive. Anthrax, Fistful of Metal. Splatter vinyl, $24.99. Last copy of Pearl Jam Backspacer. This was out of print forever. There's 2 copies there, $24.99. Slayer's $24.99. Last copy of Divine Intervention. We have 2 copies of Defiance left, Void Terra Firma. There's a couple metal LPs for you. The Halloween compilation, $24.99. Slipknot's $24.99, and Lifehouse. And Lifehouse was first time ever on vinyl. It has their hit songs You and Me and Blind. That's $24.99. Okay, I'm either going to grab a crate of new vintage arrivals that we've never been through before, which I probably should do. And you know what? I have one more. I've got all kinds of great $29.99. Let's go through one more crate of on-sale new vinyl first. The Bo Diddley was not personalized, no. When I come back, if no one's bid on Tony Rice, I'm going to go ahead and end it and make it a $95 buy it now. We've sold a couple of those for over, I think we sold one for $165 one night. So that one's a $95 start. Let me go through one more crate of on-sale new vinyl before I start doing some vintage stuff, and then I'll start alternating because I still got more of this kind of stuff to go through. But I've been wanting to go through this one because there's some great titles in here. Probably about a dozen that I've never discounted before, or at least I haven't in this calendar year. So everything in here is $29.99. All right, so no bid on Tony Rice, $95 buy it now. Tony Rice, this is a $95 buy it now, and that is an autographed copy of the Seldom Seen. It's also signed by Mike Aldridge. That's a $95. That's sold to Larry Smith. $95. That's sold to Larry Smith for $95. The new high bid on the Stones just came in. $96, but that's a tie. Don Alker was already in at $96. Don Alker was already in at $96. Everything in here is $29.99. Everything in here is $29.99. The Psycho Circus is not on sale. It's available, though, if you want it for $49.99. Psycho Circus is $49.99. That's new and sealed. That's my last copy, and I think I've got 2 more across the room. I have 2 copies of Psycho Circus for $49.99. Everything in here, Ed, is $29.99. $29.99. Smashing Pumpkins, Gish. I sold 5 or 6 the other night, and I found 5 or 6 more in another bin. Gish, this was originally $39.99. $10 off, $29.99 for Smashing Pumpkins. Gish, $29.99. Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force, $10 off, $29.99 for Yngwie. Also, the Essential Stevie Ray Vaughan. This was $36.99, now $29.99 for Stevie Ray Vaughan. And we have 1 copy of Pussifer Money Shot, also $10 off, $29.99 on Pussifer. $29.99 on Pussifer. Update on the Rolling Stones. Don Alker has this for $96. Edwin, you're out. Matt Shirley, you're out. Brent Robley, you're out. $96. Going once, going twice on the Rolling Stones on the rocks. Let me grab a new autograph. We've done a John Mayall. We've done a Steve Miller. We haven't done a Joe Cocker tonight. We also haven't done an Eric Burden. Let me do one of the last Animals albums I have signed by Eric Burdon. One of the last, I say. This is Animalization. It's an autographed copy of Animalization by Eric Burdon and the Animals. This is JSA authenticated. Now, he signed over somebody else's name, so kind of good and bad. Somebody had already written their name on the cover, probably whoever originally owned the album, and then he signed over that. So this is the Animals, Animalization. It's looks like should be an original pressing of that. About a VG jacket. And I'll start this one a little bit less than I normally do just because of the condition of the jacket and because the signature is kind of obscured there by another signature. So $45 start on that. That's one of the last Animals records I have, like one of the actual original LPs. But of course, we do have other Eric Burdon signatures. So $45 start on the Eric Burdon, JSA authenticated. Back up to the top. We had Smashing Pumpkins. That's sold to Thomas Hujar. These are $29.99. That's sold to Thomas Hujar. And then The Life of Ross says he will take the Psycho Circus, and that is sticker price. So I'll set that off to the side. That's sticker price on that. JK got the Stevie Ray Vaughan, SRW. That's sold to JK. Joe Maynard second, Fred Carnell third. New bid on Rolling Stones at 97. New bid on Rolling Stones at 98. Heather Feather wants the Pussifer LP. That's sold to Heather Feather. Alex Rifles at 45 on the Animals. One of the last or the last. It could be one of the last. I like keeping it a surprise what we have. Alex Rifle has that for 45. High bid on the Stones is Brent Robley at $97. No, actually, Edwin at 98, and now Brent at 105. Cinderella, $29.99, $10 off. Night Songs, one of our best sellers ever. As usual, no reason for it to be discounted, but it is tonight if you need a copy. $29.99 for Cinderella. We still got Yngwie and the Smashing Pumpkins and the Beastie Boys. $29.99. This is on Burgundy vinyl. It's a hip-hop 50th anniversary celebration. $29.99 for the Beastie Boys, and another Dave Matthews Band discounted. Remember Two Things. That's Dave Matthews Band debut album. $29.99. $15 off on that one. $15 off. I'm going to show one more. Oh my gosh. It's Rush 2112, 180-gram remastered, direct metal mastering pressing, $29.99 on Rush. Okay, final call on the Rolling Stones, 105. Well, actually, Edwin hadn't said out, so Edwin, let me know if you want back in. Now a final call on the Animals for 45 of Alex Rifle. Final call on that for $45. The Cinderellas are gone. The first three people to those were Chris Bijak, Mark Shelton, G.C. Colleton. That was Cinderella. Chris Bijak, Mark Shelton, G.C. Colleton. Those are all sold. Let me go ahead and be grabbing our next autograph because I'm about to sell the Animals record. If no one bid whenever I have come back, let me figure out what I want to do next here. Let's see here. Yeah, we'll try that. Pretty cool signature here. We'll do this one on deck. Let me put it right over here. Okay, Daniel Bouziden got the Beastie Boys. That is sold to Daniel Bouziden. Do you have any leftover Eric Carr? We did not get any of the Eric Carrs. That's a record store day release. JK on Rush. So JK got Rush and Paul Brothers got Rush. JK and Paul on Rush. Kara Bauer first on the Dave Matthews Band. So Dave Matthews Band sold to Kara. Chad Van Horn, you were third on Rush. We only had two. Ron Duffield, you were fourth on Cinderella. We only had three. Rob next on Rush. Kevin Jordan next on Rush. Edwin's out on the Stones. Ed, I'm ending both auctions. Alex Rifle gets the Eric Burdon for $45. I'll actually lay it right there. That's sold to Alex Rifle for $45. And the Stones is sold to Brent Robley for $105. So those are sold, $105. Let me grab another Stones bootleg, and I've already got our next autograph. So let me grab our next Rolling Stones record. And we have, let me see if we got a bootleg in here. We got all kinds of stuff. They're all bootlegs. Well, not all of them. Nasty Music. Wow, this one looks unique. The Rolling Stones, Nasty Music. Paul's got us a lot of great information on here. A1, A4, B2, B4, C1, C2, D2, D3. So several tracks from Forest National in Brussels, Belgium, 1973. Also the Empire Pool Wembley in London, 73. 4 tracks from that. And then side C3 through D1 is Madison Square Garden, 1972. EX Plus, Near Mint Minus, $85 start. That is an $85 start. That's called the Rolling Stones, Nasty Music. Rolling Stones, Nasty Music, $85 start. 2 LP, that is now up for bid. In shrink wrap, EX Plus Near Mint Minus on one disc, and the other disc is EX, 85 on the Stones. Ron Duffield wants a Gish, and so does Fred Carnell, $29.99. And David, I'm glad you commented that again. I remember seeing that, and I didn't pull it. David wants a copy of Defiance from that last $24.99 crate. So, Ed, Defiance is $24.99. That's so to David Rabe or Rob. I think I've been saying Rob on that. David, I hope that's okay with you. So that's sold to him for $24.99. And then the 2 pumpkins are sold to Fred Carnell and Ron Duffield. Here's our next Joe Cocker autograph. This is called I Can Stand a Little Rain. Let me pull it out of this shrunken sleeve it's been in for the last 30 years. This is Joe Cocker, I Can Stand a Little Rain. It has been JSA authenticated. We're going to start this at $125. Joe Cocker, I Can Stand a Little Rain. The actual vinyl, inner sleeve, and jacket are all very nice. Nice silver paint pen signature there. $125 on Joe Cocker. Here's the JSA authentication. $125 on that. Let me show the back of it. There's the sticker. I Can Stand a Little Rain, autographed by the legendary Joe Cocker. All right, back to the $29.99 bin. I'm going to mute my mic for 5 seconds and take a drink of water. I'm glad I have the mic mute button so you don't have to hear me. Ed, you doing okay? Ed's getting more Post-it notes. That's a good sign. Continuing with $29.99. First is Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger. Ding, ding, ding. Soundgarden, $29.99. Bad Motorfinger. I have more than one copy, actually. Let me go over here to our Soundgarden bin. Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow. I've got 9 copies, counting the one in the crate. Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger. Who needs a copy? $29.99. Outshined. What an amazing song. That's all you need to know. Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger, $29.99. I've just reloaded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 copies. First 9 people get one of those. Ed, I'm glad you just glad you just opened a new crate of sticky notes. You're going to be writing some names. Let me update the Rolling Stones right quick. Bill Samus had this for $85. That was going twice, going 3 times. Alex Rifle did bid on the Joe Cocker. Alex is at $125 on Joe Cocker. How much was Lifehouse in the previous crate? Lifehouse was $24.99. $24.99. Mark Shelton put SH. I'm assuming that was for Soundgarden. I hope so, because you're getting one. Soundgardens are sold to Mark Shelton, Kevin Jordan, Brian Arrigo. There's Mark Shelton again, so I'll skip over that. Sam Squatch, 67. Paul Brothers. Brent Robley bid $95 on the Stones in between all that. James Ludwig gets a Soundgarden. So does Kara and Darren Davis and Fred Carnell. On the number, 9 comments, 9 people, except that Eddie just commented, and that was number 10. So, yes, Soundgarden. Let me count those out again. Mark Shelton, Kevin Jordan, Brian Arrigo, Sam Squatch, 67, Paul Brothers, James Ludwig, Kara Bauer, and Darren Davis. Actually, was there another one? Oh, Fred Carnell. Yes, Fred Carnell. So, there's that. And Ed, if you need me to tell you any of those names again, I will. So, Bill Samus. Next was Bill Samus. He bid $105 on the Rolling Stones. Eddie, you were number 10 on Soundgarden. I only had 9 of those. And C. William Pop wants the Lifehouse from the previous bin. And Lifehouse was $24.99. Lifehouse was $24.99 for Lifehouse. Let's do a final call on the Joe Cocker. And yes, this has the song You Are So Beautiful on it. I Can Stand a Little Rain. You Are So Beautiful. By Billy Preston and Bruce Fisher. He should have had Billy Preston sign that. I don't know when he met Billy Preston. But, of course, y'all know Dale. I'm assembling all of the pictures. I'm going to post those in the group, all these people he's made pictures with. I think I've got a picture of him and Joe Cocker, actually. So that'd be really cool. That was $24.99. Yes, there was a pre-order for the Cult. If you pre-ordered it, it should have been on your invoice. Continuing with $29.99. The Lost Boys soundtrack. This is either on blue or red vinyl. It is colored vinyl. The Lost Boys soundtrack, $29.99. I've got 2 copies. And the newest album by Zach Bryan, also $10 off. Zach Bryan is $29.99. That is a self-titled Zach Bryan album, $29.99. New bid on Joe Cocker for $130, and new bid on the Rolling Stones for $125. now $135. We have Yingwei, The Lost Boys, Zach Bryan, and one copy of Promise Pork Soda, $10 off. Promise Pork Soda, $29.99. In between all these crazy discounts, earlier I marked some CD box sets. I'm going to show these CD box sets right now. I'm going to show 3, and then I'm going to show an individual CD. Let me show these 2 first. Let me show these 2 and a CD. So let me set those off to the side. First, though, Joe Cocker was at 130 with Paul Brothers. Alex Rifle, you're out. Brent was at 135 on the Stones. The 2 Lost Boys are sold to Fred Carnell and Chris Bijak. Lost Boys and Lost Boys. Fred Carnell, Chris Bijak. Joe Cocker's at 135 of Alex Rifle. The Promise is sold to James Ludwig. Brian Arrigo, you're second. New bid on the Rolling Stones at 145. We've all of a sudden got a couple little bidding wars going on with the Rolling Stones and the Joe Cocker. So we'll let those continue. If you're ever done bidding, let me know. So I've got a Tesla CD for $9.99. This is called Tesla Reel to Reel. $9.99 for Tesla Reel to Reel. 2 CD box sets. We have the Curtis Mayfield Story. Curtis Mayfield is $24.99. Now, if y'all remember, earlier this summer, we went to South Carolina and bought a collection, and this guy had hundreds of CD box sets. We are still finding them in the back. They're amazing. A lot of these are just incredible compilations of music. There's Curtis Mayfield, and we have one called Tom Petty Playback. Tom Petty is a 6 CD box set, $34.99. Some of these are like 5, 6, 7 CD box sets. This also includes a backstage pass. I don't know if that actually came with it or that was actually one he got at a concert. I don't know, but most of his stuff, as you can tell, it looks unplayed because it is. This guy was in the music business from South Carolina. He got so many box sets and CDs for free as promotional items. He had hundreds of them. So the last comment was Promise to James Ludwig. Brian Arrigo was second. Stones 145. Joe Cocker 140. Joe Maynard needs a copy of The Cult Electric. Let me try to slide this out. Let's go ahead. This is sticker price, Ed. Let's tag this for Joe Maynard. If anybody else wants a copy, blue vinyl, The Cult Electric, low stock. That's sold to Joe Maynard. He said he didn't get one. Joe Cocker's at 150. The Curtis Mayfield box is sold to Chris Bijak. That's sold to Chris Bijak. Richard Baker second. Richard, I'm glad you're watching because I'm going to show you that Michael Nesmith autograph. Give me 1 second. Debbie gets the Tom Petty box set. Joe Cocker at 160. Kevin, you were second on Tom Petty. Jeffrey third. Joe Cocker 165. Rolling Stones 155. No one on Tesla? That's surprising. $9.99. Okay, next is, you probably can guess it from the top, Smashing Pumpkins. Pisces Iscariot. Smashing Pumpkins is $29.99. I don't recall discounting this too many times. $10 off for Smashing Pumpkins Pisces. That is $29.99. Also, Music from the Elder. $8 off, $29.99. And also, no reason for this to be on sale, Rob Zombie, Hillbilly Lugs. This is usually hard for us to keep in stock. I've got 2 stray copies, though. $29.99 for Rob Zombie. So Smashing Pumpkins, Kiss, Rob Zombie, and Avenged Sevenfold. Wow. Some great titles marked down. Avenged Sevenfold, Waking the Fallen, $29.99. I think the feed's about to get a little crazy. $29.99 on those. So, Richard, what I'm going to do is I've got another, I know you're interested in that Monkeys autograph, to really figure out what, I don't know really what the price is because I haven't ran a Michael Nesmith Monkeys autograph in a while. I'm going to auction some tonight, and then I'll get back with you on the price for that other one. So give me a second. I'm going to sell one tonight because it's weird. I've sold Michael Nesmith autographs from anywhere from 55 to 155. Literally, we sold one of his solo albums for 155. So I really don't know what the price of that one until we sell one on auction. So that's why I wanted to. That's why I hadn't got back with you. Joe Cocker 160. Joe Cocker 165. The Stones 155. The Stones 165. And now Smashing Pumpkins $29.99. That's sold to Thomas Hujar. Ed Nelson off to the side here. Ed is going to get the Tesla CD. That's sold to Ed Nelson. That's stickered, $9.99. Fred Carnell also wants a Smashing Pumpkins. That's sold to Fred Carnell. The Joe Cocker's now at $170 with Paul Brothers. Todd Tipton gets a Rob Zombie. Josie Sinkbell wants Hiss. She meant Kiss. That's so to Josie Sinkbell. Kevin Jordan gets the other Rob Zombie. Zach Billy, you were third on Rob Zombie. I only had 2 of them. So that's so to Todd Tipton on Rob Zombie. Josie got Kiss, and Kevin Jordan got Rob Zombie. Joe Cocker's now at 175. That's with Alex Rifle. Hiram Ortega on the Avenged Sevenfold. That's so to Hiram Ortega, Avenged Sevenfold. Craig Ruth, you were second on the Smashing Pumpkins. Yes, Fred Carnell and Thomas Hujar. Yes. And let's see here. Todd, yep. And Josie Sinkbell on Kiss. Josie Sinkbell on Kiss. Josie Sinkbell on Kiss. And then Avenged Sevenfold. That was sold to Hiram Ortega and Sam Squatch 67. Sam Squatch 67. So Josie Sinkbell, one of the two. I think I've been saying Sinkbell, but it looks like Beal. Josie hadn't corrected me, so thankful for that. And then the Avenged Sevenfold, Hiram Ortega, and Sam Squatch 67. James Lugwood wants a Smashing Pumpkins. There's a Smashing Pumpkins. Okay, Craig, you were third to Avenged. I only had 2 of them. Here's the Joe Cocker. This is Joe Cocker. I Can Stand a Little Rain. It's signed by Joe Cocker. Very nice jacket. JSA authentication. That is good to go. Paul's officially out. It's down to Alex Rifle for 175. 175. Going twice, going 3 times. Now the Rolling Stones. We had a battle between Brent and Bill. Brent and Bill. Bill was the last bid on my screen for 165, and Brent is out. So Brent is out. Bill, you have that for 165. Final call. Final call. Ed Nelson got the Tesla CD. Ed's got that taken care of. That was Sam Squatch. This is sold to James Ludwig. And we have another one sold to Sean Fairweather. Very busy tonight. Great deals. $29.99. 2 copies. Cinderella. Long, cold winter. $10 off. $29.99. Make that another Smashing Pumpkin sold to Paul Brothers. 1 copy of Pisces left. Cinderella, $29.99. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 copies of Megadeth. Killing Is My Business. I'll be surprised if that doesn't sell out. 2 LP, Megadeth, $29.99. Rolling Stones, final call. Joe Cocker, final call. While Ed's getting called up, I'm going to grab our next auctions, and when I come back, I'm selling these, and we're going to put up some new autographs. Here is one of the next Animals autographs. Boy, I've got this whole crate of sealed stuff, too. I forgot about all this. Oh, my gosh. What else do I have over here? Autograph. Got these Tom Waits. Y'all are going to like this bin when I get to it. That's sealed stuff from Dale's collection. Let me go ahead and be grabbing the next Rolling Stones record. What do we got here? 12. Ooh, very cool. Okay, so Cinderellas. First, let's sell the auctions. Cinderellas, this is the Stones. This is sold to Bill Samus for 165, and the Joe Cocker is sold to Alex Rifle for 175. Nice Stones bootleg. Nice Joe Cocker autograph. Joe Cocker is 175. Here's our next auctions. One of our last, that's why I was chuckling over here. I keep finding more. One of our last Animals records. Let me actually look. I will see how many Animals records, because I know there's been some people waiting for let me just show them to you. How about that? I'll be very fair. I'll show you what I have. Now, if there's another stray one, I don't know where it is, because I think I've sorted all the Eric Burdens. Here's what I have left on Eric Burden. I think this is one of the last truly great signed Animals record. This is an Animals record, but the signature is kind of tough to see, but it's signed. That's an Animals record. That one's really nice. That's signed by Eric Burden. There's the Best of the Animals. I got 2 of those. Those are really nice and legible. There's another Animals album. There's another Animals album, Greatest Hits Live. That's a nice signature. Very legible. Alex Rifle, 175. There's another Animals. There's another Animals. And there's an Animals compilation. So there's several Eric Burdens left, but that's actually one of the last original, like one of their original studio albums. As you can tell, that's what I have. But there's a couple more. But I consider this like one of their early original Animals. Eric Burden. So yes, getting to the end of the road on these. Kind of a noticeable crease right here. Other than that, very nice signature. Eric Burden, $55 start. Wow, that's a nice copy too. That is black MGM label. Animalism. $55 start, JSA authenticated. Now, the next Rolling Stones auction is the Rolling Stones Out of Our Heads. For all the Rolling Stones fans that's watching, so this is about the fourth night we've done Rolling Stones records. We probably have enough for another probably 12 or 15 nights, right, Ed? There's a ton. We still got crates full of Rolling Stones records. Stuff like this, bootlegs. Paul has this tagged as Boxed London FFRR, first U.S. mono, made in England, VG Plus, $35 start. Wow, let's take a look at this label then. Aha, I see what he's talking about. VG Plus condition, it's a very clean VG Plus though, very nice. $35 start. This is a first U.S. mono. This is made in England. Interesting. So first U.S. mono, but made in England. I'm not for sure the full story on that, but it's a Boxed London FFR label, $35 start on that. $35 start. That's up for bid. Nice jacket too, mono. Okay, maybe they mean the music's made in England. Okay, so the Cinderellas, that's where we got to. $29.99. Chris B. Jack and Ron Duffield. On Cinderella. Chris and Ron. Now the Megadeths. I think we sold out. We had one for Fred Carnell. We had one for Kevin Jordan. We had one for Thomas Hujar. We had one for Scotty Hipes. And we have one for Sean Druin. Those are all sold. So Ed, 2 Cinderellas. Those are sold to Chris B. Jack and Ron Duffield. And we had 5 Megadeths. And those are sold to Fred Carnell, Kevin Jordan, Thomas Hujar, Scotty Hipes, and Sean Druin. Eric Burden's at 55. Eric Burden's at 60. The Rolling Stones 35, and now 40. Last $29.99 record is Deep Purple, made in Japan, limited edition purple vinyl, 2 LP, Deep Purple on purple vinyl, $29.99. High bid on Stones is $40. Is there any wear around the play hole on either side of the Stones? Let's take a look here. You can kind of see some spindle marks, if that's what you're referring to. This is a very nice VG Plus, though. I mean, for a Stones first mono to look this clean, I see why he put it VG Plus, but it's just some light marks on it. I see why he called it VG Plus, but it's very borderline EX. And now the actual jacket, it has a London. Let me show you the inner sleeve, too. I'm going to go ahead and take it out of the jacket. Probably leave it out there for the rest of the night. There's the London polyline bag. I guess that's the original inner sleeve. It's polylined. Very nice. I guess that's another reason it's in such nice condition. And mono jacket. Nice spine. It's a solid VG Plus jacket with minimal ring wear. I've seen some of these so worn, you can barely make out what it is. Very, very nice. Yeah, that's a very nice Rolling Stones mono. Okay, Matt Shirley's at $40, and now the Deep Purple is sold to Jeff Malwitz. Brian second, William Warback third. Do you have any Love Gun originals or new ones? I know I don't have any OGs, but I may have a new copy of Love Gun. By the way, Eric Burden's at $40 of $60. Brent, you're out. Alex is at $60. Let me know if you want to bid again on that. And the Stones, we have 4 active bidders all of a sudden. Here's what's left in $29.99. 2 copies of Gish. If you want Gish, actually comment Gish for the Smashing Pumpkins, because we also have 1 copy of Pisces left. So 2 Smashing Pumpkins left, 2 Gishes, and 1 Pisces. Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force, $29.99, and then 2 copies of the newest album by Zach Bryan, $10 off. That's $29.99. There you have it. I've got a whole nother crate of that, but I'm finally going to get to some of the new vintage stuff. Let me get to some of our new vintage stuff, because last night we had 9 crates over here, and guess what? We still got 7. We only went through 2 crates of vintage last night. So John and Paul have got all kinds of new vintage stuff priced over here. We hadn't even touched it. But I told them, I said, don't worry, I've got plenty to show. And John even marked more today that's in the back. So I've got stuff I hadn't even touched yet. Let me show a few more CD box sets. We sold out of all the other ones. We're probably going to sell out of these, especially this one. Very desirable by the sold prices. Lightning Hopkins is $59.99. Lightning Hopkins, $59.99. It looks like it's never been touched or played. This is the complete Prestige Bluesvilles recording. 7 CDs of Lightning Hopkins music, $59.99. That's the most pricier. That's the priciest one we have in the night. Whatever wordage I need to use there. I'll Be Seeing You, a tribute to Carmen McRae, $14.99. A tribute to Carmen McRae. This is $14.99. Carmen McRae, $14.99. Journey. I think this one's called Time Cubed. That's what it looks like to me. Journey box set, $24.99. Very cool artwork as usual. Journey's $24.99. The Definite B.B. King Collection, $24.99. How many CDs? 4 CDs. The Definite B.B. King Collection, $24.99 for B.B. King. And the Definite Leonard Skinner Collection. This also has a 64-page book, 47 songs. Leonard Skinner, that is $29.99. $29.99. 3 compact CDs. 3 compact CDs. All right, let's start getting those tagged. Let me go back up to the top. Love Gun, Stones, 44, 45. Eric Burdon, 65. So I'm not done, but the Stones was at 45. Eric Burdon, 65. Lainey Wilson. We do have Lainey Wilson. Let me try to find those. Right here, Bell Bottom Country. Lainey Wilson, $39.99. Thanks to Ed for ordering them. Bell Bottom Country, Lainey Wilson, 2LP, new and sealed, Preston, $29.99. And we sold out of Jelly Roll. I don't have any. I need to make a note, Ed, to order more of those, actually. Wow, this is a great bin of vinyl here. This is new stuff from this week. Or last week. I need to go through that again because we were so busy and we had such a short week. Okay, so next, that was the Lainey Wilson. Brent Robley got the Lightning Hopkins box. Brent Robley on the Lightning Hopkins box. Alex is out on Eric Burdon. Kevin Wilson put OH, and what was OH? He might have got auto-corrected. Yeah, he got auto-corrected. He meant Lightning Hopkins, but you would have been second. Mike McGinnis third. First to the Journey box set is Grant Peltzer. Grant Peltzer got Journey. Davey Blair second. Kevin Willis, you were third to Lightning Hopkins. Jerry fourth on Journey. John's out on the Rolling Stones. Jeffrey fifth on Journey. Kara sixth on Journey. Pamela first to Leonard Skinner. Pamela got Leonard Skinner. Chris B. Jack second. Davey Blair third. Rolling Stones is at 49. Preston Denny wants to Lainey Wilson. That's so to Preston Denny, not combined Lainey and Denny. I do that quite often. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Rolling Stones 48, now 50. And the only 2 box sets I have left are B.B. King, King of the Blues, and a tribute to Carmen McRae for $14.99. That's the only 2 box sets I have left so far. Is there any more over there, Ed, or is that all of them? Wow, we flew through those. They're all gone except for 2. Just so I know myself, the Animal album, The Animals, the signed to Eric Burdon, we're now on a final call. Brent Robley has that for $65. Final call on that. Now the Rolling Stones is at $55. New bids, 48, 50, 55, 55, now 60. Sherry Darnell got the B.B. King. Nick Bargeron, you were second. That's so to Sherry Darnell. Carmen McRae is the only one left. Okay, new vintage arrivals, priced as marked. I'm going to go through these as fast as I can, and we'll get back to some more new vinyl on sale. As soon as these auctions are done, I'll put up some new ones. Next Play Records, that's Andy Mitchell on Lainey Wilson. That's so to Andy Mitchell. Next Play Records. Rolling Stones is at 60. New vintage arrivals, Average White Band, Soul Searching. That is sealed. It's never been opened. Sealed Average White Band, $14.99. Avant-Garde. This is John Cage. This has got a lot of different stuff on it. I pulled Ween, didn't I? Ween is not Lainey Wilson. There's Lainey Wilson. Thank you. Ween is probably the opposite of Lainey Wilson. John Cage. That's what I'm going to call it, $24.99. Rolling Stones is at 62. We have Hello Walls, Willie Nelson. Wow, $19.99. Somebody's always asking for a Willie Nelson album that has Hello Walls on it. This is $19.99. It is a Sunset label, $19.99 for Willie Nelson. The Woman in Red soundtrack, that is sealed. Stevie Wonder, sealed, $19.99. Sealed Stevie Wonder, Woman in Red. Show of Hands. Show of Hands is $19.99. Show of Hands, $19.99. And Tranquility, silver. Tranquility, $19.99. I'm assuming that's the name of the band. Seals and Croft, Down Home, $12.99. Seals and Croft, man, it feels like forever since I've shown any vintage albums. Seals and Croft is $12.99. And It's a Happening World, The Tokens, that's also sealed. The Tokens is $16.99. Rolling Stones, 60. Rolling Stones, 62. Rolling Stones is 64. He meant 64, not 74. So 64 on that. Let's go ahead and sell Eric Burden. Eric Burden is sold to Brent Robley for $65. And Zachary P. got the Willie Nelson. This is sold to Zachary P. Willie Nelson. That's sold to Zachary. Next is the Stampeders, Hit the Road. The Stampeders, $12.99. We have the Knack is $16.99. And we have Elvis in person, $19.99. Elvis Live, International Hotel, Las Vegas, Nevada. This is called Rhinoceros. Better Times Are Coming. Rhinoceros is $19.99. And Firewater by the Fireballs. That's on Dot Records and Shrink Wrap, $9.99. Brent is back in because Ed mistopped. That's understandable. Ed was at 64. Pamela's at 66. Brent's at 66. So Pamela's the high bidder at 66. Josie gets the Elvis. Steve Bosford gets the Knack. Ed Nelson's at 68 on the Stones. Let me grab a new autograph. Let me do another David Lindley. It's right here on top, very conveniently for me. Excuse me. Oh, there's 3 more box sets here. I hadn't done these, Ed. I forgot about these over here. I got 3 more CD box sets. I'll do those in just a second. Here's our next David Lindley. David Lindley, I'm getting tongue twisted all of a sudden. Deep breaths. David Lindley and El Rey OX live, autographed by David Lindley. That is a bright cover. It is hurting my eyes, actually. It's near mint minus. It's a German pressing. Very nice. That is a $45 start. $45 start. The Stones is at 68. Now Brent's out, so that's between Pamela and Ed. Back to the bin of vintage. Duke Jupiter 1. Duke Jupiter, $14.99. Duke Jupiter White Knuckle Ride. Back-to-back Duke Jupiters. That's $14.99. Pentangle, Reflection. Pentangle's $26.99. Elvis Presley, His Hand in Mine, one of his gospel records, $9.99. Doug E. Fresh and the Get Fresh crew, $9.99. All the Way to Heaven, nothing. All the Way to Heaven and nothing. 4-track, different mixes. Culture Club, Color by Numbers, Japanese pressing, $34.99. Random Japanese pressing of Culture Club, Color by Numbers, $34.99. And we have Dolly Parton Sings Country Oldies. Wow. $24.99. Recorded in Nashville, Music City, USA. That's on the Somerset. Very odd Dolly record there. In shrink wrap, $24.99. Brent's in on the David Lindley at $45. Going twice, going 3 times. I'm going to sell that pretty quick. And I'm also going to sell the Stones to Ed Nelson for $68. If no one else bids, final call. Ed Nelson, $68. Eddie Leal on the Elvis Presley. Eddie gets Elvis. That's sold to Eddie. And we got a box set here. Dick Clark's Rock and Roll Remember, a Rock and Roll Adventure. Dick Clark, this is a radio show from August 27, 1982, $49.99. So this is a Dick Clark radio show. This is going to have some great music on it. The Beatles, Gary U.S. Bonds, Chubby Checker, The Kinks, Gary and the Pacemakers, more Beatles. So that's a Dick Clark Rock and Roll Remembers. It has a book with it. It has information. Dick Clark, $49.99 box set, Rock and Roll Adventure. That's pretty cool. And Judy Lynn, Naturally. Judy Lynn, $9.99. Johnny Ray's $19.99. And the Bee Gees, Peace of Mind, $9.99. New auctions. Ed Nelson gets the Rolling Stones for $68. And David Lindley is sold to Brent Robley for $45. That's sold to Brent Robley for $45. And Cynthia Herdren gets the Dick Clark radio show. And we have Fred Cardinal with second. Let's go ahead and put up some new autographs. So I haven't done this sealed crate either. I got to do that next. I've got to do that one next. We do have more Steve Miller bands, some really nice ones. Let me see what I have left in the Steve Miller department. And I need to run one of these Michael Nesbit's. Yes, I need to run one of these. So I think one night, I don't know when, on the fly, I priced a Michael Nesmith album, and a couple of them did really well, and then I started doing a little bit of research, and actually Michael Nesmith's autograph, especially on a Monkees album by itself, is not really all that cheap. So I've got one here I'm going to run, and it's actually not an easy record to get. And I got to grab another Rolling Stones record too, don't I? I've grabbed 2 autographs. How about I do 2 autographs, and then I'll get back to the Stones in just a second. Here is the Monkees Instant Replay, and I think this is a German pressing. It's a very nice German pressing. Already kind of a tougher Monkees album to get, Instant Replay. It's an extremely nice German pressing. It's signed by Michael Nesmith on the front. It is JSA authenticated, if I can find the card. Where's the card at? Is it down in the record? Let's see what I've done with the card. This is JSA authenticated, isn't it? Yep. Maybe it's down in the... it's down in the sleeve. I've left it behind. $95 start. Like I said, the album itself is very nice. JSA authenticated. The Monkees Instant Replay, signed by Michael Nesmith, $95 start. That is a very nice LP, very nice signature, JSA authenticated. I've got another Steve Miller Band. This is autographed by Steve Miller. Italian X-Rays. What a really cool jacket. And the signature on this one is perfect. If you're going to grade this signature, it's a 10 out of 10. Steve Miller, Italian X-Rays, autographed by Steve Miller. $145 start on this one. Steve Miller. The actual LP itself, it is very nice. EX Plus near mint minus, pretty much near mint minus. Amazing jacket, fantastic signature. Steve Miller, $145 on that. JSA authenticated. Okay, back to the bin. The Monkees was at the Monkees. I'm looking for a $95 start, and the Steve Miller Band, $145 start. Preston, the Elvis Gospel has already sold. Paul McCartney, Pipes of Peace. Paul McCartney is $26.99, and Paul McCartney, the Russian album, live in CCP. $19.99 for Paul McCartney and Paul McCartney. Dave Clark 5, Having a Wild Weekend. That's $9.99. Dave Clark 5, Satisfied with You. Back-to-back Dave Clark 5s. Make that 3 in a row. Those are all $9.99. And this is Howard Roberts, Color Him Funky. Howard Roberts, $19.99. That's on Capitol Records. It has a hop sticker on it. Dimensions in Jazz, $19.99. Bob Wills plays the greatest string band hits. Bob Wills is $9.99. And Joe King Carisco, how do you say his last name? Carisco, Joe King. How do you say that, Ed? Joe King Carisco. I've never been able to get that out correctly. King Carrasco, thank you. Ed, I like having you here. $14.99. Also, we have Lisa Stansfield versus the Dirty Rotten Scoundrels. People hold on, the bootleg mixes. $9.99 on that. Thomas Hujar's in on the Steve Miller at $145, going once, going twice. Final call to get a bid on the Michael Nesmith for $95. Leroy Eiler and the Carroll County Ramblers. Mr. Bluegrass, here's to you. That is $9.99. Cynthia on Lisa Stansfield. That's so to Cynthia Herdren. Chance is $9.99. Also, Thin White Rope. Sack full of silver. Thin White Rope. That is $19.99. Donald Byrd, Step High. Donald Byrd is $14.99. Donald Byrd. Guitar Artistry by Charlie Byrd, $14.99. That's on Riverside. And Baby Batter, Harvey Mandel. Baby Batter, Harvey Mandel, $24.99. Rock Easy, that's 24 laid-back hits. That's one of those 70s compilations from Warner Brothers, $19.99. Final call on Steve Miller Band. I'm about to sell it. Phil Austin and Roller Maidens from Outer Space, that's $14.99. Gabby, 1972, $29.99 for Gabby. Looks like a self-titled album. Gabby, $29.99. Very clean, though. Also, moving on, Robbie Hood and the Much More, $24.99 from 1986. And Egg Cream, $14.99. Egg Cream. That's the name of it's Andy Adams and Egg Cream, $14.99. Joe Martinez wants the Joe King record that I had trouble pronouncing. I'm glad you're buying it. That's so to Joe Martinez. And The Harder They Come, this is Renegade Hardware, The Harder They Come, Part 2, Divine and Conquer. I don't know what that is, but it's $24.99. All right, so Michael Nesmith is a $95 buy it now. That is the Monkees Instant Replay. That is $95 buy it now. And Thomas Hujar gets the very nice Steve Miller for $145. That's sold to Thomas Hujar for $145. Let's get back to some of the Rolling Stones records we have. Let me grab a random one out of here and see what I have. The Rolling Stones. Will Keith wake in time for an afternoon show? Very cool. Let's see what we got here. And I've got another Alvin Lee 10 years after autographed record. So this is an actual 10 years after album. Cricklewood Green. Very nice jacket. Very nice Alvin Lee signature. Rock On, Alvin Lee. Autographed by Alvin Lee. Frontman guitarist for 10 years after. JSA authenticated. And that is a $75 start for Alvin Lee. The next Rolling Stones record is called Will Keith Wake in Time for the Afternoon Show in Perth, Australia, February 24th, 1973. Keith Richards. This is live in Perth, Australia, February 24th, 1973. $65 start. $65 start for the vintage Rolling Stones. Will Keith wake in time? Looks like he had a rough night. He had a lot of those. $65 start for Keith Richards. How much is the Monkees? It's a $95 buy it now. It's autographed by Michael Nesbitt. We have the Conway Twitty Show. The Conway Twitty Show is sealed. It's never been opened. $14.99. Glenn Campbell, Basics. Glenn Campbell is sealed. It's never been opened for $12.99. At his very best, Duke Ellington and his orchestra. Duke Ellington is $19.99. That's an RCA Victor LPM 1715 in mono, $19.99. Very nice. In a polyline bag. Also, Chicago. That is Chicago 5. Chicago 5 with the inserts, 2LP gatefold, $19.99. And How to Give Your Golf Game Master's Touch. Wow, $19.99. Who is this by? This is by Listen to the Golf from 1967 Masters Champion. I don't know if I want to sell this, actually. I don't know. That is not for sale. That's got Jack Nicklaus on the back with a green jacket on. Sorry, that's not for sale. Rolling Stone, 65. Rob Scheffler on the Conway Twitty. Rob Scheffler on Conway Twitty. Toby Graham is second on Conway Twitty. Scott Drum first on Duke Ellington. Cynthia Herdren was next on Duke Ellington. And Chicago has no condition notes. This actually looks like a very nice copy. Actually, it's not a 2LP. It's a single LP. Yes, very nice. EX Plus on that one. Gatefold and the inserts. This has a poster and a book with it, I think. There's the poster and there's the book. It's not a 2LP. It's a single LP with a booklet or two posters maybe. Maybe it's two posters. I thought one of them was a booklet. Maybe it's two posters. It's two different posters for sure. Chicago. That's $19.99. Okay. I can't believe there was a Masters record in the back and John didn't even tell me about it. What's wrong with him, Ed? We're going to have to talk to him on Wednesday. Okay. We have Made in Texas, Savvy. Made in Texas is $29.99. Also, the Kinks, Sleepwalker, $14.99 for the Kinks. And Roy Eldridge, that is on Metro, $14.99. And Frank Zappa's Joe's Garage, Acts 2 and 3. Frank Zappa is $39.99. Frank Zappa's Joe's Garage, Acts 2 and 3, $39.99. Final call on the Rolling Stones. Bill Samus was in first at $65. Bill Samus bid first at $65. Matt, you were second. That's a final call to Bill for $65. I'm going to go ahead and make Alvin Lee a buy it now for $75. Alvin Lee, autographed 10 years after album, JSA authenticated, not personalized, very nice signature. $75 buy it now on that. Somebody wanted to see the Monkees again. Here's the Monkees, instant replay. It's a $95 buy it now. $95 buy it now. The Monkees, instant replay, signed by Michael Nesbitt. It's a German pressing. The vinyl's near mint minus, nice jacket, nice signature. That's a $95 buy it now from Michael Nesbitt. And I'm about to sell this. Richard Baker gets the 10 years after for $75. That is sold to Richard Baker for $75, Ed. Brent Robley was next on the Rolling Stones at $68. Stephen Young was second on the Albert Lee for $75. Bill Samus is now back in on the Rolling Stones at $75. Ed Nelson got the Frank Zappa, and I missed Tommy Green's Savvy comment. Also, Brent Robley said ring it up, and that was for the Chicago. So Frank Zappa sold to Bill Samus. Brent Robley got Chicago, and going backwards in order, the Savvy is sold to Ed Nelson. All right. The Monkees is $95. The Monkees is $95. $95. I'm not going to go through this bin again, so if anybody else wants anything in here, now is your time to let me know. Ed Nelson, I believe. Let me check one more time, though. I'm going to go through this crate of sealed stuff from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. I hope you are ready for this. It's about a half of a crate, but it's all sealed, a lot of it out of print or limited edition record store day stuff. I posted a gallery of pictures of this in the group before I went live. Let me know. Hold on a second. Tommy Green got the Savvy. Ed Nelson got the Frank Zappa. Brent Robley got Chicago. Tommy Green, Savvy. Brent Robley, Chicago. Ed Nelson, Frank Zappa. Rolling Stones is at 85. And Debbie, if you don't want the monkeys for 95, Holly Safe does. So the monkeys is going to be sold to somebody for $95, either Debbie or Holly Safe. Debbie's going to let us know if she wants it or not. Okay, continuing. Let's see here. We hadn't done a John Mayall in a while. Let me see what I have in stock with John Mayall. John Mayall. Here we go. John Mayall, Blues from Laurel Canyon, $55 start. John Mayall, Blues from Laurel Canyon. That is a $55 start. I'm also need to take this hoodie off because I am very hot. So give me 1 second. I'm going to take my mic off. Ed, you doing okay?
I'm doing good.
Good. I'm going to lose about 15 degrees in heat and take this hoodie off. I usually don't wear, if I wear a hoodie, I also have a jacket, so I come in and out of it a lot easier. Ooh. That was a good neck adjustment, too. And I'm back. All right, so John Mayall, Blues from Laurel Canyon, nice signature, front and center. Ooh. Crisp original inner sleeve, nice copy. Also a nice copy of the actual album, $55 start on that. Okay, and the Rolling Stones is at $90. The Ween is a new release, $46.99. The Fuscus edition, that's on like brown, white colored vinyl, I think, $46.99 for Ween. Okay, so everything in here is priced as marked, new sealed stuff. First, we have Rye Cooter, Election Special. Everything is sealed. $29.99 for Rye Cooter Election Special, $29.99. Alondro Escovedo, A Man Under the Influence, Deluxe Bourbontis Edition. That is $24.99. And we have Fistful of Mercy, $24.99. Fistful of Mercy, and that's called As I Call You Down, $24.99. Debbie never did say yes or no, so I'm assuming she's passing, so give it to Holly Safe for $95. Brent bid $85 on the Rolling Stones. Bill bid $90. Ed Nelson bid $55 on John Mayall, going once, going twice. Brent's at $105 on the Rolling Stones. We have Not Cool by Tim Easton, sealed, $19.99. And Gene Clark, Here Tonight, the White Light Demos. Gene Clark is $29.99. That's a Record Store Day Black Friday, November 29, 2013. 10 years ago, orange vinyl, limited edition of 2000, $29.99. Patrick Carter wants the Easton record. That's sold to Patrick Carter. And Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, A Little Something from the Road, Volume 1. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, that is $29.99. A Little Something from the Road. That was also a Record Store Day release. The outfields have shipped. Yes, the outfields have shipped. I don't have them on hand yet, but we're getting the full allocation. And those will be in this week. I'll probably officially show those tomorrow. Also, I had somebody ask a long time ago, could I go ahead and show the 7-year Itch record? Let me go do that right now. So I've got a couple new releases here. Sean Mankel's claimed one. That was Sean that asked like 3 hours ago, so I'm glad he commented on the post. Alvo Dabney, Scott Fairchild, Kristen Seen, Mark Barbosa, Lily McCurry, Paul Brothers, John Miller, Jack Suslick, Cynthia Hergerin, Jerry Stone, Sherry Darnell, Matt Algram, Jason Walraven, Scott Corcoran, Michael O'Brien, Jeff Helton, James Rayner. So that should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. All right, so this is a new release. Let me do a little sidetrack here. This is a new release. I got extras. Let me show them tonight. That way when we sell out, if we need a waiting list. This is for the first time ever on vinyl, a Collective Soul Greatest Hits. First time ever on vinyl, $33.99. I repeat, first time ever on vinyl, a Collective Soul Greatest Hits, 1994 to 2001. Greatest Hits album from the multi-platinum artist. It's a craft record. It includes the hits Shine, The World I Know, Run, December, and Heavy. We've all heard Shine. We've all heard Shine before. $33.99 for Collective Soul 7-year itch. And the pre-order for that was Sean Mankel, Alvo Dabney, Scott Fairchild, Kristen Seen, Mark Barbosa, Lily McCurry, Paul Brothers, John Miller, Jack Suslick, Cynthia Herdren, Jerry Stone, Sherry Darnell, Matt Algram, Jason Walraven, Scott Corcoran, Michael O'Brien, Jeff Hilton, and James Rayner. So that's what I have left. And then we got to take a waiting list. So that's a new release for Friday. That's a new release for Friday. Before I get too busy into that, let me resume where I was. We were on a final call with John Mayall to Ed Nelson for 55. If I get to the bottom and no one else has bid, we're definitely going to sell that. The Rolling Stones was still a battle between Brent and Bill. Brent was at 105. Bill was at 115. We've already pulled the Patrick Carter Easton record. Outfield, that's where I stopped. And then John Young wants Gene Clark. So John Young got the Gene Clark. Richard Baker wanted the Ry Cooder record. So that's sold to John Young and Richard Baker. And then Stephen Tuttle was first to Kenny Wayne Shepherd. So John Young, Gene Clark, Richard Baker, Ry Cooder, Stephen Tuttle, Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. Sherry Darnell, you were second on Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. Andy Mitchell, you were second on Gene Clark. Debbie Blair, third on Kenny Wayne Shepherd. And Fred, you were fourth. And now the Collective Souls. Now the Collective Souls. So this is sold to Ed Nelson. We got one for Ron Duffield. We also have one for Debbie Blair. We have one for Fred Carnell. We have one for Paul Beal. There's one for William Lee Murray. New bid on the Rolling Stones bootleg for $125. And Ron Duffield said, never mind on Collective Soul. So I'm going to pull one back. I've got two extras. Collective Soul, 7-year itch, their greatest hits. New release for Friday. You can reserve one now for $33.99. $33.99. And I have those for Ed Nelson, Debbie Blair, Fred Carnell, Paul Beal, William Lee Murray. Also Holly Safe and Kara Bauer. Holly Safe and Kara Bauer. Holly Safe and Kara Bauer. John Young needs to put back the Gene Clark album. That's okay. It's only a $5,000 restocking fee, and we're going to give that to Andy Mitchell. Andy Mitchell, Next Play Records. I'm at the bottom, and we just got a new bid on John Mayall. Stephen Tuttle's at $56. Ed Nelson, you're outbid. Stephen Tuttle's at $56 on John Mayall. Bill Samus, let me know if you want backing on the Rolling Stones. Brent Robley has that for $125. Brent Robley has that for $125. Bill's back in at $135. Back to the sealed stuff. George Thorogood and the Delaware Destroyers, $29.99. These are all new and sealed. Never before heard original no bass of the band's classic debut on blue vinyl, $29.99. Rolling Stones, $135. Ed Nelson's at $57 on John Mayall. Bob Weir, Blue Mountain. Bob Weir is $29.99. Blue Mountain. Bob Weir's first album of entirely new music in over 30 years. $29.99 on that. Fred Carnell got George Thorogood. Fred Carnell got George Thorogood. I've got two 10-inch here from the Beach Boys. They are $14 and $19.99. This is actually a 78 RPM. The Beach Boys, Good Vibrations and Heroes and Villains in mono at a 78 RPM. Record Store Day 2011 of 5,002 10-inch 78 RPM. That is $19.99. It also has Good Vibrations and Early Take and Heroes and Villains and Alternate Take. That is $19.99. The other one is Beach Boys Surfing Safari 409, and that is $14.99. Also a Record Store Day, November 30th, 2012, Surfing Safari and 409, another 10-inch for $14.99. The Rolling Stones, $135. Ed Nelson bid $57 on John Mayall. Fred Carnell got George Thorogood, $60 on John Mayall, $150 on the Rolling Stones, and now Patrick Carter is going to get the Bob Weir. Bob Weir is sold to Patrick Carter. Stacy Metternich, you were first to the Beach Boys. Let me know if you want the Surfing Safari 409 or the Good Vibrations Heroes and Villains, or you can have both of them. They are $14 for this one, $19 for that one. They're both sealed Record Store Day releases. Continuing, it's another 10-inch. This is Creedence Clearwater Revival, the 69 singles on white vinyl. Record Store Day 2014, $24.99. It's a 2, 4, 6, 8 track on a 10-inch. The 69 singles on white vinyl, $24.99. New bid on John Mayall, $65. New bid on the Rolling Stones, $160. Stacy wants this Beach Boys. This is the one she wants, the blue cover, the 78 RPM. That's pretty cool, a Beach Boys on a 78 RPM. That's sold to Stacy. Henry's Choice gets the Creedence Clearwater. That's sold to Henry's Choice. Fred Carnell second, Christopher Morris third. Now, Debbie, you were second on the Beach Boys. Stacy got the one she wanted. Debbie Winstead, if you want this one, it's still available, or if anybody else wants it, it's sealed, $14.99. Continuing, Stevie Nicks Rarities. This is $49.99. $49.99. Stevie Nicks Rarities, Record Store Day, $49.99. Stephen Tuttle's backing on John Mayall at $75. Brent, you're out on the Stones. Bill Samus has that for $160. Debbie Blair got the Stevie Nicks. That's sold to Debbie Blair. Next is John Prine. This is the limited edition, numbered orange vinyl John Prine, September 78, $59.99. Sealed, Record Store Day, orange, numbered, John Prine, live, $59.99, new and sealed. And Lucinda Williams is $124.99. $124.99. This is Lucinda Williams live at the Fillmore. Is this where it's at? Fillmore? Yeah, live at the Fillmore. Lucinda Williams. $124.99, new and sealed. We got some stuff in here. That's a 3LP. 3LP, sealed with hop sticker, Lucinda Williams. All right, Stevie Nicks went to Debbie. Sherry Darnell was second. Debbie Winstead was third. Ed Nelson, John Mayall 76, John Mayall 77. Final call on the Rolling Stones. I was going to make sure Brent was out, but it's a final call. Bill Samus has it for $160. That's the Will Keith Wake Up in Time for the Show. There's one Lucinda Williams. Here's another. Lucinda Williams. This is called West. It's sealed. $124.99. Lucinda Williams West. 10th anniversary on Lost Highway Records. Both of those Lucinda Williams are $124.99. This is $174.99. This is Jason Isbell, $174.99. This is called Live from Welcome to 1979. Live from Welcome to 1979. Jason Isbell, $174.99. That is sealed, $174.99. This Jason Isbell is $19.99. Live at Twist and Shout. That's $19.99 for Jason Isbell. And the International Submarine Band, this is sealed, $49.99. International Submarine Band, numbered 56 of 1,000. That is $49.99. We have John Mayall out and John Mayall out. Wow. Well, hopefully y'all aren't both out. Stephen Tuttle's at 77 and Ed Nelson's at 80. So, John Mayall, Ed Nelson, you was at $80. Yes, Stephen Tuttle's out. So, Ed, you're the high bidder at $80 if you're still good with that. That's John Mayall. That's at $80. Ed's still in. Okay, so that's a final call to you for $80. If somebody could let John or Brent Robley know the Stones is at $100. I'm glad you hopped on because I was about to sell it. Bill Samus has it for $160. Ball's in your court. Patrick Carter gets the Live at the Twist and Shout. So Patrick Carter gets that Jason Isbell. Alex Rifle gets the Submarine Band. That is sealed. Very cool. That's sold to Alex. And there's one more in here. It's another Jason Isbell, Something More Than Free. Jason Isbell's $29.99. And Ry Cooter and the Chicken Skin Band. That is a live unofficial, sealed, $29.99. $29.99. Okay, I'm going to reach for the John Mayall, so we can go ahead and put a new auction up. John Mayall is sold for $80 to Ed Nelson. That's sold to Ed Nelson for $80. And Brent is backing on the Stones at $165. We're not done yet. Let me show three more CD box sets. 3 more CD box sets. CD box set number 1 is the RCA Victor Jazz, the first half of the century, the 20s through the 60s. $19.99. This is a 5 CD box set of jazz music from RCA Victor, the 20s through the 60s. That is $19.99. $19.99. Roots and Blues, the retrospective, 1925 to 1950. That's a Roots and Blues compilation from Columbia, $29.99.
Roots and Blues, 1925 to 1950, and Les Paul, The Legend and the Legacy of Les Paul, $24.99. $24.99 for Les Paul. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second so I can take a drink of water. Thank you. I desperately needed that. Okay. Bill Samus is back in on the Stones at 175. Brent, you're out at 165. Chris Bijak gets the RCA Jazz box. Brian Arrigo was second. Brian Arrigo was first, though, to the Blues box set. Michael Nath was second, and that just leaves Les Paul. So Les Paul's still available. Brian Arrigo got the Blues box. And Bill Samus is at 175 on the Stones. Brent, you're out. Let me grab another autograph. So, what have we done? We've got, let me see one maybe we haven't done. I feel like we just sold John Mayall, right? Let's do another Steve Miller. This one's cool. Your Saving Grace. Another big, bold, beautiful signature. $145 start. Steve Miller Band, Your Saving Grace, signed by Steve Miller, JSA authenticated, $145 start. $145 start, and that is Steve Miller Band, Your Saving Grace, signed by Steve Miller, $145 start. Your Saving Grace, JSA authenticated, $145. Bills at 175, Brent's out. Final call on the Stones for 145. Looking for 145 on Steve Miller. Here's what's left in the sealed crate. Alejandro Escovedo, that is sealed for $24.99. Fistful of Mercy, $24.99 sealed. The Beach Boys is $14.99. That was sealed. Also, John Prine, record store date, numbered, orange vinyl, $59.99. Lucinda Williams, $124.99. Lucinda Williams, $124.99. Jason Isbell, $174.99. By the way, the last one sealed sold for $195, and the cheapest one active sealed on eBay and Discogs is $200. $174.99. The last one sold $195, and the cheapest is $200 plus shipping. $174.99. I still got Jason Isbell, Something More Than Free, $29.99, and Ry Cooter, the sealed unofficial live, Ry Cooter, $29.99. That is sealed live unofficial. Okay, we have Dennis Jackson on the Alejandro Escovedo. That's sold to Dennis Jackson. By the way, Dennis, I found your Charlie Musselwhite Tennessee Woman. So I found that record you wanted a while back. I'm going to put it on your invoice for this week. Sherry Darnell gets John Prine. Mark Lent gets AE. AE was the Alejandro Escovedo. So Mark Lent, you were second to that. Let's go ahead and sell the Rolling Stones to Bill Samus for $175 so we can run another one. And Steve Miller Band is a final call if you want to get a bid in for $145. Yes, Bill Samus got that for $175. Let me grab another Rolling Stones record. Hopefully we're going to finish these out tonight so we can get a batch of something new tomorrow. Let's see what we have here. The Rolling Stones, 1966 in Hawaii. Boy, that would have been a cool show to go to. Let's go see the Stones circa 1966 in Hawaii. That sounds pretty luxurious right now. Sealed, clear vinyl, unofficial, live in Honolulu. And it was right in the middle of July, too. July 28th, 1966, Honolulu, Hawaii. $35 start. That's a newer bootleg. It's sealed on clear vinyl. $35 start. Or excuse me, $35 start. The Rolling Stones. What year is the Ry Cooter? The Ry Cooter is live in Hamburg, 1977. Live in Hamburg, 1977. It also featuring Flaco Jimenez. Brian's at 35 in the Stones. Cool cover on that one. Check out that cover. Hawaii. Got a nice, I was going to call it a Rolls Royce. Kind of looks like it there on the front. New crate. We've got another on-sale new vinyl bin to go through. Another on-sale new vinyl bin to go through. Let me go find it. It's the second $29.99 crate. The second $29.99 crate. So it's all got new stuff that I just loaded in there tonight. So we got another $29.99 on sale crate. Let's see what we have in here. And then we still got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 crates of new vintage vinyl to go through, which that's a lot. We'll see where we get tonight. Buy it now on Steve Miller, no bid. If anybody wants it, $145 buy it now, Steve Miller. If you've been waiting for one of those, you can snatch one up right now. If you're just trying to find one to add for your collection, that'd be one of the cheapest ones we've offered. Steve Miller Band, $145 for a buy it now. The Rolling Stones is at $35.35 and now $45 with Don Alker. That's at $45. Let me grab another autograph. Since that one didn't sell, let's see what we have over here. There is this and this and this and this, and here we go. I got some Jerry Jeff Walkers. Oh, I don't think that's who actually signed them, though, so those aren't authenticated. Let me grab something else. Let me see what's in the front of this bin. Let me see what's in the front of the bin here. Let's see. Well, let's try another Eric Burden. Eric Burden and the Animals. $55 start. Eric is here. Eric Burden and the Animals. $55 start. Eric is here. Eric Burden and the Animals. $55 start. JSL authenticated. Nice signature right on the front. Very legible. $55 start on that. Brian, let me know if you want backing on stone. So this is an on-sale bin. Showing it kind of late, relatively, 9:30. I was showing stuff on sale, though, last night at 10:30. So $29.99, Ed. And for everybody that's watching, I still show 203 viewers at 9:30. Wow. Radiohead, Hail to the Thief, $29.99. This was $46.99. Everything in here is discount and on sale. Stuff that's probably never been on sale before, like Radiohead, $29.99. Also, Pussifer, Conditions of My Parole, $10 off on that. That is $29.99. And The Donnas, that is $29.99. Self-titled Donnas, The Donnas, that is on colored vinyl. I've got 2 copies of The Donnas and Yankee Hotel Foxtrot Wilco, the original album remastered on indie exclusive creamy white vinyl, $15 off, $29.99. Also, Reggae Collected, my last copy, yellow and green vinyl. This was a great seller when it originally came out from Music on Vinyl. 2 LP, it's a compilation of reggae music, $29.99. So, the Stones was at $45 with Don Alker. Alex Rifle bid $55 on Eric Burden. Debbie Blair bid $605, but she actually only meant $60. Heather Feather gets Pussifer. These are $29.99. That's sold to Heather Feather. Boontar wants RH. RH was Radiohead. That's sold to Boontar for $29.99. Fred Carnell gets The Donnas. That's sold to Fred Carnell for $29.99. The Donnas. Brian Arrigo is out on the Stones, so I'm about to sell the Stones for $45. Sherry Darnell gets the Wilco for $29.99. Clay Moore gets the Donnas for $29.99. Charlie DeFrank second to Wilco. Kara Bauer third. Scott Drum is going to get Reggae Collected. That is sold to Scott Drum. So we have Mark Fallon. You're actually out. Debbie bid $60 first. So Mark's out. Alex is out. Eric Burden's at $60. Mark Fallon's back in at $70. I'm going to show 3 more records in here, and then I'm selling the Stones for $45. First is Van Morrison, Blowing Your Mind. $15 off, $29.99. That has Brown Eyed Girl. The Avett Brothers, I and Love and You. $29.99, originally $47. And another Radiohead that was also $47. $29.99 for Amnesiac. There's 3 more. Time to sell the Rolling Stones. Ed, this is sold to Don Alker for $45. And Don, you was one of the people I remembered replying to this morning. I think Doug got your order shipped out to you. I'm going to say it again late tonight. 2 announcements that I usually do when we go live. If you haven't already, please like our post, the Facebook feed. Hit the like button on the Facebook feed. If you can share it, that's even better. Share it to your page. Share it to a group you're in if it's allowed. And then, if you're on YouTube, same thing. Also, I'm handling messages this week with the assistance of Doug and Ed while Tanner's out of town. So if you could please let me know if you need an invoice correction. Not here right now. Don't let me know right now because I won't be able to see it and I won't be able to answer it. But send us a message. And also, if you've already sent me a message or if you sent us a message like a week ago and no one's got back to you, last week was crazy. It was Thanksgiving. Tanner was getting married. I went out of town. We was all in Chattanooga for the wedding. I was down there for 2 nights. It was Black Friday. It's been crazy in Coletco. So if we hadn't got to you in about a week, it's very understandable why. Just hit a thumbs up, hit a button, hit something to bump your message up. So we go through emails, and what I do is I find a certain date, I start at the bottom, and I work my way up. Last night on Facebook, I scrolled and scrolled and scrolled and scrolled and scrolled. I found a certain spot, and then I worked my way up. Now I've got to go way back down to that other spot and scroll some more and get caught up on all those messages. There's literally hundreds of them. So and sometimes what happens is Doug may send tracking number, and then there was a message that didn't get answered. And so when I'm scrolling through all the thumbnails, all I see is a tracking number, and I'm assuming that there's no problem or no question to be answered. And he may have sent a tracking number, or Ed sent a tracking number, however they do that, where I didn't know there was a message being answered. So that happens quite often too. So just keep us in mind on that. I lost my train of thought. Mark Fallon was at 70 on Eric Burden. Richard Baker gets the Van Morrison. This is $29.99. Richard Baker. I do not have James Brown collected. Let's see here. Debbie Blair's at 75 on Eric Burden. Ed Nelson on the Avett Brothers. So Van Morrison, Richard Baker. Ed Nelson on the Avett Brothers. Mark Fallon's at 80 on Eric Burden. And no one got Radiohead. Amnesiac, $29.99. Continuing. Black Flag, Everything Went Black. That's a 2 LP. It was $49.99. Now it's $29.99. Also, Stone Soul, The Origins of Sly and the Family Stone. That was $48.99. Now it's $29.99. Also, Promise, Rhinoplasty, $10 off for $29.99. And Savatage. Savatage is The Wake of Magellan on lenticular vinyl. That was $56.99. About a month ago, I marked it down to $44.99. Now it's $29.99. Savatage. Eddie Leal wants the Black Flag. That's sold to Eddie. Mark Fallon's at 80 on Eric Burden. Going twice, going 3 times. If y'all are done bidding, please let me know. Let me grab another Rolling Stones record. Actually, I've already done that. It's right here. This is the Rolling Stones Volume 2. The Rolling Stones Volume 2. What do we have here? Late 70s, early 80s, mono German import. Clean vinyl. $25 start. Wow. So this is a late 70s, early 80s, mono. This is an official record. That is some beautiful vinyl. Can y'all see that? I'm going to show it to Ed and get his reaction.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, it's like, it looks like.
It just came out of the jam.
Yeah, it's like, it's incredible. Rolling Stones, Volume 2. Paul put it all caps and underlined it. Clean. It's unbelievable looking. $25 start. That's the Rolling Stones Volume 2, one of their mini compilations. $25 start on the Stones. That's an official from Decca in Germany. Brian Arrigo gets Promise. These are all on sale for $29.99. Now the Savatage. Brent Robley got one. Kevin Crowell got one. Kevin Jordan, you were third. Condition of Burden, cover, and vinyl. Jeff McMaster has made his appearance just in time to start a battle with Mark Fallon. Here we go. This is, Eric Burden is here. Eric Burden and the Animals. The vinyl's really weird. It's what we call gassed. I'm going to show this to Ed and also get his reaction. See how that looks?
Yes.
It's called gassed. It's got this really weird swirl look to it. Yeah, it's like from the sleeve. It's kind of like a chemical reaction. It happens every once in a while. It really doesn't affect playback all that much, but it definitely affects the way it looks. It has the original MGM inner sleeve. It's called when they get gassed. It's like a really hazy look to the vinyl, but there's almost no marks on it. The actual jacket itself is a strong VG+. It does have a punch hole. There is a punch hole, but other than that, the signature's nice. Back cover, okay, all VG+. The last bid on that was Mark Fallon at $80, and that was going twice, going 3 times. Okay, Matt Shirley's at 25 on the Stones. Inner sleeve. The Stones has it has the Decca custom Rolling Stones inner sleeve. That is at 25 and 25, now 30, now 32, now 30, now 35, now 35, now 40, now 45. Jeff's not in. He spares Mark Fallon. I'm about to sell it in 10 seconds. I'm going to show 2 more records. Bruce Springsteen's Greatest Hits, $29.99. It was $44.99. 2 LPs, $29.99. Bruce Springsteen's Greatest Hits. And Moby Play. Moby is $10 off, $29.99. Moby Play, $29.99. This is sold to Mark Fallon for $80. He gets it without contest. Well, at least not from Jeff. Debbie gave him a run for his money. Matt Shirley's at 48 on the Stones. 2 more records right quick while I grab the next autograph. The Cure, 17 Seconds is $29.99. And Cody Jinks, Less Wise, modified reissue. Cody Jinks is $10 off for $29.99. If you're just joining us, we're in the middle of a fantastic crate of on sale new vinyl. We got auctions going on, and I am chipping away. So one of the most autographed albums we had was Taj Mahal, John Mayall, Eric Burden, Steve Miller, Joe Cocker, Neil Young, which we had. It's very good that we had a lot of Neil Young. We also have like 5 or 6 Claptons, but we're waiting for letters to come back on those. But one of the artists that Dale met and had him sign pretty much his entire discography was John Mayall. So we've been chipping away at these tonight. Here's one I've never shown before. I've still got probably a dozen more John Mayall autographs. They're all very nice. This is autographed by John Mayall. And this is a really cool set. It's 2 LP compilation. It's called Through the Years. First time I've looked at it. Good sign. It's got a crisp inner sleeve from London. It's turned the right way, and it's very nice. So the actual vinyl and jacket itself is very clean. $55 start. $55 start for John Mayall. $55 start on that. We have a fully signed Van Halen album that we're waiting for the letter to come back. We have a fully signed Van Halen album. I've also got a Robert Plant signed Led Zeppelin 4. I've got 3 fully signed ZZ Top albums. We've got about 100 albums, 100 autographs we're waiting letters of authenticity for. Those are some of the big dogs. Those are pretty incredible records we're waiting for letters to come back for. Rolling Stones at 48, $29.99. David Polkey on Bruce Springsteen. David Polkey on Bruce Springsteen. Thomas Hujar gets The Cure. These are all $29.99. And we have New Wave of the 80s. New Wave of the 80s. First time discounted, $15 off, $29.99. New Wave of the 80s collected. That's U2, XTC, Tears for Fears, ABC, Echo and the Bunnymen, Duran Duran, Human League, $29.99. There's 1, there's 2. I've got 3 of those. New Wave collected. That's limited, numbered, colored vinyl. I don't have G.G. Allen, but I have a Jello Biafra autograph. I've got at least 1 of them, but we may have 2. He signed stuff really tiny in a pen. Just like really like this big. Jelly Biafra, very tiny. So if you ever have Dead Kennedys albums, you got to really examine them because you can miss his autograph very easily. Fred Carnell's at 55 on John Mayall. I'm about to do a final call on the Stones. Matt Shirley has it for 48. If anybody else wants in, let me know. Fred Carnell wants New Wave. So does Paul Beal and Brandon Jackson. Those are all sold $29.99. 2 copies of Cody Jinks. Red Rocks Live. That is a 3 LP Cody Jinks. Red Rocks Live. 3 LP, $15 off, $29.99. Cody Jinks, $29.99. Y'all have wiped out another $29.99 crate. These are all $29.99, and here's what's left. We have Radiohead, Amnesiac, Stone Soul, The Origins of Sly and the Family Stone, Moby Play. This is a multi-platinum album, Moby Play. Does this have the Jason Bourne song on it? You know the song at the end of the Jason Bourne movies? I don't know if it's on this one. I thought it was on this one. When on my iTunes, this is the artwork it has. I'm pretty sure. Moby's $29.99. Cody Jinks and Cody Jinks. Those are all available. Okay, new bid on on the John Mayall. Thomas Hujar is at $60. This is $60, Thomas Hujar. And when I come back, I'm selling the Stones. Boone Tar needs to put back the Radiohead. He said he already bought one from us. I'm going to put these with the leftover $29.99 crate from earlier. And I'm going to show this new Duran Duran release that comes out Friday. Sherry Darnell says she'll take Radiohead. Now, do you want the one Boontar's putting back, or do you want the one in the crate, or do you want both of them? Kenny Case Jr. says he'll take one, the Cody Jinks live at Redlocks. This is sold to Kenny Cates. Extreme Ways. Yeah, I don't know if it's on that album or not. I think on my iTunes, that's the cover artwork, though. Sherry Darnell says she'll take both. So Cody Jinks is sold to Kenny. There's one Radiohead for Sherry, and she'll take the other one as well. Makes me want to rewatch the Jason Bourne series. There's a new one. They're making a new one. I thought they were done after this latest installment with that one, but they did a spinoff, and then they made that last one actually with Matt Damon, and now they're making another one. You can't kill Jason Bourne, right, Ed? You can't kill Jason Bourne. Oh yeah, here's a great crate of new stuff. This is stuff from that collection that Paul just picked up yesterday. So let's go through some of this. This is like this is new stuff. New stuff we just bought and new stuff just priced. So new vintage arrivals. Let's see what we have in here. Is Dalcho definitely coming this week? Definitely. I never guarantee any new vinyl to come in until we get it, but it hadn't shipped yet. Okay, Rolling Stones. This is sold to Matt Shirley for $48. And I was making sure Fred Carnell was out on John Mayall. Fred, if you can let me know if you're out on John Mayall. If so, I'm selling that to Thomas Sujar for $60. Or if you want to bid again, you got to bid more than $60 very quickly. Mark Shelton's going to take the Moby record. That is sold to Mark Shelton, $29.99. Moby Play. All right. So, new vintage arrivals. Let me grab a new Stones record. How many do we have left? It's taken 2 nights to sell this whole crate of Stones records. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're definitely going to get through them tonight. This is a Russian pressing. This is a Russian import bootleg. A 1989 Russian pressing compilation. A lot of it is from their Satanic Majesty's Request. Very cool. This is the Rolling Stones. $25 start. Jared, I'm glad you asked that. For the first time ever, I'm going to discount this record here. All of our Tyler Childers records are on sale. I'm going to do Country Squire first. Country Squire is just $19.99. $19.99 for Country Squire. I forgot all about these over here. So I'm going to show them one at a time. The first is Country Squire, Tyler Childers, these were $34.99. Country Squire, Tyler Childers, new and sealed. If you don't have one already, one of my favorite newer artists for sure, Tyler Childers, Country Squire, $19.99. I've got 4 in my hand. Those are just $19.99 for Country Squire. Good Americana, country, whichever you want to call it there. $19.99. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Fred Cardinale's at 61 on that. Thomas is back in at 62. Can you show the 10, please? What is 10? And Jared, I'll do Metallica Garage in just a second. Brian Arrigo's at 25 on the Stones. There's the Stones, a Russian pressing, and these are usually very nice, and they usually sound really good. Yes, these are very nice. And that's a Russian compilation, the Rolling Stones. The music's in English, I promise, but that's a lot of Russian. I can't read any of that. It kind of almost looks like English letters, but they're not. It's Russian. That's now up for bid. Tyler Childers. Cynthia gets one for $19.99. Jeff McMaster gets one for $19.99. Brent Robley gets one for $19.99. And there's one left, but I have plenty more if anybody else wants one. The 10 Stones album that's left. Oh, okay. I thought you was like, can you show the 10? I didn't know if that was something. Okay. Yeah, so there's that one. There is a picture disc. There's more than 10 here, isn't there? Here's another picture disc. Very unique artwork. That one's got some really cool artwork. It looks like David Bowie as an alien back there. 100% Odd Lots, The Best of the Rest. There's the Rolling Stones, the 75 Tour of Americas. Nasty Habits in Glasgow. From the Vaults, the Marquee Club, 71. I bet that sounds great. A Fair to Remember, the Rolling Stones. Seattle, 1972. Beggar's Banquet. 86 digital remaster. Virgin vinyl, sealed. And Early Hits. Early Hits. a Canadian, is sold exclusively at Walmarts in Canada. Wow. That was sold exclusively at Walmarts in Canada. There's the Stones records that I'm going to be running for the rest of the night. And then there's all kinds of surprise autographs. All kinds of surprise autographs. Okay. The John Mayall. The vinyl's fantastic. Fred, you're out. Thomas Hujar has it for $62. The Stones is at $27, $28. Sherry Darnell gets one of the last Country Squires. That's sold to Sherry Darnell for $19.99. New vintage arrivals. We have, for $9.99, Willie D. Abrupt Edge. Willie D. Abrupt Edge, $9.99. Santana, $19.99. As you can tell, this collector took very good care of his stuff. All anti-static sleeves. LPs kept behind the jacket. Santana, that is $19.99. This is $39.99 for the King Crimson in the Wake of Poseidon. That's a very clean copy. King Crimson in the Wake of Poseidon. John Mayall's at $66. The Rolling Stones is at $35. Santana, this one is self-titled, $29.99 for Santana. Santana's fantastic music on both of those albums, and especially that one. Willie and the Poor Boys, $29.99. That has Bill Wyman, Charlie Watts from the Rolling Stones, Jimmy Page, Paul Rogers. That is $29.99. Mudslide Slim, James Taylor. Original label, James Taylor is $24.99 for Mudslide Slim, and James Taylor JT, that's $14.99. John Lennon Double Fantasy, $24.99 for John Lennon Double Fantasy, and the Best of the James Gang. I was watching Joe Walsh play Funk 49 on Howard Stern. It popped up on my Facebook. Funk 49. No, he was playing Walk Away. He was playing Walk Away, yeah. Walk Away. Turn your pretty head and walk away. That is the James Gang's greatest hits, Joe Walsh. Okay, Metallica, Garage Inc. I've got, these are going to be $44.99. How many do I have? $44.99. $44.99. That's $12 off. First time I've ever discounted this title. One of the last Metallica records that I have that I've never discounted. Garage Inc. is $13 off. $13 off. No, $12 off. $44.99. That's for 3 LPs, by the way. That's for 3 LPs. Metallica Garage Inc. $44.99. So this is the 598 EP, Garage Days Revisited. Turn the Page, Whiskey in the Jars on here, So What. Also, it has Am I Evil and Blitzkrieg. This is $44.99. Whiskey in the Jars on there. Metallica Garage Inc. $12 off, $44.99. Back up to the top. Thomas Hujar was at 66 on John Mayall. Mark Shelton, did we pull him a Country Squire, Ed? Mark Shelton, a Country Squire? If not, I need to get more of those. That was a TC. Okay, so Country Squire. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I've probably got 50 more. I've probably got 50 more of these. We got a lot of titles. That's one of our best sellers in the store. We sell them all the time. That is sold to Mark Shelton, $19.99. So for $44.99 are the Metallicas. $44.99, Ed, that's the on-sale price. Holly Safe gets a Metallica. Jared Benoit, who requested it, gets a Metallica. Luckily, he got in on that. Debbie, the James Gang is $19.99. Brian Arrigo on the Metallica. That's number 3. JK also gets a Metallica. Number 4. And there's 3 left. Metallica Garage Inc. $12 off. $44.99. Triple LP. Okay. Fred Carnell. If you can let me know if you're in or out on John Mayall, I would greatly appreciate it. Thomas Hujar is at $66. Final call. The Rolling Stones Russian compilation is at 35 of Brian Arrigo, Brent Robley. If you can let me know if you're in or out, I would greatly appreciate it. We're just waiting to see if anybody's out on those. Debbie Blair gets the James Gang. And then Ed, the Metallicas one more time. The Metallicas were sold to Holly, Jared, Brian, JK. There should be 4 of them there. All right. Fred said he already said out. Okay, he did. Didn't see that. Or did it? I don't know if that's on my feed or not. Let's go ahead and sell it then. $66. John Mayall. And Brent might have already said, Al, I might have had a glitch in Facebook there for 66 to Thomas Sujar. I may have had a glitch there, so I'll give that a few more seconds. Continuing, Bob Dylan, Blood on the Tracks, $34.99 for Blood on the Tracks. Bob Dylan, The Best of Bread, $14.99. Great stuff there. Eric Clapton, Slow Hand, the classic Eric Clapton album, $34.99. And the Beatles, 62 to 66 on Capitol. Nice condition, it looks like, $39.99. Christopher Morris wants Bread. Bread is sold to Christopher Morris. And the Stones is at $35. When I come back, I'm going to sell it to Brian if there's not a bid on my screen, or especially I have to introduce this next auction. Let's do another Eric Burden. And I'll go ahead and be pulling one of these, and let me be grabbing the Stones. Something about the one with the plane on it. This one right here, A Fair to Remember. Gotcha. I'll put that on deck. Fred's at 36. We're not selling the Stones just yet. Fred Carnell's at $36. So that one's on deck, but let me go ahead and do the Animals Greatest Hits Live. $55 start, signed by Eric Burden. The Animals Greatest Hits Live with Hype Sticker. The Vinyl's Near Mint Minus, $55 start. Brian Arrigo's back in on the Stones at 37. Fred Carnell, you're out. Back to the bin. New Vintage Arrival. ZZ Top Tejas, $34.99 for Tejas. And Yes Shows, $34.99 for Yes. Steely Dan, Aja, $34.99. What a nice looking copy. Steely Dan, Aja, $34.99. And we have Eagles, The Long Run, $24.99. The Rolling Stones, 37. Fred's out. Eric Burden, 55. Eric Burden, 57. Jeffrey DeLong wants both Beatles and both Santanas. That's a two for combo. He gets both Santanas and both Beatles. So there's one Santana. There's the other Santana. Jeffrey DeLong. There's one Beatles. There's the other Beatles. Jeffrey DeLong. 4 in a row. The Stones is at 37. Debbie's back in. Mark Shelton, the James Gang's already sold. New bids on Eric Burden. 55, 58, and now 65. Continuing, Meet the Beatles on the purple Capitol label. Meet the Beatles is $24.99. What an iconic photo. Meet the Beatles, $24.99. Nice. Bad Company, self-titled. Bad Company's debut album. Bad Company, $24.99. And the first song of the album is Bad Company. The Beatles, Hey Jude, also a purple Capitol pressing. That is nice. That's a great deal on Hey Jude for any copy, in my opinion, especially in shrink wrap. The Beatles, Hey Jude, $24.99 for Hey Jude, and Billy Joel and Innocent Man, $14.99. This guy took really good care of his records. He's been buying from us most of these came from us anyway. He's been buying from us for a few years now, so he thinned out a little bit of his collection. Most everything in here is very, very clean. Rush, A Farewell to Kings, just $34.99. OG copy. Rush, $34.99. A Farewell to Kings, and Cha-Cha, Herman Brood and His Wild Romance. What an interesting cover. Herman Brood is sealed. It's a German copy, $14.99. Okay, so the Stones all of a sudden got a new bid with Debbie for $37. Brian was already at $37 though. Brian Arrigo's at $37 for the Stones. Final call. Eric Burden was at $65 with Alex, then $67 with Debbie. Mark Shelton wants Bad Company. Let's sell Mark Shelton Bad Company. Eric Burden's at $70. Eric Burden got another bid of $70. Fred Carnell first on the Beatles, Hey Jude. And then Jim Anstant, you were second with Beatles. Now Fred Carnell got Hey Jude. Meet the Beatles is still available. Debbie's at 72 on Eric Burden. Alex is at 75. I'm about to sell the Rolling Stones. Andy Gibbs, Shadow Dancing. That is sealed for $14.99. Sean Cassidy, Under Wraps, $9.99. Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart, $19.99 for Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart, and Stevie Nicks, Belladonna. Back-to-back, Stevie Nicks, her first two solo albums, $19.99 and $19.99. So Jim Anstead, let me know if you wanted Hey Jude. If so, it's already sold. Eric Burden, 72. Eric Burden, 75. Christopher Morris on AG. That's Andy Gibb. Thomas Sujar's at 77 on Eric Burden. That's between Alex and Thomas. Tracy Tallman, you were second on Andy Gibb. And we have the Stones is sold for $37 to Brian Arrigo. That's sold to Brian for $37. So now the only auction left is Thomas is at 77 on Eric Burden. Alex, you're out. Alex is back in at 80. The next Rolling Stones bootleg is the Rolling Stones live at Seattle. This is the Seattle Center Coliseum, June 4th, 1972. $55 start. A Fair to Remember. That's a cool cover. The Rolling Stones. Some kind of Art Deco artwork going on that one. $55 start. A Fair to Remember. Very clean. $55 start. That's Seattle, 1972. Matt's in at 55. Carol's in at 60. Jim's going to pass on the other Beatles. He wanted Hey Jude. Also a $65 bid. Lots of bids on the Stones. David Hisner wants a Garage Inc. And Ed, this was $44.99. That's so to Daniel Heisner. Pamela, see, the other Heisners was in here. I forgot how they told me to say their last name. I'm sorry if y'all are watching. Howie and, oh my gosh, she's going to hate me. Howie and Beverly. Beverly, I think. Yes, Ed just helped me out. Sorry, Beverly. Sorry. I hate forgetting people's names, especially when they come in the store. Because if somebody comes in the store to pick up, especially if I've never met them, they probably recognize me right off the bat, especially recognize my voice. And I'm always embarrassed because I'm like, this person's probably been buying records from me for 2 years. They probably talk to me every night, and I have no idea who they are. Luckily, most people introduce themselves. I'm like, oh, finally nice to meet you. I'll talk to you every night on Facebook for hours, and I've never met you. Glad to finally meet you. Prince, I Could Never Take the Place of Your Man, $24.99. Prince, I Could Never Take the Place of Your Man. That is $24.99. That's in shrink wrap. And Simon & Garfunkel bookends with the poster, $19.99. With poster, it's on the second label. It does have the poster with it, $19.99 for bookends. And his best, the Electric B.B. King, $26.99. The Electric B.B. King, $26.99. Okay, Eric Burden, 81 with Thomas Hujar. Rolling Stones, 70 and 70. Hisner, hiss like the snake. I'll try to remember that. Rolling Stones, 75. Eric Burden, 85. Christopher Morris on Bookends. And Travis Wade on second on Simon & Garfunkel. So Christopher Morris gets this. B.B. King, Take It Home. B.B. King, I've never seen that one before. Take It Home, $22.99. $22.99 for B.B. King. Take It Home. Elvis, That's the Way It Is. Elvis is $9.99. Also, Toucan, Do It Too. Toucan, Do It Too. The Amazing Rhythm Aces, $9.99. And Billy Idol, L.A. Woman. Wow, I've never seen that before. Billy Idol picture disc, $24.99 from 1990. Should have auctioned that. I've never seen that before. Billy Idol, $24.99. That's actually music. Brent Robley on BB. That's BB King. That's sold to Brent Robley. Carol's out on the Rolling Stones. Eddie gets the Elvis. We need to go through the Elvis and Beatles crate tonight. There's been a lot of people interested in Elvis albums tonight. Eddie got Elvis. Debbie was second. Bill Samus is at 80 on the Rolling Stones. So Thomas Hujar, you're out on the Eric Burden autograph. This is Alex Rifle right now. Alex Rifle has this for $85. And Bill Samus is the new high bidder on the Stones for $80. And that means Mark Fallon, you're out. So Craig Ruth on Billy Idol. And yes, it was a single. It's got 2 tracks on it. That is sold to Craig Ruth, $24.99. Also, Lady and the Tramp, Walt Disney picture disc. That is $19.99. Susan wants both Stevie Nicks. I was waiting for somebody to claim those. Those are sold to Susan, Stevie Nicks and Stevie Nicks. And we have Sound Effects, William B. Tanner Company, Sound Effects, $19.99. These are always very interesting records. Car horn, fire engine, dog kennel, camel, chimp, seagull, sheep, bird backgrounds, rooster crows, factory whistle. Lots of sound effects, $19.99. In shrink wrap, sound effects. New bids on both auctions. Eric Burden, 86. Rolling Stones, 81. Price on Sean Cassidy. Sorry for my knuckle pop. Sean Cassidy under wraps is $9.99. Sean is under wraps and he's shrink wrapped and it has the original inner sleeve, $9.99. Eric Burden, 88. Rolling Stones, 90. Your squaw is on the warpath, Loretta Lynn. Loretta Lynn is $19.99. That's an original Loretta Lynn Decca album, $19.99. Jane Fink says she'll take the Sean Cassidy. The Rolling Stones is a vintage bootleg. Let me grab my notes here. Maybe I still left it on it. Nope. It was Seattle Coliseum, 1972, I'm pretty sure. Let's see here. It was Seattle Coliseum, 1972, I believe. I've lost my sticky note. Unless it's hidden somewhere. Nope. I might have put it somewhere else. I'm pretty sure it was Seattle Coliseum, 1972. A Fair to Remember is what it's called. No condition notes. It's very nice. And the high bid is $105 of Brent Robley. Thomas is out on the Eric Burden. Alex Rifle has that for $88. JSA authenticated. The Animals Greatest Hits Live, signed by Eric Burden. Final call for $88. So far as autographs, I can't tell you everything we have left because there's a bunch. We've been working out of one crate tonight. There's 3 more crates still behind the counter, 2 more crates still behind the counter, and there's 2 more crates in the back of stuff that I've never got to. So once again, all this week autographs, one after another. We had 682 certified signatures. Carded. No, it was more than that. I can't remember. It was a lot. So, as y'all know, we've nowhere near got to showing all those yet. New bids on the Rolling Stones, 107, now 115. Elvis Presley, His Hand in Mine, $9.99. Also Elvis Country, $12.99. Back-to-back Elvis. And Stan Jets. Never seen this before. Happy 50th, Stan. A celebration live at Montmartre. Stan Jets, that's $24.99. Stan Jets Gold, $24.99. Let me show a couple more, then I'm going to sell the Animals. Stephen Stills Manassas, $19.99. And Ringo Starr's Rotogravure. Ringo's $24.99. And Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Works Volume 2. Emerson, Lake and Palmer, $19.99. Lots of bids all of a sudden on the Rolling Stones. The Eric Burden is sold to Alex Rifle for $88. That's sold to Alex. I think we got 5 people bidding on the Rolling Stones all of a sudden. Bill Samus is at $135. Seattle, 1972. Let me grab another autograph. So we had a Steve Miller that didn't sell earlier. Let me try a different jacket. Let me try a different album. I've got 2 here. I think that are the one that didn't sell. I thought it was really nice, but let me try. This one's pretty cool. Living in the 20th Century. Same starting bid, $145. Steve Miller demands a little bit more money, at least for a starting bid. This is Steve Miller Band, Living in the 20th Century. JSA authenticated Steve Miller signature. This is a $145 start. It is signed by Steve Miller. Fortunately, Dave got him to sign. I like these that are signed in silver paint pen. The Johnny Cash, yeah, that's somebody else we have. We got 3 Johnny Cash, all signed very big and nice in silver paint pen like that. It does have a punch hole right up here of a few creases, but that's a very nice looking jacket. Inner sleeve, $145 start, pristine vinyl. Steve Miller Band, Living in the 20th Century. You get a black mat behind that, and they would kind of camouflage. It kind of camouflaged the punch hole there a little bit. Steve Miller, very nice signature, $145. JSA authenticated. There's the card, and they put all the stickers on the back of the jacket. I chose to put them on the back. Some people like them on the front, so if you have it framed, you can see the sticker on the front, but I like having them on the back so it doesn't distract from the front of the cover. I think y'all would probably agree with me on that. So Stones is at $175 of Bill Samus. No condition notes on Rush. I'll show it again though. Rush was $34.99. No claims on the Elvis. The Elvis streak has come to an end. The jacket looks like it's a VG Plus, just minor shelf wear, but no condition notes on the vinyl. It's actually extremely nice. EX Plus, near mint minus on side 2 here. Very clean. Stones is at $205. We have Sly Stone, recorded in San Francisco. That is $19.99. And Bill Wyman, speaking of the Rolling Stones, Bill Wyman, Stone Alone. Bill Wyman's $19.99. Brent's at $205 on the Stones. Meet the Beatles again. The Meet the Beatles is a purple capital label, $24.99. Gold award on the cover. Does have a punch hole. No condition notes on the vinyl. $24.99. Very clean. Meet the Beatles. Edwin's out on the Rolling Stones, but so the Stones is between Brent and Bill again. And Jeff Rice says he's going to take the Rush Farewell to Kings. Might have to listen to that, Ed.
Yes.
I'll listen to some Yes, too. Yes and Rush. That's so to Jeff Rice. Okay, I'm going to read the titles that's left in this bin very, very quickly. Final call to get a bid in on Steve Miller. When do I think I'll put the Johnny Cash? So the letters are due back. The letters of authenticity are supposed to be here in the mail middle of December. So hopefully before, so it will be middle of next month. That's with all those that required letters. So those letters are due middle of next month. It may be before. I hope it is. Debbie Winstead takes both Elvis. The Elvis streak continues. Rolling Stones 215, Rolling Stones 225. If you need a price, let me know. I'm just going to read what's left in here. We took about half of those out. This was Willie D, King Crimson, Willie and the Poor Boys, James Taylor, John Lennon, Bob Dylan, Eric Clapton, ZZ Top, Fox and the Hound, ZZ Top, Yes Shows, that's live Yes, Steely Dan, The Eagles, Herman Brood, Billy Joel, Prince, B.B. King, The Amazing Rhythm Aces, Lady and the Tramp, Sound Effects, Loretta Lynn, Stan Getz, Stephen Stills, Ringo Starr, Emerson, Lake, Palmer, Sly Stone, Bill Wyman, and the Beatles. Steve Miller Band is a buy it now for $145. No bid if anybody wants it. $145. Rolling Stones, $215, $225, $235, $235. Price on second ZZ Top, you must be referring to Tejas. Tejas is $34.99. Cynthia's going to take the Steve Miller Band for $145 buy it now. That is sold to Cynthia Herdren for $145. Price on Prince, I think Prince was $24.99. Prince is $24.99. It's near mint in shrink wrap. Near mint in shrink wrap. So Bill Samus is the first to 235. He was first to 235 on the Stones. Brent, you're out. There's one. The only auction that did not sell tonight is Steve Miller Band. So far, we still got lots of more stuff to go through, but that's the only auction that did not sell tonight. $145 on that. Craig Roof said sold on Prince. We have how much is Beatles? The Beatles. This is the Purple Capitol. So this is technically a reissue. Purple Capitol 80s pressing of Meet the Beatles. No condition notes though. The jacket is a VG Plus, just minor shelf wear, punch hole, $24.99. The Stones, $245, $255. Let me grab another autograph. Let me read off some names in here. Let me read off some names. Michael Nesbitt. I'm going to wait on that one because I don't know who else signed it. Johnny Rivers. I have another Jim Keltner, which is John Lennon signed albums. Two more Sam Andrews, which are Janis Joplin's. Greg Allman. I have at least one more I'm willing to show tonight. I have more Eric Burdens, more Steve Millers, more Joe Cockers. I hadn't shown one of those in a while, so let me put up another Joe Cocker. And then more John Mayalls. So let me do a Joe Cocker. This one is called Unchain My Heart. 100 and, what have we been doing these for? 145. Joe Cocker, Unchain My Heart. This is JSA Authenticated. Joe Cocker, Unchain My Heart. JSA Authenticated signature, Joe Cocker, Unchain My Heart. Signed by Joe Cocker. A little bit of just a few creases up here in the corner. Other than that, very nice. JSA Authenticated, $145 start on Joe Cocker. Stones is at $245, $255. Brent's out. $245. That's a fair to remember. Seattle, 1972. We're at $245. We're at $245. I'm going to grab a new crate of something. Let me figure out what to do next. I don't know if I want to show new stuff or go back through some of the on-sale stuff that's still left. And I'm going to go ahead and grab the next requested Rolling Stones auction. And actually, I have some stuff over here I hadn't discounted yet. I've got other stuff I hadn't shown that is on sale. I've got to I may wait and do that tomorrow, though, and let everybody know that I'm going to do it. So, Bill Samus is at $255 on the Stones. Yes, $255. I'm about to sell it, and $145 on Joe Cocker. Let me see. I'm going to have to do some housekeeping right quick. Okay, here's the $29.99 stuff that's left. I may can do some sorting. $29.99. Let me at least get it all together. Do you have a? Let me have a sticky note right quick, Ed. Pack of sticky notes so I can do some sorting. So this was what was left of $29.99 stuff. No, I'm good. I'll just do it like this, like I normally do it. Let's see where the $24.99 stuff was all in this crate. This was two $24.99 crates left over, I think. Yep, there's 24. This was all $24.99 stuff. And that requires a sticky note. And then there was a few $34.90 or $29.99ers. These were $34.99ers. These were $34.99ers. And lastly was what was left of the $19.99 stuff. Wow, so I think we've been through, as far as discounted LPs, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7. Everything that's left is in one crate. Lots of new vinyl going out the door. Let's go ahead and end these auctions. The Rolling Stones is sold to Bill Samus for $255. That's sold to Bill Samus for $255. The Rolling Stones is a 1986 digital remaster from the original master tapes. It's on virgin vinyl. It's sealed. And this is Beggar's Banquet, $35 start. Sealed 1986 pressing of the Rolling Stones Beggar's Banquet. This is $35 start. And I guess the story of this cover originally, this was supposed to be the cover of Beggar's Banquet, and they never did use it because of this graffiti here. It says Bob Dylan's Dreams, and it looks like it's being flushed down the toilet. That's what I always heard. That's why they didn't use that cover on that. So Beggar's Banquet's up for bid. I'm going to make Joe Cocker a buy it now. $145 buy it now on Joe Cocker. I almost dropped the card, but I saved it. So Steve Miller Band still available for $145, and unless somebody buys this, it's still available for $145 as well. We got a bid on Beggar's Banquet. So let me move this off. There's a crate of new vintage stuff we went through tonight. Let me set this right here then. Let me put these autographs in the front of the bin. All right, there's that crate. There's some of that new stuff I priced tonight as well. Let me put that there. There's another crate. Sorry, I'm doing some house cleaning over here. Perfect time for Ed to take a lunch break, right, Ed? Ed's eating his trail mix. Have I been through this crate? Y'all don't understand. If I don't keep this stuff organized, it gets pretty crazy. I have no idea what I have and have not shown at some points. And we've been through a lot tonight, in a good way. Some people say that and they mean I've been through a lot this week. We mean that in a good way. We've been through a lot this week. All right, let me put these in here. There was always that sealed stuff, Lucinda Williams, etc., etc. All right, we're getting there. We are getting there. Okay. Now, let me actually show Stones 35, 40, 45, 47, 50, and 50. Okay, now we need an autograph, don't we? Let's try one of the Jim Keltner autographs, one of the signed John Lennon albums. So we have John Lennon, signed copy of Rock and Roll Music. This is autographed by Jim Keltner, who was the session drummer for John Lennon, who played on most of his albums. This is one of them, Rock and Roll, John Lennon's cover music, his kind of tribute to early Americana rock and roll. $45, has his famous cover of Stand By Me on it. $45, Jim Keltner. He actually signed it and made a little sketch of a drum. Nice, it's an original Apple pressing too. Very clean vinyl, $45 start. John Lennon signed Jim Keltner LP. That has been JSA authenticated, and that is a $45 start. Next is the Rolling Stones. This is Beggar's Banquet. This is a sealed 1986 remaster, virgin vinyl. Ed Nelson has it for $55. Looking for a $45 start on the signed John Lennon LP. Now, I've got a new release over here. Let me grab my phone. I've got 2 new releases over here I have not shown tonight. So let me do that. Let me look up Duran Duran right quick in the group. It's in my recent history. So these are new releases for this week. I've already showed Collective Soul. Those are all sold. Let me show the Duran Duran. This is Duran Duran Pop Trash, new release. Duran Duran Pop Trash, 2 LP, $39.99. Available on vinyl for the first time. First time ever. If you're a Duran Duran fan, first time ever you can get this on vinyl. $39.99. The pre-order for this, let me see if I even, wow, there's a lot. Let me see if I even have any extras. Jeff McIntosh, Jerry Stone, Mike Massey, Laura Youngblood, George Buchanan, Chris Kingsley, Cynthia Herdren, Alan Case. And this was originally posted back in August. And it was supposed to come out September 23rd, and it's just now coming out. So where did I leave off? Alan Case, there's Jeff asking if it's been pushed back, and then there's my comment. So yeah, I've got 2 extras. Duran Duran Pop Trash. Let me read those off again. That was Jeff McIntosh, Jerry Stone, Mike Massey, Laura Youngblood, George Buchanan, Chris Kingsley, and Cynthia Herdren and Alan Case. So first time ever on vinyl. These are all pre-sold. I'm going to put these over here with the Collective Soul. Holly Safe wants one. That means I've got 1 extra Duran Duran Pop Trash. First time ever on vinyl, $39.99. That's sold to Holly Safe. I have 1 extra. I have 1 extra left. Update on the Beggar's Banquet. Ed Nelson has this for $62. Final call if you want to get a bid in on the Jim Keltner autographed John Lennon. Final call for $45. And Paul Brothers wants a Duran Duran. Those are now sold out. Paul gets Duran Duran. The next release is the new deluxe version of Van Morrison Moondance. I hope that there's at least 1 extra left over so I can see what this is all about. Looks like I've got 2 pre-orders. This is Van Morrison Moondance, $64.99. It's 3 LPs. And what it is, let me read you the hop sticker. Van Morrison Moondance, expanded 3 LP set, a new stereo remix by Steven Wilson, plus selected outtakes and alternative. Wow, what is that noise? Sound like somebody was dragging a steel pipe down the road. Lacquer's cut by Kevin Gray, pressed at optimal. Wow. So what that is, it's Van Morrison. It's a new Steven Wilson mix. New Steven Wilson mix, and it's also got a disc of bonus outtakes and alternate mixes of one of my favorite albums and, quite honestly, one of the greatest albums ever. Van Morrison Moondance. The pre-order for that was Sherry Darnell and Jason Walraven. So we've pre-sold 2. I've got 2 extras. Van Morrison Moondance. It looks like Holly wants 1. That means I've got 1 extra. Holly Safe gets a Moondance, 1 extra. New bid on Beggar's Banquet, $66. I'm going to go ahead and make John Lennon a buy it now for $45. If anybody wants the Jim Keltner autographed copy of John Lennon Rock and Roll Music, that is a $45 buy it now. It's a nice copy, nice signature, and it's already been JSA authenticated for you. That's a buy it now for $45. 1 Van Morrison left. That is $64.99. And earlier we put on sale Metallica Garage Inc. These were originally $56. I've got 2 left for $44.99. Another empty crate. Not is being made. Okay, now the other, I should have done this earlier. I'll probably do it again tomorrow. But my favorite Tyler Childers album, the first one that Tanner ever played for me, was this one right here. And this is the next one that's on sale, $19.99. This is live on Red Barn. Live on Red Barn, Tyler Childers. And if I've ever recommended an album, it's usually this one. If you've never listened to Tyler Childers, I think 3 years ago when I started talking about him, he's got a lot more popular by now, but he's an amazing vocalist. That's all I can say about it. This is amazing music here. There's no telling how many times I've listened to this. hundreds and hundreds of times. I know the lyrics. I could recite every lyric on every one of these songs. Tyler Childers, live on Red Barn Radio 1 and 2. $19.99. $19.99. That is available if anybody wants one. If you can take a Chad recommendation tonight, now's the time, and I'll probably do it again tomorrow. So, because I've got like 100 copies of those in stock. Rolling Stones, the high bid is with Ed Nelson at $66. Fred Carnell's out. If you haven't pulled for one. Did you pre-order one, Tracy Tallman? If you pre-ordered one, then it should be on your last invoice. If you didn't pre-order one, I'll give you one right now. So Ed, the Tyler Childers are $19.99. There's one for Nick. There's one for Cynthia. There's one for Justin Kelly. There's one for Blade Singletary. There's one for Stephen A. Young. Yeah, I've actually told some people that kind of know him and that's in his management stuff. I was like, listen, if you can get this guy to stop by the store one day and sign a few albums and like maybe take a picture, because he's got to be in Nashville quite often, but I don't know that for certain. But I would just assume he is. 30-minute drive down the road. I know he supports a local record store in Kentucky where he's from, and he's got to know about Coletco if he likes albums. I mean, he's got to know about Coletco. So I don't know where he lives, but I would love to meet him, and I'd love for him to sign some of these albums because I was going to buy his autograph. I was like, I'll get on eBay and pick up a Tyler Childers autograph, see if I can find one of these signed, have it framed. And they're expensive, like more than some other, like a lot of money. Hundreds of dollars for a Tyler Childers autograph. It's pretty incredible. Tracy, let me check the cult pre-order right quick. Tracy Tallman. The reason I always ask, because if we ever tag two of these, you've already got one, Tracy. I always ask because you've already got one. If we have to tag it again, then we got to take it off of an invoice. It's very costly for us to tag these twice. So you've already got one, Tracy. It's on your invoice. So Nick got a Tyler Childers. There's one for Cynthia Herdron. There's one for Justin Kelly. There's one for Blade Singletary. There's one for Stephen A. Young. And there's one for Alex Rifle, Tyler Childers. Now, there was a new name in there, Justin Kelly. Justin Kelly, let me know if you are a first-time buyer. You may not be. If you are, let me know. I'll give you some first-time instructions. The Colt is $36.99. $36 is the only invoice I just looked. Yes. So I always double-check because sometimes I'm like, if you don't know, let me know. Like, if you could go check or we'll check. Because if we have to tag these twice, we have to take it off, then we have to resell it, and we have to reorder them, etc., etc. So, okay, now, what I was going to do is for the last time go through like the leftovers of 9 crates of new vinyl we've shown on sale over the last couple nights. And here's what's left. I'm going to show them one more time. Justin Kelly's a first-time buyer. So, if you're a first-time buyer, thank you. Make sure you send our Facebook page a message. We need your email address and your mailing address. Email address and mailing address, Justin. So make sure you send our Facebook page a message. Email address, mailing address. We invoice every Monday, $7 in limited shipping. This is sold to Ed Nelson for $66, the Rolling Stones. That's sold to Ed Nelson for $66. This is our next autographs and our next Rolling Stones. Let's do the Rolling Stones, Nasty Habits in Glasgow. Nasty Habits in Glasgow. And let's also put up another John Mayall. This is a very unique John Mayall. All right. Boy, y'all are, once again, y'all let me know when my mic goes dead for sure. Now I'm going to mute my mic and take a drink of water. All righty. On top of the no mic situation. All right. Back to where I was. The Rolling Stones, Nasty Habits. The Rolling Stones, Nasty Habits in Glasgow. Vintage Rolling Stones bootleg, live in Glasgow, May 5th, 1976. VG Plus condition, $35 start. $35 start on the Rolling Stones, Nasty Habits in Glasgow. $35 start. Glasgow, England, 1976. Here's the John Mayall autograph, $55 start. John Mayall's Blues Breakers, never shown this one before. John Mayall's Blues Breakers, $55 start. Thank you, Ed. I got all kinds of empty sleeves here. And there's your pack of sticky notes left. Or there's your pack of sticky notes back. Let's see here. Let me go back up to the top where I was. No sound, no mic, no audio. Mic, sound, audio, mic, sound, mic out, no sound, no audio, sound, lost audio. You're back, LOL, audio's back, someone let them know. Rolling Stones 35, 35, 36. Glasgow, well, yes, I said England, didn't I? Because I was reading what's on the cover. Glasgow, England, May 5th, 1976. That is incorrect. Y'all are right. Scotland, I was just reading what's on the jacket. John Mayall's Blues Breakers, signed by John Mayall. What exactly do we have here? I've never seen this before. Fascinating Lover, produced by Tony Carey, and Interview, the Gavin Report. So it's some kind of promo. For promotional use only, not for sale. For promotional use only, not for sale. This is an Island Record single promo. Island Record single promo, signed by John Mayall, JSA authenticated, $55 start. So here's some of the new vinyl that's left tonight that's on sale very quickly so I can start showing new stuff. I've got it separated. First is there's only two 1999 records left. The Psycho soundtrack on colored vinyl. The Psycho soundtrack on colored vinyl, Bernard Herrmann. And In the Fade, music by Josh Homme. Josh Homme from the Queens of the Stone Age, 1999. So there's the Psycho soundtrack. There's In the Fade soundtrack. This batch here was $34.99. For $34.99, we had Extreme 6, their newest album, red vinyl, $34.99. Edwin Blom wants In the Fade. That's $19.99, Ed. The Rolling Stones is at $35, $36, $40, $41, $45, $46. Also $34.99 was Quiet Riot, Metal Health. That's $34.99. Macho Man Randy Savage, orange vinyl, 2 copies left, $34.99. Boingo's $34.99. And now $24.99. $24.99, Bob Marley, Burnin', The Wailers. Dixie Chicks Fly was $24.99. Golden Earring, Grab It for a Second. That was $24.99. The classic Crosby, Stills & Nash album, CSN self-titled, $24.99. Anthrax, Fistful of Metal, $24.99. Pearl Jam, Backspacer. Slayer, Divine Intervention. Defiance, Void Terra Firma. Now That's What I Call Halloween. And Slipknot, Volume 3, the Subliminal Verses. Those are all $24.99. The Oingo Boingo is $34.99. That's $34.99, $12 off. Now for $29.99, Smashing Pumpkins Gish, Smashing Pumpkins Pisces, Yngwie Malmsteen, Zach Bryan self-titled, Stone Soul, Origins of Sly and the Family Stone. This is Cody Jinks and Cody Jinks live at Red Rocks. So Cody Jinks, Les Wise, and Cody Jinks, Red Rocks live. That's a triple LP. Okay. Final call, Brian Arrigo. Let me know if you're out on the Rolling Stones. Edwin Blom has that for $48. Final call. And I'm going to go ahead and make John Mayall. I'll buy it now. This John Mayall autograph, buy it now for $55. Brent Robley wants the Cody Jinks Red Rocks. That's $29.99. And Debbie Blair gets the John Mayall for a $55 buy it now. So those are all sold. New bids all of a sudden on the Rolling Stones, $49, now $50. We got 3 bidders. So that was what's left of some of the most recent on-sale stuff. Cody Jinks, Sly and the Family Stone, Zach Bryan, Yngwie, Smashing Pumpkins, Slipknot, Now Halloween, Defiance, Slayer, Pearl Jam, Anthrax, Crosby, Stills & Nash, Golden Earring, Dixie Chicks, The Wailers, Boingo, Macho Man Randy Savage, Quiet Riot, Extreme, and Psycho. And Nick Bargeron says he'll take the Cody Jinks with a white cover. And that's also $29.99. Crosby, Stills, and Nash is $24.99, Debbie. CSN. That's on clear vinyl. So the newest high bid on the Rolling Stones is now 51 with Edwin Blom. 51 with Edwin Blom. So let me put that over there. Let me put that over here, I should say. Put that over there. Put that over here. And let me pull these Rolling Stones records. Let me just leave these in this bin. Let me move this empty crate over here. Feels like that's about to tip over. Got them stacked too high, Ed. Okay, that was a bin we went through last night. That was check condition stuff from last night. Let me see what I have over here. Okay, so here is a bin. Yes. Okay. So here is some new vinyl I have not been through yet. Let me check these dates. Let me check these dates here. Not those. Let's go through these. Right. Maybe this one over here. Okay. Yes. Make sure this is right. Okay. So this is going to be a bin of Buy It Now, Best Offer, New Vinyl. Buy It Now, Best Offer, New Vinyl. One that we have not done as part of the sale. So right now it's Buy It Now, Best Offer. At some point I may actually file it into an on-sale crate where I tell you the price. But this is some stuff I hadn't shown in a while. It's going to be Buy It Now or Best Offer. I think y'all know how that works. If not, you can, if you see something you want, you can go ahead and claim it, or you can make a best offer on it. And I've got to pull some stuff out of this crate and actually add to it. I think they'll all fit in here. I hope so. There's a lot of titles in here. It's all Buy It Now, Best Offer. And as y'all know, this only happens never. This is a rare occasion. Buy It Now, Best Offer on new vinyl. But I'm trying to go through everything at least once and try to get to where we've shown everything at least once on sale, except for like our most recent stuff. Debbie will take a Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This is $24.99, Ed. That's so to Debbie. Let's put up a new autograph while they're bidding on the Rolling Stones. Let's put up a new autograph that we maybe hadn't shown tonight. And the first one is going to be, what did we just do? John Mayall. Let's alternate and go back to Eric Burden. This is a $55 start. Every one of us, Eric Burden. Wow, this one's nice now that I've got it out of the old sleeve that's protected it for many years. $55 start. This is Eric Burden. Every one of us, Eric Burden and the Animals. Nice signature. It's got a DJ sticker on it. Let's take a look at the vinyl for the first time. That is the original inner sleeve, MGM Records. Wow, it's a yellow label promo. The actual album itself, probably not too easy to get, and it's in very nice condition. It's a yellow label, promo label. MGM Special Disc Jockey Record. And this is a $55 start. This is Every One of Us, Eric Burden, the Animals, signed by Eric Burden, JSA authenticated, JSA sticker on the back, $55 start on that. The Rolling Stones, $55, $57. Holly Safe, you're out. Edwin Blom has that for $57. Any idea when you sold out of records? Sold out of records? We will never be sold out of records. I have enough records to sell for 20, 30 more years. Crosby, Stills, and Nash. This is a live unofficial, $33.99. Everything in here is Buy It Now, Best Offer. Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young. That's a live unofficial. These are all new and sealed. Buy It Now, Best Offer. $33.99 for live broadcast. How about The Cure? Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me. $44.99. Eric Burden, $55. Eric Burden, $55. Rolling Stone, $60. Winger, Pull. That's from Friday Music. That's on colored vinyl. Winger, Pull. $39.99 for Winger. And Slayer, South of Heaven. Slayer, South of Heaven. And that is $33.99 for Slayer, South of Heaven. $33.99 for Slayer. Only one copy of Savatage. That is Poets and Madmen. $54.99. Savatage's last studio album featuring John Oliva back on lead vocals. $54.99. Savatage and We have 2 copies of that. We got 2 copies of Sabotage. One more, Smashing Pumpkins, pure acoustic. That's Smashing Pumpkins Unplugged, $39.99. So, lots of activity on both auctions. The Rolling Stones, Nasty Habits in Glasgow, that's at 61 with Edwin Blom. And the Eric Burdon autograph is at 56. That's at 56 with Holly Safe. 56 with Holly Safe, Eric Burdon. So that's the high bids. Eric Burdon's at 56. The Rolling Stones is at 61 with Edwin. Holly has the Eric Burdon. We got 2 offers on Winger, Craig Ruth and Wade Lucas. Now, Craig was first at 30. Wade Lucas was next at 33. Craig, if you want it for 33, it's yours. If not, I'll sell it to Wade. So that's pending for $33 to Craig. If not, it's Wade Lucas. Paul offered 32 for Smashing Pumpkins. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Paul Bill for 32. And that's exactly how Buy It Now Best Offer works. Fleetwood Mac Rumors. This is the Palace pressing. So this is the 33 1/3. It's pressed at Palace in Germany. 33 1/3. I don't have any more 45 RPMs, but this by itself is an amazing record. $39.99. These are all new and sealed. And I have another Smashing Pumpkins. John Lill was trying to outbid Paul Beal, but I had 2 of them. So first, that's sold to Craig Ruth for 33. Let's sell Paul Beal one for 32. Let's sell John Lill one for 32. So those are sold and sold. Holly said she'd give 35 for Fleetwood Mac. Sell that to Holly for 35. I've got 3 more of these over here in my Fleetwood Mac bin if anybody else wants one. That's a great sounding record. Even the 33 sounds amazing. High quality vinyl, pressed at Palace in Germany. Holly Safe's at 35 on Fleetwood Mac. That's sold. I've got 3 more if anybody else wants one. Time to do some final calls. Edwin Blom has the Rolling Stones for 61. Final call. Holly Safe has Eric Burdon for 56. Final call. Back to the bin. The Donnas. I'm going to go ahead and tell you the price on this one. Same price as the other that we sold out of. $29.99. That's $8 off. $29.99. $2, $4, $5. My credit card was just charged for a hotel. That means Paul and Tyler are stopped for the night. They're on their way back from Ohio with a record collection. I hope that's them using my credit card. I hope so. They just bought a hotel room, so they are stopped for the night. They're going to be back in the morning. They're going to be back in the morning with that collection. So, Rolling Stone 62. Brian's out. Edwin's back in at 64. Holly's back in at 65. So I said the price for the Donnas. I set the price at $29.99. There's 1, 2, there's 3 copies. Holly Safe, Fred Cardell, John Lill. There's 2 more left on the Donnas. That's on colored vinyl. Eric Burdon, new bid, $57 with Thomas Hujar. This is a promo copy. It's a really nice promo copy with a promo sticker signed by Eric Burdon, JSA authenticated. JSA authenticated. Chris Kirkley also wants a copy of the Donnas for $29.99. That's sold to Chris Kirkley. And we have the Cure's Greatest Hits. I'll go ahead and tell you the price on this. $39.99, $5 off. I almost ordered one last night because I didn't think I had any left. But that is, I'm pretty sure, first time we've discounted. No, I remember one time we had a bunch of these in stock a while back. Maybe end of the year last year. $39.99. Ed says yes. We had like a whole crate full of them. $39, or a whole bin over here full of them. $39.99. Holly Safe says she'll take it. That's $5 off. $39.99 for the Cure's Greatest Hits. Holly also bid $58 on the Eric Burdon. Thomas bid $60. Holly back in at $62. And Brent's back in on the Stones at $68. All right, we'll keep going. Electric Ladyland. I'll tell you the price on this one. Instead of Buy It Now Best Offer, I'll tell you some of the prices. $29.99. Jimi Hendrix, Electric Ladyland. $29.99 for Electric Ladyland. We have the Apollo soundtrack. These were $26.99. I'll get these down to $19.99. 2LP, the Apollo soundtrack. Music by James Brown, Aretha Franklin, Marvin Gaye, Billie Holiday, Ella Fitzgerald, and Etta James. That should tell you enough. And there's a lot more. $19.99 for the Apollo. 2 available. Grateful Dead, Shakedown, New York, Volume 1. Grateful Dead is $44.99. $44.99 for the Grateful Dead Shakedown. There's Bob Weir. There's Jerry Garcia, the Grateful Dead. $44.99. And Leonard Skinner's Second Helping, live from Jacksonville at Florida Theater. That's on Walmart Blue Vinyl. $24.99. So the Rolling Stones, 68. Eric Burden, 65. 2 claims on the Apollo, Brent Robley and Ed Nelson. And Ed, those were $19.99. Ed gets an Apollo, and Brent gets an Apollo, $19.99. Holly, you were third, only had 2 of those. Motorhead, Bomber. Let me go ahead and make that $19.99. Bomber, that is $19.99. It was $28.99 for Motorhead Bomber, and I may have spoke too soon on that one. Richard Wright, Wet Dream, $29.99. I've got 4 left. Richard Wright from Pink Floyd, limited edition blue marbled vinyl, $29.99. Wade Lucas offered $19 for Leonard Skinner. GC offered $20. I think Wade will take it for a $1 bump. Wade, if you don't want it for $20, let me know. Wade Lucas was first, though. $20 on that. If he passes, and so did GC. The Eric Burden autograph is now at $68. Rob Band says he'll take the Motorhead for $20. That's so to Rob. I said the price on that one for $20. Ed Nelson second. Brent Robley wants a Richard Wright. Nick Bergeron, you were third on Motorhead. So Wade Lucas does get the Leonard Skinner for $20. And Rob gets the Motorhead for $20. That's sold to Wade Lucas for $20. The Leonard Skinner. Now, Richard Wrights are sold at sticker price, which I think is okay with me, because I'm pretty sure I can't get these anymore. It's limited edition blue marbled, and it's remixed and remastered by Steven Wilson. That's $29.99. There's one sold to Brent. There's one sold to Nicholas. I've got 2 left. Richard Wright. Guns N' Roses, live in Japan, 1988, orange vinyl, 2 LP, unofficial. Guns N' Roses on orange vinyl, live in Japan, 1988, $49.99. Mudcrutch 2 with Tom Petty, $31.99. And Slayer, live unofficial at the Big 4 Festival, $39.99 for Slayer. Now, we're at a final call on the Rolling Stones. Brent has it for $68. That means Holly Safe, you're out. Edwin Blom, you're out. And I don't know if they've actually said out, but Brent has that for $68, and it's a final call. It's a final call. Holly Safe wants the Guns N' Roses. That's sold to Holly at sticker. And John Young wants the Mudcrutch 2. That's sold to John Young, Mudcrutch 2. That's sold, both of those sold for sticker. Eric Burden's at 72. Eric Burden's at 75. Craig, we've already sold Guns N' Roses. Brent, we've already sold Mudcrutch. Wade, we've already sold Guns N' Roses. Nicholas, we've already sold Mudcrutch. Let's sell Sean the Slayer for $29.99. Sell that to Sean Fairweather for $29.99. Next is the Color soundtrack, $31.99. Colors is on magenta vinyl. The Color soundtrack, $31.99. Eric Burden's at 78. Queensryche Empire, $46.99. Queensryche Empire, $46.99. And, let me go ahead. I'll tell you the price on this one right now, which is $34.99. $10 off, $34.99. Iron Maiden, Fear of the Dark, $34.99. That's absolutely best price on that one. And I'm going to skip that and show you the only Smashing Pumpkins record we have not put on sale tonight, which is Adore. Smashing Pumpkins Adore, $49.99. Smashing Pumpkins Adore, remastered, $49.99 for Adore. Okay, let's see where we're at. Eric Burden was at 78, now 80. Holly's out on the Rolling Stones. I'm about to sell that to Brent. GC offered $35 for Queensryche. Holly said she'll take it as sticker. GC, let me know if you want this for $46.99. If not, I'm going to sell it to Holly Safe. If you don't want it for sticker. Holly does get an Iron Maiden for $34.99. And Queensryche is already spoken for. Eric Burden's at 82. Let me go ahead and sell the Rolling Stones. The Rolling Stones way up here. I was waiting for everybody to get out, but I think we're done either way. This is sold to Brent Robley, I believe, for $68. Yes, this is sold to Brent Robley for $68. GC's going to pass the sticker price. Holly claimed it as sticker price, so that's sold to Holly. And then she got an Iron Maiden for $35. One Iron Maiden left for $35. The other one was A Matter of Life and Death for $49.99. And Guns N' Roses Anarchy in the UK. That's a live unofficial for $39.99. The high bid on the Eric Burden promo autographed record is $82 of Holly Safe. It's a battle between Thomas and Holly. Wade Lucas gets the Guns N' Roses. That's sold to Wade Lucas at sticker. That was a good crate. I knew I hadn't been through this in a while, and there were some great titles in there. Now, I'm going to do these again tomorrow night, but if you want to go ahead and lock one in right now, I accidentally double ordered this record. And when I double ordered these titles, not only did I double order them, but when I put in my order both times, I ordered several extras. Therefore, I was left with a lot of duplicates. It's a great title. I don't mind having them in stock, but I have a whole crate full of them. And I'm going to show them all at the same time. Let me know exactly which one you want. I'm going to show them again tomorrow. I might even make a post. But I have not discounted these yet since we've started Black Friday sales last week. It's Ace Frehley, which, by the way, I think he announced today he's coming out with a new album. So when that's available, I'll put out the pre-order. I'm going to make these $29.99, which is basically $20 off this one and $15 off this one. Well below my actual cost in them, but I'm just trying to move them because I have a whole crate full of them. They sold really well originally, and I've sold a lot at sticker price. $29.99 for Ace Frehley. I've got Anomaly, and these are all on colored vinyl. First is Anomaly, 10th Anniversary Deluxe Edition. This is on green and clear vinyl. $29.99 for Anomaly. Next is Spaceman, purple and clear vinyl. Purple and clear vinyl for Spaceman, $29.99. And Space Invader, that is tangerine and clear vinyl. Space Invader plays at a 45 RPM. So does Spaceman. And then Anomaly is a 33 1/3. Those are all on colored vinyl, and that is Ace Frehley. And that's Anomaly, Spaceman, and Space Invader. $20 off on that one, $15 off on either one of those. I've got a bunch of them. $29.99. Got a whole crate over here on the end of this table. So if you decide you want any of those, just let me know. That's Ace Frehley. Eric Burden's at $90. Thomas Hujar's out. We got to do a Rolling Stones record. This is the Rolling Stones from the Vaults. The Rolling Stones from the Vaults, sealed. This is the Marquee Club, live, 1971. Paul says this is sealed from 2015. It's an LP and DVD, live at the Marquee Club, March 26, 1971, $95 start. The Rolling Stones from the Vaults, Marquee Club, sealed, 1971, LP and DVD, $95 start. And that's long, got to print. We still got Dog Eat Dog. I was going to do those tomorrow too. I didn't want to get too crazy with the warrants tonight. But Dog Eat Dog is $24.99. I made a post for some on-sale titles. Warrant, Alice in Chains, Metallica's. I've sold 2 entire crates full of stuff. There's Warrant, Dog Eat Dog. They're $24.99. All right, so Holly has Eric Burden at 90. She also has the high bid on the Rolling Stones at 95. Here's what's left in this bin. These are actually buy it now. Buy it now best offer. I'm going to read them one more time. We have the Crosby, Stills, Nash & Young live unofficial, $33.99. The Cure, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me, $44.99. Slayer is $33.99. South of Heaven. Wow, I can't believe we still have those. South of Heaven. Savatage, Poets and Madmen. The Donnas, last copy. That was $29.99. That was the on-sale price. Electric Ladyland. Grateful Dead, Shakedown, live unofficial. 2 copies of Richard Wright, the Pink Floyd solo album. Colors, Iron Maiden, Fear of Dark, and we still got Smashing Pumpkins. Smashing Pumpkins is $49.99, and Iron Maiden, A Matter of Life and Death, is $49.99. Javi gets a warrant for $24.99. That is so to Javi, $24.99 on that, Ed. I have ran out of dirts, actually. Not everybody who even commented on the post is going to get one. I'm going to start officially tagging those tonight and replying confirmed with whatever you got. The only Alice in Chains album I have left is Facelift. I know I have plenty. I got plenty more Facelift. Just $24.99. $24.99 for Alice in Chains Facelift. I hadn't shown that tonight. I'm going to do some more of those kind of things tomorrow night. We hadn't finished everything. I hadn't gone through all the new vinyl on sale yet. Still doing it right now. Eric Burden is sold to Holly Safe for $90. Final call on the Rolling Stones for 95. We're going to go through these last Rolling Stones records tonight. There's only 5 left. So if you want to bid quickly, and let me know if you're out quickly so we can knock these out. Price of Richard Wright is $29.99, and that is sticker. That is sticker on that, $29.99. When I come back, I'm selling the Stones. I'm putting up a new one and putting up a new autograph as well. So there we have it. I'm going to condense this. This is the new vinyl from tonight, or new vinyl from last night, all the new releases. I'm going to condense that with this crate here very nicely. And there's another empty crate. We love empty crates. Stones info, Rolling Stones at 100. What was the blue one you had just had up? That was Richard Wright. Wow, lots of new bids all of a sudden on Stones. Holly almost got it. 95, 100, 105, 110. Not so fast. We're still bidding on that. I haven't done a bin of... I don't want to show any new vintage stuff because it's late and we have we have a sale tomorrow, the next day, and John's not here tomorrow. And I don't know if Paul's going to be back in time to start pricing stuff. So I better save all of our newest vintage stuff for new prime time tomorrow. But I do have more. Don't worry, there's always stuff I can go through. So let me find either a bin of vintage, buy it now, best offer, or we'll do, let's see. This is stuff. What is this? Let me see what we have in here. There's some great titles in here. That's fairly new stuff, though. And this is all like November stuff. I'm trying to find any new vinyl we hadn't been through that's not from November, not from October, especially from November, because that's pretty new stuff. But like I said, at one time or another, we're going to go through every new vinyl we have. No one bought an Ace Frehley. That's disappointing. Scotty Hypes wants an Ace Frehley. Which one did that just come in? Spaceman. Scotty, you have just saved my night because I have so many Ace Frehley albums. $29.99. So there's Scotty Hypes. Rolling Stones 110, 111. There are no wingers left. I can't even get any more. Half off Beatles crate. Whew. Oh, half off or Beatles crate. I thought you said half off Beatles crate. This is the Rolling Stones Marquee Club 1971. That's an official release. It's sealed with the DVD. The high bid is $120 with Bit and Bragg. Here's the Rolling Stones bootleg that's on deck. Let me try to find a vintage bin. We can either do half off or buy it now best offer. And then, yes, I have the Beatles crate as well, which there's new vinyl. There's actually new vinyl in the Beatles crate. There's actually new vinyl in the Beatles crate. Let me see if I want to make this bin half off, Ed. See if we want to get crazy. Let me make sure there's nothing in here like, it's like $199.99. That's happened before. I've always honored it. Sometimes I'll be like, oh, sorry, I can't do that half off, which is understandable if a $300 record got randomly put somewhere by a customer. I think I can do this crate half off. There's great titles. I see ZZ Top's and I see Dave Mason's, but I also see Michael Jackson's and I see Eric Clapton's. So we're going to mark these half off the original sticker price. It's a completely full crate. It's going to keep us busy for a while. These are going to be half off the sticker price on the back. Hope everybody's ready. We'll probably knock out the Beatles. I'll probably, when I make more new crates for on-sale vinyl, the Beatles crate is about 1/4 of new vinyl. I'll put those in a discount bin tomorrow, and we'll also do like the vintage stuff that's in the Beatles crate as well. Let me run another Eric Burdon. Here's one of the last Eric Burdon and the Animals. Wow, this one's nice once you get it out of the jacket. This is signed by Eric Burdon of the Animals, the best of Eric Burdon's in the Animals, Volume 2. Very clean vinyl. EX Plus, more so Near Mint Minus. Glossy jacket. He signed right there on the side of his face. JSA authenticated. Another one of the last. And actually, this sticker right here, I don't want to try it right now, but these stickers he put on here usually come off pretty easily. I don't want to mess it up though. Yeah. They've all popped off. Now it's even better. Now it's even better. $55 start. That's another very nice and clean Eric Burden. Didn't we just sell one? I should have put up a Joe Cocker or a John Mayall, but we'll do that one. $55 start. The Rolling Stones is at $140. Okay, half off. Here we go. Of course, you cannot have a show without Dan Fogelberg. No condition notes. Near mint minus. Very clean. $5 for Dan Fogelberg. Bonnie Raitt, Sweet Forgiveness. Bonnie Raitt, $5 for Bonnie Raitt. We have Dan Fogelberg, Bonnie Raitt, Jefferson Starship, Red Octopus, $7.50. So the price I'm telling you is the discounted price. There's Jefferson Starship. This crate is full. We need to sell some right off the bat, so I've got some room. The Temptations, A Song for You, $7.50 for the Temptations. Jay Ferguson, All Alone in the End Zone, $7.50 for Jay Ferguson. ZZ Top, Fandango, $17.50. $17.50 for Fandango. $17.50 for Fandango. Let me get this back in the jacket. It's got one of these weird seams going on. ZZ Top Fandango. There we go. And there's Jay Ferguson. And Jackson Brown, Hold Out. $10 for Jackson Brown, Hold Out. $10 on that. That's a very nice copy. Okay, so back to where we was. The Rolling Stones was at 140. The Eric Burden, 55, 55, 56. First claim was Bonnie Raitt, Corey Gaston. Corey Gaston got Bonnie Raitt and Ed. These are all half-off sticker. Eric Burden's at 60 with Alex Rifle. Greg Rogers second to Bonnie Raitt. John Lill first on Jefferson Starship. That's so to John Lill. Holly Safe got Eric Burden, or is at 62 on Eric Burden. Brent Rively first on ZZ Top. That's so to Brent Rively. Chris Frazier second. Stephen A. Young third. Michael Mofield on AS. And that was probably, I don't know. There isn't an AS. That might have been for ZZ Top, and he got auto-corrected. Holly Safe, you were third on Bonnie. Chris Bijak next on ZZ. So was Fred Carnell. Corey Gaston got Jackson Brown. Greg Rogers second on Jackson Brown. Brent Rively's at 65 on Eric Burden. So is Thomas Hujar. And so is Holly Safe. Final call on the Rolling Stones. Benton Bragg has this for 140. Final call. Live at the Marquee, 1971. Final call on that. Continuing, Bob Dylan's Desire, $17.50. Great album. Original inner sleeve. Extremely nice vinyl. $17.50 on Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. Boz Scaggs, Down Two Then Left. It would not be a Coletco half-off bin without some Boz Scaggs. Down Two Then Left, $10. Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run, just $10. About a VG Plus jacket. Bruce Springsteen, Born to Run, $10 on Bruce, the Boss, $10. Dan Fogelberg, Captured Angel, $5 on Dan Fogelberg, Captured Angel. David LaFlamme, or LaFlame. White Bird, $5 on David. We'll call him David. $5. Henry Gross, Plug Me Into Something. $5 on Henry Gross, Plug Me Into Something. And Charlie Daniels Band, Million Mile Reflections. The Devil Went Down to Georgia. $12.50. Original inner sleeve, Epic label, $12.50. Eric Burden, 65, 65, 66, 70, 67, 68, 70. Blade Singletary on BS. BS stands for Bruce Springsteen. That's so to Blade Singletary. Alex was second. New bid on the Rolling Stones at 145. Two new bids on Eric Burden, 75, now 80. Benton Bragg, you're outbid on the Rolling Stones. Henry Gross, $5. Self-titled. Dave Mason, Let It Flow, $5. Deep Purple, Burn, $12.50. Moderate or light ring wear, nice vinyl. Deep Purple, $12.50. The classic, Derek and the Dominoes, Layla, $20 after the discount. That's big savings. It's a red Polydor, very nice gatefold 2LP. Layla, $20. Jackson Brown, The Pretender, great song, great album. Jackson Brown, $10 on The Pretender. That is extremely nice vinyl. It looks almost unplayed. $10. Eric Burden, 70. Eric Burden, 80. Eric Burden, 85. Eric Burden, 90. Debbie Winstead, first on Deep Purple. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. Heather Feather, first on Layla. Nick Bargeron, second. Chris Frazier, first on Jackson Brown. Michael Mofield, second. Brent Robley, third. The Rolling Stones, 150. Eric Burden's at 87. Now it was at 90 with Alex Rifle. There's like 4 active bidders on Eric Burden right now. It's at $90 with Alex. Dave Mason, Headkeeper. $5 on Dave Mason, Headkeeper. The Buckinghams, Greatest Hits. They've got some great music. $6.50. The Buckinghams, Kind of a Drag. I like the song Don't You Care. That's a good one. $6.50. The Jackson Brown went to Chris Frazier, Ed. Chris Frazier on Jackson Brown. Michael Mofield, second. Brent Robley, third. Boz Skaggs, another one. $10 for Boz Skaggs. The Best of Leon. That's Leon Russell. Just $10 after the discount. The Best of Leon. Leon Russell. $10 for Leon Russell. And Jimmy Rogers, Honeycomb, and Kisses Sweeter Than Wine. Jimmy Rogers is $5. The Best of ZZ Top. $17.50. Original London inner sleeve. Original blue London label. $17.50 on the Best of ZZ Top. The newest high bid on the Rolling Stones is at $150 with Benton Bragg. Holly Safe is out. The Eric Burden's at $100. And then $105. Brent Robley wants the Leon Russell at half off. Holly's out on the Stones, so final call to Benton Bragg, $150. It's about to sell. 4 people on ZZ Top. Chris Frazier was first. Holly's still bidding on Eric Burden. She has it at $110. Alex, you're out. The Bachelors, No Arms Can Ever Hold You. $5 for The Bachelors. That's also on London in mono, in shrink wrap. $5 on The Bachelors. Leon Russell, Willow the Wisp. That Leon Russell's also $10. And Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees. $12.50 for Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees. $12.50. Songs for Beginners, Graham Nash, and Original 71 Presswell Press. $10 for Graham Nash. $10. Jane Fink on the Fleetwood Mac. That's sold to Jane. And the Rolling Stones is sold to Benton Bragg for $150. Next Rolling Stones and one of the last. Next Rolling Stones and one of the last is... We haven't done one of these picture discs yet. Let's do this one. It's got some very interesting artwork. Paul has it as a rare, unofficial picture disc. Only 300 were made. It's a Rolling Stones compilation. Let's take a look at it. $45 start. Wow, that is really cool. It's only rock and roll comics, but we like it. Looks like a demented Mick Jagger with a David Bowie zombie in the background. Or maybe that's Keith Richards with David Bowie paint. And, oh, on the back, it's Goathead Soup. Goathead Soup on the back. Volume 2, it says. So this is an unofficial. It's actual studio tracks. Painted Black. Cook, Heart of Stone, an alternate version. I Can't Get No Satisfaction, Get Off My Cloud. 19th Nervous Breakdown. Sister Morphine, Dandelion. That's one of my favorites. Very interesting. It's only rock and roll comics, but we like it. And then Goathead Soup on the back. So, yeah, only 300 made. That's now up for bid. That'll look really cool framed. So we was at 110 on Eric Burden. Jane got Fleetwood Mac. Debbie was second. Alex is out on Eric Burden, so now we can do a final call on that. The Eric Burden is at 110 with Holly Safe. Final call. Alex is out. Stones, 45, 45, 50, and 50. Do you still have the Sabotage Dead Winner's Dead and Buy Now Best Offer? I do. The price is $54.99. $54.99 on Sabotage. Dead Winner's Dead. Or was that Poets and Madmen? Hold on a second. Let me figure out which one that was. Iron Maiden. It was Dead Winner's Dead and Poets and Madmen. Yes. Dead Winner's Dead is $54.99, and so is Poets and Madmen. Rolling Stone 65, 70, 72. Back to everything in this bin is vintage, pre-owned, 50% off sticker. The Ritchie Family, Arabian Nights, $5. Wet Willie, Left Coast Live, $10 for Wet Willie. Marion McCoo and Billy Davis Jr. I don't know if that, I can never remember if that's a C or a G. It's C, Marilyn McCoo and Billy Davis Jr., the two of us. That's also $5. And Jackson Brown, Running on Empty, another classic, Jackson Brown, $10. It has the original inner sleeve and the book with it. Just $10 now for Running on Empty. Original inner sleeve and book, $10. Jethro Tull, Minstrel in the Gallery, $10. And Traffic, When the Eagle Flies. Traffic is $10. And there's another classic ZZ Top album, Tres Hombres. Looks like an OG pressing too. VG Plus cover. It has the awesome gatefold with all of the very delicious looking Mexican food. Makes me very hungry right now. I'm pretty hungry at the moment, but we're fighting through it. Right, Ed? Well, Ed's got to snack a few times. Ed slipped in some snacks. I can't eat on camera. I mute my mic for water. I don't think y'all want me trying to eat anything. We don't want me eating anything. Okay, so Rolling Stones 85. Hector offered $45 for the Savatage. That was the Dead Winter's Dead. Let's go ahead and sell that to him. Hector Patino. So, Ed, that's a custom price for $45 to Hector Patino. Thank you, Hector. That's sold for $45. And now back to the half-off bin. Ed Nelson wanted the half-off Wet Willie. That's sold to Ed Nelson. The Rolling Stones is 86. Now it's at 100. It was also at 87, but it's still at 100. Jane wants McCoo. That is sold to Jane Fink. That was half off, which makes it $5. Corey Gaston gets the Jackson Brown. Michael Mofield, you were second. The Rolling Stones 101. The Rolling Stones 125. Blade Singletary, JT. That was Jethro Tull. I've been listening to a lot of Jethro Tull lately, too. Minstrel in the Gallery. That's sold to Blade Singletary. Jane Fink, first on the Traffic at half off. And Stephen A. Young on Tres Hombres. That's sold to Stephen A. Young. Nick Barger on second. Rolling Stones is at 126. And the Eric Burden is sold to Holly Safe at $110. $110. Now, Alex Rifle, you was the last backup bidder. I want to show you something. Here's the one we just sold. Look what I have. I have another one. The jacket's not as perfect, I think, mostly because I think it's an older pressing. Still not bad. Alex, if you want this one, it's extremely similar for $105. I'll say that one for $105. There's another one. If he passes, if anybody else wants it, there's another. Eric Burden, The Animals, $105. If you're interested, just let me know. If anybody else wants it, let me know. If not, Brent Robley wants it. We just sold one for $110. So it's either Alex's or it's Brent's. Somebody's going to get it, though. $105. Ed, the ZZ Top went to Stephen A. Young, if that's what you're looking for. Stephen A. Young on ZZ Top. Rolling Stones, 126. Rolling Stones, 127. Rolling Stones, 128. Rolling Stones, 130. Rolling Stones, 131. And Brent, I don't know if Alex is with us or not, but let's put that in pending. That's either sold to Alex or Brent for 105. Rolling Stones 132, Rolling Stones 135. All righty. We have one of the last Eric Burden and the Animals autographs. I think this one's called The Twine Shall Meet. Let's take a look at it. The Twain shall meet, not the twine. The twain shall meet. Eric Burden and the Animals. Autographed, JSA authenticated. The actual vinyl is about a VG. Looks like that's a well-loved copy just at first glance. Signed by Eric Burden. This is one of their original Animals. One of their original albums, though. Has Sky Pilot on it. Monterey. I know those two songs very well, especially Sky Pilot. This is autographed by autographed by Eric Burden, not John Mayall. Autographed by Eric Burden. I'm going to start this one at $65. $65 on that one. I don't think Alex may have hopped off. He may have hopped off for a second, so I'll give it a few more moments. If he's not on, then we'll sell this to Brent Robley for $105. And then there's another Eric Burden, $65. The Rolling Stones is at $155. Okay, continuing with the half-off crate. Continuing. BTO, Not Fragile. Roll On Down the Highway. You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet. $7.50. OG Pressing Gatefold, $7.50. Eric Burden's at 65 with Thomas Hujar. The Rolling Stones is at 158. This is JFK, his wife, Jacqueline. This is $6.50. Jacqueline Kennedy, spoken word record, Portrait of a Valiant Lady, Jacqueline Kennedy. Jacqueline Kennedy, $6.50. ELO, Face the Music, Evil Woman, Strange Magic. You've probably heard of those two big hits. Face the Music, original inner sleeve of lyrics, $10. No condition notes, $10. The Mahavishnu Orchestra with John McLaughlin, The Inner Mounting Flame, $10 on Mahavishnu Orchestra with John McLaughlin, The Inner Mounting Flame, $10 on that. One more before I take a break and tag some. Zawinul. Zawinul, the half off price is $25. Savings of $25. Zawinul self-titled, $25 on that. Okay, we have Eric Burden. We had 65. We had the Rolling Stones at 155, the Rolling Stones at 158. Alex bid 70 on the Stones. So, Alex, I'm assuming you're passing on this one for 105 then. So let's go ahead and tag that to Brent for 105. Or Alex may have just hopped on. But, Alex, we had another one of these. And since you were the backup bidder, but if you're passing, I'm going to sell that to Brent for 105. Tracy Tallman wants BTO. Tracy was first to that. That's half off, Ed. That's sold to Tracy. Stephen A. Young was second. Daniel Hissner was third. Fred Carnell fourth. Nick Bargeron fifth. It's J.O.K. Yes. Jacqueline Onassis. Tracy Tallman on that one. That's sold to Brent for 105 as of right now. Jane Fink wants the Jackie. Jackie O. Tracy Tallman first to ELO. So Tracy was first to BTO and ELO. Chris Frazier second. Boontar wants MO, Mahavishnu Orchestra. And Chris Bijek wants the Zawinul. Okay, so the Eric Burden is with Alex Rifle at $70. He's at 70 on this one. Eric Burden, $70 on that. And the high bid on the Rolling Stones is Holly Safe at $158. $158 on the Rolling Stones picture disc. $158. Very nice condition, too. Thomas is backing on Eric Burden at 75. Oh Girl, Young Holt Unlimited. This is $15. It has a DJ promo sticker on the front. Young Holt Unlimited and original Atlantic pressing. $15 on that. Dave Mason, Split Coconut. $5 for Dave Mason. Frank Zappa, 200 Motels. Wow, now just $25. This should have some extras with it. Yeah, it has a poster with it. Frank Zappa's just $25, the soundtrack to 200 Motels. Gatefold was $49.99, no condition notes. There's the very crisp inner sleeve. What do we have here? There's the booklet. There's the booklet. There's the other LP, and I think it has a poster with it as well. It does. It has a poster with it as well. So did Chris Bijak. Chris Bijak. Chris, wow, this is really cool. I've never asked you really how to say your last name, but I think you've always been okay with Chris Bijak. Look at that. Wow, that's worth $25. I think if I just unfolded that and auctioned it, it would bring more than $25. Very, very cool. Yep, half off. That is sold to Chris Bijak, so that's $25, and that's complete. Very nice. Baycheck rhymes with paycheck. Okay, now I'm going to have to, I've been saying Bijak. You're going to have to, sorry I pulled all that out, Ed. Sorry about that. Chris Baycheck. Wow, you should have corrected me a long time ago. You have to ask Brent Robley about his last name. Oh my gosh. I said Rabley forever. I finally got it out of my system. Chris Baycheck. Baycheck, Baycheck, Baycheck. Baycheck, Baycheck, Baycheck. Final call on the Rolling Stones. A lot of people were bidding. No one really said out, but Holly Safe has it for $158, and I'm about to sell it. $158. $158. New bid on Eric Burden, $80 of Alex Rifle. Continuing with half off. Gary Lewis and the Playboys, Golden Greats, $6.50. This diamond ring. U2, the Unforgettable Fire, just $15. It has some cover damage up here. No condition notes though on the vinyl. $15 on U2's Unforgettable Fire. Felix Paparaldi, Creation, $7.50 on Felix. And Malcolm McLaurin, Deep in Vogue, 12-inch single, $5. Three Dog Night, suitable for framing. Three Dog Night, $15. Suitable for framing. That is now $10 after the half off. $10 after the half off. Excuse me for the confusion. And Rye Cooter, Bop Till You Drop, that's $10. All right, the Rolling Stones. This is sold to Holly Safe for $158. That's sold for $158. And now Eric Burden's at $85 with Thomas Hujar. Next Rolling Stones record. I've got one laying right over here. The Rolling Stones Vintage Bootleg live at the Forum in Los Angeles, July 13th, 1975. EX condition, $55 start. Live at the Forum in Los Angeles, the Rolling Stones. EX condition, very clean. It's a 2 LP. That is from July 13th, 1975. That is a $55 start. The Rolling Stones, and that is called the Rolling Stones, the 75 Tour of the Americas. The 75 Tours of the Americas. Vintage Bootleg, $55 start. Brian Arrigo wants the Malcolm McLaurin. That's sold to Brian at half off. Tracy Tomlin wants the Three Dog Night. That was half off. Thomas is out on Eric Burden. And we have a final call then for $90. Brent's at $55 on the Stones. Continuing with half off, Michael Jackson Bad. This is only $7.50. That's because it's in VG condition. VG condition. It feels like maybe it got a little bit of water damage on the cover. VG condition vinyl, $7.50. Cat Stevens, $7.50 for Cat Stevens, Buddha and the Chocolate Box. Deep Purple, Come and Taste the Wine. That's $12.50. Deep Purple, Come and Taste the Wine, $12.50. Another copy of The Pretender, if you missed out on the other one, this one is now just $7.50. Jackson Browne, The Pretender, $7.50. And Monumental Pop Hits. That's monumental as in the labels, such as Roy Orbison and Joe Simon, the Dixie Bells, Don Cherry. That is $6.50. And one more. This is $10 after the half off. Lou Val, Lonely in Paradise. Lou Val, Lonely in Paradise. Clear vinyl. Brent bid $55 on the Stones. Going once, going twice. Boontar got the Michael Jackson Bad at half off. Debbie Winstead was second. Michael Mofield put IN and then JP. Was IN a miscue? I've got you for JP, which is Jackson Browne. Jane Fink wants the Monumental Pop Hits. Edwin's at $56 on the Stones. Let's sell the Eric Burden for $90 to Alex Rifle. That's sold to Alex Rifle for $90. Edwin bumped the Stones to $56. Brent Robley, you are out. All right, let me see what I've got next in our autographs. Let's put up a Steve Miller that has not been shown tonight. We've sold several Steve Millers. Let me do another one that has not been shown tonight. One of very cool one here. Very cool cover to be signed. Steve Miller Band, Children of the Future. $145 start. $145 start. Let's take a look at this. First time it's been offered. Boy, the sleeve. This is why you keep your records in sleeves. Dale's had this in a sleeve. Look at the ring wear this has protected it from. Look at that. That's probably been on there since, probably he had it signed in the late 80s, early 90s when he met Steve Miller. Somewhere around that era, he got all these signed. Most of these albums got signed in the late 80s, early 90s. That's why you want to keep your records in sleeves. Steve Miller Band, Children of the Future. Very nice signature there, Steve Miller. $145 on this one as well. Steve Miller Band, Children of the Future. Pretty clean vinyl. Very clean vinyl, actually. Yeah, very clean. $145 on this one. $145. Steve Miller Band, Children of the Future. JSA authenticated. Very late to be showing something like this, so you might get a deal. 145, Steve Miller Band. Rolling Stones, 56, 57, 60, and 65. Eric Clapton was here, $17.50. Eric Clapton was here. We're going to continue with this half-off bin. Styx, Paradise Theater. Styx is a VG copy for $5. Styx, just $5 for Paradise Theater. And yes, this is etched. It's etched, Paradise Theater. Too much time on my hands. Also, we have Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson doing Secrets. EX condition, this is $9. Secrets, Gil Scott-Heron and Brian Jackson. $9 on that. And James Gang, Rides Again. This also has Funk 49 on it. Joe Walsh and the James Gang. VG Plus condition, $7.50. Gatefold, OG pressing it looks like. Rolling Stone, 60, 65, 66. Jason Short, first on the Eric Clapton for $17.50. That's so did Jason Short. Nick Bargeron, you were second. Jeff McIntosh, first to the Styx album. Daniel Hissner was second. And Blade Singletary first on the James Gang. So Styx and James Gang sold. Rolling Stones is at 75. Todd Rundgren, Initiation. EX condition, $9 on Todd Rundgren. And Wes Montgomery. This is, I think, a compilation. It's called March 6, 1925 to June 15, 1968, which is his birth and death dates. I'm pretty sure it's a compilation on Riverside. Gatefold, Wes Montgomery, VG condition, $7.50. And a classic here, The Life and Times of Jim Croce, VG condition, $5. VG, original ABC Blocks label. VG condition, $5 on that. Corey Gaston gets the Wes Montgomery. And final call to lock in a bid on the Steve Miller Band, Children of the Future, $145 start. It's autographed. Final call to get a bid locked in on that. The Rolling Stones is at 75. Corey Gaston got Wes Montgomery. Michael Mofield first on Jim Croce. Corey Gaston, you were second on Jim Croce. Jethro Tull, Heavy Horses, VG Plus, $7.50. The Kinks, the Live Kinks, VG Plus, just $10. It's a 1977 pressing. The Live Kinks. Great stuff there with the Kinks. And King Crimson, just $17.50. It's a VG Plus copy. It's a 72 Richmond press of Islands, King Crimson. And the last record of the bin is the Walt Disney original cast soundtrack album to The Happiness Millionaire. A Disney record, $10. Let's go ahead and sell the Stones, the Brent Robley, for $75 so we can run another one. And let's go ahead and end the Steve Miller Band. Buy it now if anybody wants it, $145. $145. We'll see if anybody was on standby for that. Steve Miller Band, $145. Blade Singletary on Jethro Tull, Heavy Horses. That's sold to Blade. Nick Bargeron put KC for King Crimson. And Stephen A. Young put the Kinks for the Kinks. That's sold to Stephen A. Young. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3 Rolling Stones records left. Let's do that Canadian Walmart record. That looked very interesting. A 2017 Canadian import. This was sold exclusively at Walmarts in Canada around 2017. Very interesting. It doesn't look like something that would be in a Walmart, but maybe that's because I've never been to a Walmart in Canada. $25 start. Collector's edition, the Rolling Stones early hits. I'll hit some highlights. Time Is on My Side, Not Fade Away, Little Red Rooster, Can I Get a Witness, Route 66. That's right before they started writing some of their own music. And then they turned into a different animal. The Rolling Stones early hits, that is a $25 start. Brian is in first, Edwin was second. Sold exclusively at Walmarts in Canada. So this was a half-off bin. No one claimed the Steve Miller Band. Maybe I should try John Mayall. And let's do one that I haven't shown yet. I've got several John Mayalls I hadn't shown yet, including this one right here, an autographed copy of John Mayall's Blues Breakers Crusade. $55 start. John Mayall's Blues Breakers Crusade. This is autographed by John Mayall. $55 start. It's on London. Looks like a nice jacket. Very crisp inner sleeve. This is a good sign. And yes, very nice vinyl. Crusade, John Mayall's Blues Breakers. The name of the album's Crusade. Original London inner sleeve. Nice jacket, signed by John Mayall, $55 start. And we've had that JSA authenticated. There's our next autograph. I'm going to read the titles that's left in this half-off bin. We've sold about half of this half-off bin. I'm probably going to recap this. We're going to hopefully try to sell this Rolling Stones as quick as possible. And I'm going to end the show officially when the last two Rolling Stones records are sold. Is that how much we've sold tonight, Ed? Oh my gosh. Yeah, we've sold 9 crates of albums tonight. Ed says that's because he's here. That's true. We've sold a lot of vinyl tonight. I hope we can do the same tomorrow. Wait till we start discounting vintage stuff. The second wave of sales we're going to do by the end of the year, we've sold off. We're going to sell off all this new vinyl. Wait till I start crazily discounting vintage stuff. Y'all know how I do the flip crates? Those are already great deals. When I start making those, they're going to get even crazier. So, wow. That is, that's pretty amazing. We sold a lot of vinyl tonight. Okay. Edwin and Nick, if you could let me know as soon as possible if you're out on the Rolling Stones, because Brian has it for $35. Best price on Pink Floyd Wall Gold MoFi CD. That is already sold. All the MoFi CDs are sold except for Steve Miller Band and the Yes album. Here's what's left in the half-off bin. Dan Fogelberg, The Temptations, Jay Ferguson, Bob Dylan Desire, Boz Scaggs, Dan Fogelberg, David LaFlamme, Henry Gross, Charlie Daniels Band, Henry Gross, Dave Mason, The Buckinghams, Boz Scaggs, Jimmy Rogers, The Bachelors, Leon Russell, Graham Nash, The Ritchie Family, Young Colton Limited, Dave Mason, Gary Lewis, U2, Felix Paparotti, Ry Cooder, Cat Stevens, Deep Purple. This was, I'm not familiar with this one, Lou Val, Gil Scott-Heron, Todd Rundgren, and the Walt Disney record. Edwin's not done on the Stones. Nick is, but Edwin's not. Rolling Stones is at $36. Final call to get a bid in on the John Mayall. Final call for $55 on Crusade before I make that a buy it now. Let's see if I can do some bundling myself. So these are already half off, but there's a Dave Mason. There's a Dave Mason. There's a Dave Mason. And was there another one? There was 3 Dave Masons. So these were already 555. Let's do them 444. Can I interest anybody in a 3-piece Dave Mason bundle for $12? 3-piece Dave Mason bundle for $12. That's another $3 off. And Thomas Sujar says, Dave Mason me. That is sold to Thomas Sujar. So Ed, just make those 4, 4, and 4. Those are sold to Thomas Sujar. Let's do the same thing with Boz Scaggs. There's 2 different ones, right? There is the middleman and down to then left. Let's do these a really good deal at, let's do these for $12 for both of them. 6 and 6. They're very clean copies. Boz Scaggs middleman. Original inner sleeves too. 6 and 6 on Boz Scaggs. 6 and 6. $12 if you're buying both of them, of course. And what was the other one? Let's see. The Name of the Temptations. The Name of the Temptations is A Song for You. And Brian's out on the Stones. Nick's out on the Stone. Edwin Blom gets the Rolling Stones for $36. That's sold to Edwin for $36. John Mayall is now a buy it now for $55. $55 if anybody wants that. John Mayall. Next to last Rolling Stones record. 100% odd lots, the best of the rest. Stones very rare. This is a live compilation from 1967 to 1975. So various live tracks from the Rolling Stones from 1967 to 1975. It's a trademark of quality. It is TMOQ. $45 start, Rolling Stones. Tracy Tomlin says, I'll take the Temptations. That's so to Tracy at half off. There's the Rolling Stones. Brian's in at $45. Actually, let's go ahead and run the last one at the same time. If you want to bid on this one, put PIC for picture. PIC for picture, as in picture disc, okay? So this is the last 2 Rolling Stones auctions. But if you want to bid on this one, put PIC instead of RS for picture disc. Here's another very rare and limited edition picture disc. I think this is volume I think this is the volume 1 to the volume 2 that we sold earlier. This is the Rolling Stones. Paul has it marked rare unofficial picture disc, only 300 main. Seems to be a compilation, $55 start. Very cool artwork on that side, and definitely very cool artwork on this side. Yep, it looks like another compilation. $55 start. So put PIC for picture disc if you want to bid on that one, just like Brent just did. And this one's at 50 also with Brent. Okay, now I've got a crate over here of brand new stuff. These are sticker price. Let's go through that. I've got a crate right over here just to kind of wrap up the show, and I'll go through everything that hadn't sold tonight. I'll go through everything that hadn't sold tonight on the auction block and the CDs, and that's how we'll end the show, is going through this last bin of fairly new vinyl, new releases, and wrapping up these last 2 Rolling Stones. So we have RS over here, and we have PIC over here to the right. RS and PIC. Okay, so these are all sticker price, new, fairly new releases and restocks. Hackney Diamonds, speaking of the Rolling Stones, Hackney Diamonds, this is on clear vinyl. This is the indie exclusive clear vinyl of the new Rolling Stones album, Hackney Diamonds, $39.99. Also, Voodoo Lounge, $46.99. Half-speed master of Voodoo Lounge. Of course, originals of that tough to get because it came out during a time when they was not pressing a lot on vinyl. When did this actually come out? 90... We got a date on it. It's got to be around 90, I want to say like 94. Bridges of Babylon and Voodoo Lounge. Tougher to get. So Hackney Diamonds, Voodoo Lounge. Social Distortion, $36.99. Social Distortion. Did I miss a question? Thank you, home. Did they score the out of state? Yes, they're on their way back from Ohio with about 1,700 records. We'll start having those later this week. Brent is the high bidder on both auctions. He's at 65 on the bootleg. He's at 75 on the picture disc. Edwin, Brian, y'all are both out on both auctions. So Social Distortion is Mommy's Little Monster. That is the Kraft Records 40th anniversary on the limited edition Clear Smoke vinyl. That is an all analog recording, $36.99. Jimmy Buffett's Greatest Hits. That's a random record that I'm surprised we'll still have. $29.99 for Jimmy Buffett's Greatest Hits. And Brother Kane. I think we got more right here. Yes, Brother Kane. This is still available. Orange vinyl. Brother Kane self-titled. 30th anniversary. First time ever on vinyl. Remastered. Orange vinyl. $39.99 for Brother Kane. David Byrne from the Talking Heads. David Byrne. Austin City Limits live. $33.99. That's on colored vinyl. And Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. The Traveler. $34.99 for Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band. Hailstorm is $49.99. Hailstorm is $49.99. Last copy. That is on colored vinyl. So Edwin's out on RS, but Brian is back in on this one at 66. So the live compilation, Odd Lots, the Odd Lots is at 66 with Brian. Brent, you're outbid. But Brent does have the picture disc for 75, and that's a final call. Brent has the picture disc for 75. That's a final call. Hailstorm. Jason Isbell. That's also a new reissue on colored vinyl. $36.99. Lana Del Rey. Born to Die. $34.99. And Lana Del Rey. Tunnel Under Ocean Boulevard. $39.99. Lainey Wilson. Bell Bottom Country. Lainey Wilson is $39.99. We got two of those left. Ween. The Pod. $46.99 for Ween. Also, Peter Tosh, the best of Peter Tosh, 1978 to 1987. Available on vinyl for the first time for music on vinyl. That's a Peter Tosh Greatest Hits, first time ever on vinyl, $56.99. Brent's back in on this Stones Odd Lots at 67. Edwin wants a Lainey Wilson. That's sold to Edwin Blom, Lainey Wilson. And I have the very best of Erasure. That is $44.99. The 2023 vinyl edition, the very best of Erasure, including Chains of Love. That's my favorite Erasure song, Chains of Love. Erasure is $44.99. Brian's out on RS and the picture disc. We can go ahead and sell the picture disc. Let's tag that to Brent Robley for $75. I think they're both out officially now on this. Brent has it for $67, and that's a final call. A few more LPs in here. Tim Burton's Nightmare Before Christmas. That is the picture disc Zoetrope, $36.99. The Posies, Every Kind of Light, available on vinyl for the first time. Limited, numbered, colored vinyl, 45 RPM as well, $56.99. Run DMC, that's a new MoFi release. Run DMC, King of Rock on MoFi Super Vinyl, $69.99. New Sleeping Beauty soundtrack on Royal Peach Vinyl, $59.99 for Sleeping Beauty. Linda Ronstadt, that's her Christmas album. Silver vinyl, first time ever on vinyl, $33.99. And Metallica, this was a leftover on sale record from tonight. I've got 2 copies left of Metallica Garage Inc. That is $44.99 for Metallica Garage Inc. And this is a new Van Morrison. I think this is the only new release for tonight that we have left. That's the Van Morrison, $64.99. The expanded 3LP New Steven Wilson. This Stones is sold to Brent Robley for $67. That's sold to Brent for $67. Brent also wants LR, which is the Linda Ronstadt Christmas album. Last thing I'm going to do is show you the auctions that did not sell tonight. Most recently, we had John Mayall, $55. $55. John Mayall's Blues Breakers, $55. Steve Miller Band, $145. These are all JSA authenticated. John Mayall, Steve Miller, Jim Keltner, signed John Lennon album, $45. $45. Here's a Joe Cocker, also $145. Joe Cocker, $145. And another Steve Miller, $145. So 2 Steve Millers available, $145, $145, 1 Joe Cocker, also $145, John Mayall, and then Jim Keltner. And there was 2 CD box sets left. Les Paul is a 3 CD box set, $24.99, and a tribute to Carmen McRae, $14.99. So Rolling Stones bootlegs, the ones we sold over the last 2 nights is about this many. Well, it was about a half of a crate. We sold about that many Rolling Stones bootlegs over the last 2 nights. It took 2 nights to do it. Of course, we were doing other auctions. We have enough probably to fill half crates like that. There was 2, 4, 6, 8. So 16. We probably have another 10 Rolling Stones nights. Edwin needs to put back Lainey Wilson. And Charlie Laney Wilson, right? Yes, Lainey Wilson. Entertainer of the Year, is that what she won, Ed? Yeah. Entertainer of the Year, Bell Bottom Country. That's why we ordered those. And those are available, $39.99. I've got 2 left. Charlie, I got to have 45. About the cheapest I'm going to sell a JSA signature is $45. Now, later down the line, if I still have some of these last ones left, but already JSA authenticated, I have to have 45 for that. That's like the bottom. Brent's going to pick up 1. There's 1 left, Lainey Wilson. The lowest on any JSA authenticated is 40. After our cost of having authenticated, that's already pretty tight at $45. So I got to have anything with a JSA card, about the cheapest it's going to be is $45. That's the absolute cheapest on those. But I appreciate the offer. And with that, I think we're done for the night. We were live for this exact same time last night, about 4 hours and 45 minutes. I think last night we were live for 4 hours and 46 minutes. We've been live for 4 hours and 44 minutes right now. So my final goodbyes. We'll be back tomorrow. Another big show lined up for tomorrow. Another big show. We'll be here. I'm going to start discounting vintage. Before I discount vintage, I've got 4 whole crates of vintage to show that's never been shown before. I'll do more half off. I'll do more flip crates. I'll have the rest of our new vinyl that's going to be on sale. I'll have some more crates of that sorted. We got more Metallicas I didn't get to. I didn't really show the Tyler Childers when I wanted to. I still got Tom Petty, Taylor Swift. I hadn't got to the Black Sabbath or Motley Crue section. I'm going to sell off the rest of our Rush albums. I've still got more Led Zeppelins. Soundtracks, Iron Maidens, single soundtrack, Days of the New, warrants. That's where we're going to be at. Charlie DeFrank says he'll take it, $45. They just started in the Netherlands. Wow. So he's going to take this for $45. $45. Yep, Charlie DeFrank. Thank you. That's a fair price for sure for something that's already got JSA authentication with it. If you just send one record off for postage, have it authenticated, and send it back, it's going to cost you $50 or $60 just to send one off. Luckily, we was able to do a bunch at once. Doing a bunch at once is key. So that's sold to Charlie DeFrank. Okay, $45, yes. I've got some more Jim Keltner, John Lennon's, and we'll get to those eventually. Good night. We'll be back tomorrow at 7. I'm going to go find food. Let's see, I've had Taco Bell, Waffle House, so tonight is McDonald's. It's like, oh my gosh. All right, see y'all tomorrow, 7 o'clock Central Time. I'll be here, don't worry. Thank you as always.